destiny. The lineage of champions extends back 77 years. The man who wins today writes his name in history to join 52 others with the title Champion of the Indianapolis 500.
The world's greatest racecourse, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Today, it's the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Well, a giant crowd has assembled at the 2.5-mile oval that is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and by race time itself, it's expected that nearly 500,000 people will fill these giant grandstands in the world's largest stadium. Absolutely packed today, all here with the same thought in mind, to watch the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500. The cars already in position on the straightaway and ready for the start of the 500. Well, hello, I'm Paul Page in the pit area at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and this is the world's largest single-day sporting event. The process began, though, 3 weeks ago. 11 days of practice, 4 days of time trials, 92 cars and 51 drivers showed up here, and we have sorted down now, and we have the fastest 33 ready to go racing for 500 miles on a Sunday afternoon in Indiana. Now, when you joined us just seconds ago, you joined a worldwide audience of race fans, all interested in this pinnacle day in motorsports, the Indianapolis 500 itself. They move to their seats now, each with their own little traditions and rituals, ready to watch the start and the running of this great 500-mile race. The cars sit empty now, but in just under 1 hour, 11 rows of 3 will roll toward the green flag. They will be led by pole sitter Rick Mears. The two-time champion and his wife Chris enjoy getting away from the crowd. But today, he is the focus of millions of fans. His Penske Chevrolet broke all the records. From waiter to taxi driver to rub shoulders with the Hollywood stars, Danny Sullivan spun, then won the 1985 race. He starts the second Penske car. Al Unser's second love is snowmobiling in Chama, New Mexico. But the defending champion's life is his 4 Indy wins. He'll start outside the first row. Mario Andretti is the only American to win the World Driving Championship, the Daytona, and the Indianapolis 500. Al Unser Jr. raced go-karts at age 9. Today, 17 years later, he follows in his father's footsteps. For Arie Luyendyk, a native of Holland, the outside of the second row is his best Indy starting position in 4 years of racing here. Scott Brayton's father was a race driver. This bachelor from Coldwater, Michigan, has raced here now for 7 years.
Emerson Fittipaldi of Brazil retired from the glamorous world of Formula One, but found new life and joy in the Indy cars. Born Derek Patrick Daly in Dublin, Ireland 35 years ago. Married, he now lives near Indianapolis. 25-year-old Michael Andretti, Mario's son, a reflection of his father's image and skill. Along with his wife, Debbie, Californian Randy Lewis is one of the best salesmen in racing. He holds a degree in marketing from the University of California. Roberto Guerrero, 9 months ago, lay in a coma for 17 days as a result of a crash here in private practice. Kevin Cogan is a newlywed. Tom Sneva, a former high school principal. With little help to finance his team, Phil Kruger works on his own car. At 54, Dick Simon is the oldest driver in the race. Italian Teo Fabi runs his family's mining business. And Jim Crawford and his wife Sheila are expecting their first child. 12 handicap golfer Bobby Rahal, the 86th champion, has never started this far back in the field. Brazilian Raul Boisel is a former show horse jumper. Californian Dominic Dobson is the fastest rookie ever in the 500. Outdoorsman, businessman, grand champion A.J. Foyt starts his 31st 500 at age 53. Billy Vukovic, the first third-generation driver in the 500. And Tony Bentonhausen, the son and namesake of another great 500 driver. Carol Palmroth, the first 500 driver from Finland. Steve Chassie, the only Vietnam veteran in the race. And rookie John Andretti, Mario's nephew. Rocky Moran is also an executive jet pilot. Stan Fox drives one of A.J. Foyt's cars, and Johnny Rutherford in his 24th race looks for a 4th Indy win. Canadian Ludwig Haimrath Jr. starts his second 500. Rich Vogler is the man who bumped two-time winner Gordon Johncock from the field. And starting last, Howdy Holmes is back for his first race since '85. This is the most important day in the racing year, the biggest day in the driver's life. While most people are off work today, 33 will spend their day hard on labor. And the drivers begin to prepare early. We followed several of the drivers right from the morning. Early this morning, we began to follow Danny Sullivan. He was awake as the sun came up. By 7:30, he was shaving and beginning to contemplate the day. It was a cup of tea, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and some granola for breakfast. And then, just before 8:30, across to the garage area itself. There he was greeted by his mom, Peggy, who had a bag of cookies for her. And then, Danny Sullivan was alone with his thoughts. But now, live, he's with Brian Hammonds.
Well, Danny Sullivan is now in his garage, dressed in what today will be his work clothes. Not a suit and tie today, but 3-ply fireproof Nomex. He's going over the game plan in his mind. He's been over it 100 times. And in just a little while, it will be time for Danny Sullivan to put that game plan to task. Paul?
Well, right now, we're 38 minutes from the start of engines. In just a moment, we'll visit the winningest team ever at Indy, Penske Racing, holders of the entire front row, and we'll look back on the month of May here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The Indianapolis 500 is brought to you by the heartbeat of America, Today Chevrolet. By Micatin, it cures athlete's foot. Step up to the mic. By Miller High Life, brewed to be smooth, never bitter. Takes time to make, time to enjoy. And by Sears, where there's more for your life.
All right, where's Joey? He should be back by now.
Here he is.
Let me explain something, kid. The winner here can take home $500,000.
I know.
You win with one battery.
That's not it.
Since 1971, more Indy winners have started with the same Sears diehard you can buy for your car than with any other battery in the world.
Too many people think a spark plug's a spark plug. Well, all spark plugs aren't alike. These AC copper core plugs match my car's specs like rounds in a chamber, firing up to 30 times a second for up to 30,000 miles of high revving firepower.
Precision AC Delco parts. They don't just fit, they match.
Keep your car running the way it was made to run.
Now get up to $780 back on AC filters and plugs. See your retailer for details.
Ace is the place.
Hey, Gene, can you give me a hand here?
Be right with you, John.
Thanks. Let me tell you, Jean's my favorite helpful hardware person. She knows everything. How to fix stuff, what tools to use, the right kind of paint to buy. Hey, there's nothing she doesn't know.
So how can I help you today, John?
I just got a couple jobs.
Well, nothing we can't handle. Let's start with the toggle bolts.
Toggle bolts?
Ace is the place.
She knows just what to do and how to do it. Hey, let me tell you, Ace is a place for me.
Somehow there's got to be a cure for athlete's foot.
Hey, step up to the mic.
Mike?
Micatin. This cures athlete's foot. It's got something the others don't. Myconazole. There's nothing more powerful.
Yes? You got something that cures athlete's foot?
Sure, step up to the mic.
Huh?
Micatin. It cures athlete's foot.
Step up to the cure. Step up to the mic. Micatin, also in deodorant spray.
Why does Indy 500 winner Rick Mears race on Goodyear Eagles exclusively? Because of the Goodyear Eagle contact patch and how it responds to the track. And why does Oldsmobile choose Goodyear Eagle street radials for the Indianapolis 500 pace car? A major reason is the Goodyear Eagle contact patch, where the car ultimately responds to the road. Goodyear Eagles, because there really is a difference.
Well, the streets around the Speedway almost clear now as the giant crowd has moved into the grounds. Many sit on top of vans and trailers. Others have more luxurious accommodations at the Indianapolis 500. You know, here the seats are handed down from generation to generation, and I'm proud to report that ABC Sports is continuing in that tradition because we've just signed a brand new contract to cover the Indianapolis 500 live for the next 4 years. Now, let's consider the front row, the Penske team. Roger Penske, the car owner on each of those cars in the front row. Consider the positions. Rick Mears on the pole, then Danny Sullivan and Al Unser Jr. Roger Penske is the winningest car owner at the Indianapolis 500. He may win yet today. Earlier, my colleague Sam Posey took a look at this most remarkable man.
Winning is a term that I guess manifested itself throughout our society for a number of years. And it is an indicator. You know, you win or you lose.
This was Roger Cyril Penske at the Culver Military Academy. Notice his cap is at just the right angle. The next step was Lehigh University, where he majored in industrial management. His interest in sports cars drew him to racing, and his disciplined, organized approach to the sport made him a winner of major races in the early 1960s. At 28, Roger cut short his budding driving career to enter the business world. He began with a Chevrolet dealership in South Philadelphia. His rise, swift and sure, was built on 18-hour workdays, high mobility via a pair of Lear jets, and a way of looking at things dead in the eye with a total absence of emotion. Today, the Penske Corporation grosses over $1 billion a year. Roger runs the biggest Toyota and Cadillac dealerships in America, the Hertz-Penske Truck Leasing Company, Detroit Diesel, a joint venture with General Motors, the race team, and 2 race tracks. There are other corporate millionaires, of course, and a few of them are involved in racing. But Roger is unique in that he was a racer first and a businessman second. And even today, racing is the thread that runs through everything he does.
Well, I think the big thing in racing, they don't wait for you. There's no excuses, and you have to make it happen. If you're at Indianapolis and you're 3 or 4 miles an hour slow and qualifications the next morning, you've got to do something about it. And typically it's, you don't wait for the phone to ring. You're more proactive, and I think that's kind of the way we feel in racing. There's a lot of follow-up. You're sure that things happen, and typically those kind of disciplines you don't find in many businesses. If you work hard for something, you're usually successful. The best athletes are the ones that train, that have discipline. The top business managers that I've met throughout the country are the ones that are putting the time in or interfacing, with their people, with their customers.
Morning, man.
And it works. It's the old-fashioned way, I guess.
Hey, nice to see you back from California, huh?
Bill it to Hertz Penske.
He leads by example, setting personal standards for effort and commitment which do not go unnoticed by the people, famous or otherwise, that he employs.
The amazing thing about Roger is his attention to detail, and it doesn't matter whether it's the race shop, the race cars, the Hertz Penske, the dealerships, they're all immaculately clean. Everything is perfect.
He's,
probably as straight a shooter as I've seen in the business. I mean, he's a tough businessman. And, you know, if he's going to make a deal, he's going to make a good deal. But it's usually a good deal for both parties.
Even the people that don't have day-to-day contact with him feel his influence.
I know Roger's in charge. You can see the difference already in the plant.
You were quite pessimistic before Roger took over. We're all wondering what we're going to do a year from now, but now there's hope for the future.
If there's one thing that's essential to his success that Roger himself thinks of as the key, it is
teamwork. Someone said, what'd you think about sitting 3 cars on the front row in Indianapolis? What I felt was how great that was for the 8,000 or 9,000 people that work for us, that it's their cars on that front row. And that would just manifest itself into pulling that whole team together. It's a common thread through our organization. I'm setting standards and goals every day for our people, and this is high profile, and to go out there and fall on your face, I fall a lot harder than most people think when we're not successful. As far as Indianapolis, if we don't go there to win, and we shouldn't go.
And there is Roger Penske live, no doubt wondering, can his cars finish 1, 2, and 3 today? Now, Danny Sullivan is now beginning to leave the garage area. There he is, walking alone, few friends behind, acknowledging those that are saying hello and wishing him luck. Julie Nimme comes out to the pits with him.
Yeah, how about you? You going out?
I came out to see if you need somebody to walk out with.
And the other Penske driver, the pole sitter, Rick Mears, still in the garage area and with Jack Arute.
And Rick Mears will be following his teammate Danny Sullivan out in that long walk very shortly, as Chris Mears there in the background getting ready to make the walk out with her husband. But for Rick Mears, the countdown continues, Rick, and what is the greatest day in your life, I suppose? Your last-minute thoughts.
Well, basically, we're just trying to relax a little bit and stay in out of the heat as much as possible. It's going to be a warm day today and very slippery, so just basically trying to relax, and once we get out there to the car, then we'll start thinking about what's going to happen on the start.
Your teammates flank you on the outside in the middle of that front row. Any thoughts or concerns about the start?
Not really. I think, you know, maybe it's a little relaxing having your teammates there, and it's just going to be, you know, get off to a smooth start, and whoever gets to the corner first is going to take the lead, and the rest fall in line. So that's really kind of the game plan for now.
Well, Rick Mears is ready, Paul. Ready for the Indy 500.
Danny Sullivan continues his walk out to the pit area at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And this is his destination, the starting grid, the main straightaway at Indianapolis. You know, this once-a-year meeting takes nearly a month. To look at this month past, here again is Jack Arute.
Like other Mays at Indy, the hunt has been for speed. Initially, the title of fastest went back and forth between Mario Andretti and Rick Mears. The quest for quickness, though, sometimes had a sting. Roberto Guerrero spinning in the same part of the track where a catastrophic testing accident nearly took his life 8 months ago. This time he was shaken, but uninjured. For many of the drivers here, like Derek Daly, it's one tough month.
There's nothing glamorous about being there every day and pounding around and trying to get the car to go faster. The best part about the month of May, I think, is the anticipation of race day.
On the eve of the first qualifying day, the Andretti-Mears duel reached a standoff when Mario and then Rick posted identical laps of 221.456 miles per hour.
When I see Rick and Mario do their 220s, I gasp for a minute and think, you know, that's incredible. I didn't really expect them to do that.
Others, like Bobby Rahal, were finding it hard just to get going, much less go 220. For the men behind the cars, it meant working into the early hours of qualifying day, looking for that exclusive extra mile per hour. Pole day is a time for huge crowds to bake in the sun and for race teams to make final preparations and hope.
It's nerve-wracking, particularly if you only have one car, as a lot of people have. It's up to me to make the most of it.
Andretti faltered on his pole run and left the stage to Rick Mears. Mears' pole-winning effort capped an unprecedented sweep of the 500's front row by car owner Roger Penske. Although a driver is alone when he tries to run the 4 fastest laps he can, it affects many.
The emotions at the time, particularly in qualifying, affect the people that are with the team and associated with the team, like Beth, would have an emotional high on qualifying day more so than I did. From my point of view, it was almost a relief that it was over.
Qualifying for the 500 is only part of the task in May. Public appearances and numerous seminars with sponsors are all part of whether a driver makes the grade. There are moments to enjoy the good life and the celebrity status. But sometimes for others, like three-time 500 winner Johnny Rutherford, simply making the field is a struggle. Or like Pancho Carter, who pushed beyond the limit.
Luck plays a great part in it. To go fast enough to qualify, you must put the car on the limit. To put the car on the limit, you risk not ever making the race.
Carter would destroy 2 cars within hours of each other on the second to last day of qualifying, and he ends up a spectator for this year's event. During the final moments of qualifying, 2-time 500 winner Gordon Johncock saw his car bumped from the field by a last-second run by Rich Vogler, the same man that just moments before Johncock bumped from the field. So now the exclusive group of 33 is complete. Derek Daly and the rest know only one will win.
For anybody that wins it, it's a life-changing event. They would look back on that one day, and it will be the focal point of their life till the day they die.
Well, many are asking if the Penske cars can hold off the other 30. Right now, it's empty cockpits, waiting, quiet motors. Brian Hammonds continues to follow Danny Sullivan as he counts the minutes to the start.
Danny, a lot of drivers wait until the very last moment to come out. There are a lot of people that want your time. There's a lot of distractions. Why come out so early?
Well, I just get too antsy sitting around back in there and thinking about too many things. I get a few distractions out here, plus it's real hot. Gives me a little time to get used to being in the suit and get a little sweat going.
Outwardly, you look very calm, very relaxed. Are you?
I wish that was the case. I got a lot of butterflies going right now and 1,000 thoughts about what to do.
Well, at least outwardly, Danny Sullivan looks about as relaxed as one can expect to look, considering he's going racing in Indianapolis. Paul?
Well, we're about 20 minutes now from the start of the engines as A.J. Foyt walks out of the garage area looking at his 31st consecutive Indianapolis 500-mile race. The grand champion, the first 4-time winner.
Tracy Dixon, you have a guest at the Northeast Gate. Tracy Dixon.
Good luck. Thank you.
A.J. Foyt. His last minutes with friends. Soon he will be alone.
Thank you.
Well, the fans at this great speedway, they have an opportunity to buy a final souvenir. But in a moment, we'll look at the most dangerous moment in the race, the start. And then we'll meet one of the loveliest ladies in racing, Katie Guerrero.
What's all this about you selling the Market Street building? My client's still interested in that space.
We accepted Gail's offer this morning.
Hello, Jason.
You could have made a counteroffer.
If you had let me know what was going on, I would have.
But I called your office yesterday. I left you a message.
You left me a message?
All week long, you've been thinking about today. It's race day. Time to kick back and taste the high life. Now the sun's hot. The Miller High Life's cold. The cars are ready. And so are you.
Stop and taste the high.
Miller High Life.
You know, there are a lot of places where you can look for an auto part. But here is where you'll find it. Napa. We've got your part. In fact, we have more than 125,000 parts available. Napa has parts for imports and other hard-to-find parts, and at the right prices. So don't waste time looking anyplace else. Come to Napa first. We've got your part.
Where can you find America's best-selling camcorder outfit with a free $149 telephoto lens? Perfect. The case, camcorder, and accessories are all yours for just $26 a month. Where? Only at Sears.
Look at that streaking. Guess I used the wrong stain.
You did. Only Thompson's Water Seal stain contains Thompson's Water Seal. It protects the color in the wood better than the leading brand.
With Water Seal stain, the next time won't be for a long time.
Thompson's Water Seal stain.
1911. The first Indianapolis 500 was seen by an estimated 50,000 spectators and was won by Ray Haroon with an average speed of 74.59 miles per hour.
Final ceremonies continuing at the Speedway, about 20 minutes to go to the start of the engines. Roberto Guerrero's machine so different from Ray Haroon's Marmon Wasp. Last fall, we feared Roberto Guerrero might not climb into that cockpit today, but he did so with the help of his wife, Katie Guerrero. Here's Sam Posey.
In 1987, Roberto Guerrero was having the season of his life. He won 2 races. He was leading the Indy 500 when his clutch failed, and he still finished second. It was a summer of happiness shared with his wife, Katie, and their son, Marco. They had just found out Katie was pregnant with their second child. And then Katie and Roberto's lives were changed.
Roberto Guerrero has crashed in turn 2.
He remains unconscious, still in critical condition. His vital signs remain stable. Best thing that we have to report today is that he began to respond to simple commands.
Roberto, I know you can hear me, but don't get frustrated. You'll be fine with time.
Roberto Guerrero had crashed during testing at Indianapolis. He would be in a coma for 17 days.
It was almost beyond comprehension for me to think that he was there laying there fighting for his life.
When Roberto awoke, he learned that Katie had rarely left his side. Doctors credit her presence with helping bring him around. She credits their son Marco.
He didn't have a lot of expression at first, but he had the very most expression that he had of all when he saw Marco, which was really neat.
Back at home in California, Roberto worked 5 hours a day on a computer to retrain his responses, always looking to the day when he would climb back in a racing car, because for Katie and Roberto, there was never a thought of his quitting.
Racing is something that's meant so much to me all my life that I think I would be a miserable person if I didn't race anymore. I just wouldn't be very happy at all. I don't know what I would do. So, you know, for the moment, I guess I'll keep doing it.
It's something that he loves so much, and it's something that makes him so happy that I wouldn't take that away from him.
Katie and Roberto met 7 years ago on a yacht in Monaco, but they have never been more in love than they are today.
It's hard to explain him, but he is the most loving and giving person that I've ever met.
I feel very lucky in having the family that I have. I feel very blessed as well. I'm the happiest guy in the world.
Katie and Roberto Guerrero have traveled a lifetime from a hospital room last October to the Indy 500 today, and they are thankful just to have made the journey.
Katie Guerrero now live, truly a loving human being as she thinks ahead to the start of the 500. Well, the crowd anticipates the start of the engine, but as the field rolls toward that starting stand, while we all hold our breath, it is the most dangerous moment. 33 cars maneuvering at 200 miles an hour and inches apart. Here again is Sam Posey.
Unleashing the starting field of the Indy 500 has always been a tricky business. 33 cars and drivers as tightly bunched as rush hour traffic, accelerating from 80 miles an hour to over 200, with no way to rehearse, no way to plan for what will happen. When the start goes smoothly, it is a thing of beauty, an affirmation of the driver's skill and judgment. But when it goes wrong, and it often has, it strikes terror in the heart. An image of chaos, vivid and unforgettable, is etched in our minds. Racing all at once seems stupid and futile, an extravagant waste. It is not surprising, therefore, that the officials of the Indy 500 have, through the years, done their best to develop a starting procedure that minimizes the risks. Chief Steward Tom Binford described it.
I listen to my pace car steward tell me how they're doing. I watch the monitor on TV. When they come out of the fourth turn, I take over visually and determine whether they're in sufficient formation, they're coming down fast enough, it looks like it'll be a safe start. If it is, then I punch the green button, The green light comes on, Sweeney raises his green flag. If they're not in formation, then the yellow light will remain on, and Sweeney will wave the yellow flag, and they will go around and try it again.
What matters the most is where you are in the field. Pole sitter Rick Mears explains.
The front row is great because it's a safer place and to be at the start of the race. As far as, you know, what I try to do is, obviously you try to get the jump on everybody else, you know, to get into the first turn first, and that's key at the start, is the initial movement to get the momentum going. If that doesn't happen, then I just look for the closest available slot to slide into safely.
Starting up front is very different from starting in the pack, as Phil Kruger is about to.
To start with just the congestion and the visibility problems through turbulence, and the problems with turbulence affecting the car are just not fun, and really it's just survival. That's the only thing that I think about the first few laps is survival. Get through those laps clean without any damage to the car, and then after the 2 laps, it's get to the 300-mile mark.
The start, the most critical moment of the race.
And of course, the objective to get through that first turn safely. This is the garage area, gasoline alley. For the most part, it is empty right now. Here is one of the last drivers to walk out as, again, live we watch Mario Andretti. After 19 years and his last win, will today be his second 500 victory. Gasoline alley, leading out to the track itself. Mario hesitates for just a moment. It's astounding how truly calm they appear as they walk toward their cars. Now Mario approaches the first contact with this giant crowd. Minutes to go to the green flag as the clock continues to count.
Listen to the heartbeat.
The new Beretta.
Of America.
A sport coupe that prefers a curve to a straight line, with a special sport suspension to conform to roads that don't conform. And a price as uncommon as the car itself. Beretta. For people who appreciate the not so straight and narrow.
The heartbeat of America.
Beretta.
That's today, Chevrolet. Listen to the heartbeat.
Quaker State. The big Q stands for quality. The engine in the new Quaker State Porsche Indy car develops 750 horsepower, so it takes an oil this good to protect it. At 11,000 RPM, engine temperatures soar to 800 degrees. Quaker State's advanced QSX formula is proven to run clean for unbeatable protection. And the Quaker State that protects this engine on the track is the same Quaker State you buy right off the shelf. Quaker State. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
They don't play favorites around here anymore. Do the job, you get what's coming to you.
Union, yes.
My union helps make sure I'm able to spend more of my time on the important things, like caring for my patients.
Say union, yes.
Working and raising a family at the same time isn't easy, no matter what you do. That's why we need our unions, to help us, to support us, to give us a voice.
America works best when we say union, yes. Ace is the place.
Ace 7-Star, our best latex flat wall paint, on sale now for just $9.97 a gallon. Hey, quality makes a difference, and at Ace, they've got you covered. Hey, let me tell you, Ace is a painting place for me.
Where can you find America's best-selling camcorder outfit with a free $149 telephoto lens? Perfect. The case, camcorder, and accessories are all yours for just $26 a month. Where? Only at Sears.
Look who's back on the Disney Sunday movie.
I'm coming to get you.
Bride of Boogity. Then, a network premiere.
My red on these guys will blow me away.
One man's vengeance will bring New York City to its knees. Turk 182, after the Disney Sunday movie Sunday.
World War II. No races were held during the war years of 1942, 1945. And the track fell into disrepair until it was purchased and restored by Tony Hulman in November 1945.
Trackside at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I'm Jack Arute, and you're looking at the gigantic crowd, and there's Danny Sullivan, and some of the drivers are getting ready to strap themselves in their cars, because there's only 14 minutes left to the command to start engines. As that start draws closer, let's check in high atop the start-finish line with my colleague, Sam Posey.
Thanks, Jack. This moment when the drivers are at their cars always seems so poignant to me. It's a time when, for so many of the rest of us, the long winter is finally over, and summer is almost here. We're beginning to relax a little bit, maybe break out the barbecue. But for these 33 drivers, they won't be doing any of that today. They will be putting it all on the line in the most nerve-wracking race anywhere in the world. And it's hard not to have a special feeling for each of them. Working with Paul Page and with me in the booth today will be three-time Indy winner Bobby Unser. And Bobby, of course, you've been through this many times, but I can remember in your career, you were always one of the last drivers out to the car. Was that gamesmanship or what?
No, it really wasn't, Sam. But just imagine, for example, if you come out in the track early, you've got about 300 people shaking your hand. Just think how tired your hand would be, and you yet have to run the hardest race in the world. So that really wasn't it. It was trying to stay back in the garage and also get a little bit of peace and do a little bit of thinking.
Well, they say it's going to be 85 degrees by noon today. What difference will that make?
It's not going to affect the drivers. There's no humidity today, so we have a nice day there. But it will affect the cars, both because they're going to go slow on the yellow flags, but mostly because the sun is shining on the track. There are no clouds today. Beautiful day. But what's going to happen is the rubber and the oil is going to make the track slippery today.
Quick word about the start.
We're going to see that in just a little bit. Penske front row, really fast guys. Mario Andretti right behind. Mario's going to try to beat Rick to the first turn, but I don't think he's going to make it.
All right. Well, it is just 12 minutes to go now before that moment when the gentlemen start their engines.
The formal ceremonies leading up to the start of the 500 are virtually unchanged throughout the history of the race. They are part of the great tradition, and they are coming up next.
Cars aren't cheap, never have been. That's why I never take shortcuts with cheap oil and air filters. Give me AC filters every time. AC filters match the original specs on my cars like a nut on a bolt.
Precision AC Delco parts. They don't just fit, they match.
Keep your car running the way it was made to run.
Now get up to $780 back on AC filters and plugs. See your retailer for details. Who would you say makes the best personal computers for business? The brand being added by the most major corporations? The one rated highest in performance by computer experts? The one that won the most industry awards? Or the one that's grown the fastest? Hard call, right? Not really. In each case, the answer is Compaq. It simply works better. Why does Indy 500 winner Rick Mears race on Goodyear Eagles exclusively? Because of the Goodyear Eagle contact patch and how it responds to the track. And why does Oldsmobile choose Goodyear Eagle street radials for the Indianapolis 500 pace car? A major reason is the Goodyear Eagle contact patch, where the car ultimately responds to the road. Goodyear Eagles, because there really is a difference.
I heard you got one, Fred. I just had to come over and take a look.
Yeah, wanted one all my life. Great. Look at the way it's put together. No wonder they last.
Mind if I just, sit behind the wheel? Oh, boy, would I like one of these. Can I take it for a spin?
Well, just in the front yard.
Oh, boy.
Nothing
runs like a deer.
Savages? Nah, just guys with skin a little irritated from shaving. That's why there's new Aquavelva skin conditioning aftershave.
Hey, that's a different kind of Aquavelva.
Right. It's a rich, creamy lotion for irritated skin. Guys prefer its soothing formula and great fragrance over the leading brand.
You savage.
New Aquavelva skin conditioning aftershave soothes the savage skin.
One more reason. There's something about today's Aquavelva man.
1950. The Speedway entered its 5th decade as post-war crowds streamed into Tony Holman's renovated facility in record numbers.
You're looking at Danny Sullivan as he's about to strap himself in the car. I'm Jack Arute. We're still trackside, and we only have 6 minutes to go, Paul Page.
Now on the straightaway, poised, ready. Look at that magnificent assemblage of people here for the 500. But now it is the Purdue All-American Band as they begin the formal ceremonies, along with Sandy Patty and the playing of the national anthem.
Of Anderson, Indiana, joins the Purdue University All-American Band in presenting our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Anderson, Indiana.
Indiana's Sandy Patty, the national anthem. The drivers still for the moment enjoy a few moments to stand. The crowd stands as well, as perhaps many of them will through the first several laps of the 500 miles. Mario Andretti. Last moments. In just a few seconds, he will strap into the cockpit of his Lola. Danny Sullivan, we've watched him throughout his morning. He is alone now. The earphones for his two-way radio blocking out the sounds. Now back to the straightaway again. The invocation.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll remain standing for the invocation to be delivered today by the Most Reverend Edward T. O'Meara, Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese of Indianapolis.
Good and gracious God, it is indeed proper that we pause this Memorial Weekend, for it is America's annual remembering time. May we never forget our country's fallen ones. The list of names is long and filled with pain. It includes now sailors who died in the Persian Gulf. Ease the pain of those who survived our country's conflicts. Watch over the men and women of our country's armed forces and make them instruments of peace. And dear my Lord, may we not forget those few Americans who are still so cruelly kept hostages. With their loved ones, we cannot rest till they are free. We ask special guidance for our president and a party first secretary. We long for trust and peace for our two great peoples. More we ask, your protection for these skilled and courageous drivers, their mechanics and their crews, and for ourselves as well. Make us better because all of us have been together this day. Then see us safe to our homes and continue to bless us with the beautiful weather of this glorious sunshine. Amen.
Of course, there is no forgetting that this is the Memorial Day weekend.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, will you please remain standing?
Those who served that America might be free.
On this Memorial Day weekend, we pause here in a moment of silence to pay homage to those individuals who have given their lives unselfishly and unafraid to make it possible for us to witness as free men the world's greatest sporting event. We also pay homage to those men who have given their lives unselfishly and without fear to make racing the world's most spectacular spectator sport.
Fans, it's once again time for the traditional singing of Back Home Again in Indiana. And once again, it is my privilege to introduce to you Mr. Jim Neighbors. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon through the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, how I long for my Indiana home.
As the traditional balloons ascend into the air, we switch now to Jim Philippi at the head.
And a stream of over 25,000 multicolored balloons drift into the Indiana skies. The final moment is at hand. The crowd remains standing, silent now, anticipating the roar that is about to split the Indiana afternoon. These giant grandstands filled to the brim. The drivers strap in their cockpits now. The crew standing by close and ready, waiting for this last moment. Everyone waits. The pulse quickens, the heart beats faster. This is the grandest moment in motorsports. Soon the 11 rows of three will unleash their furies down the main straightaway. 800 left-hand turns, 200 laps, 500 miles. We go now to the pace car.
For those 4 words that we have all been waiting to hear. To give the traditional command is Chairman Emeritus of the Board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Miss Mary Holman.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Are now started on the main stretch at Indianapolis, over 25,000 horsepower. The defending champion, Al Unser, is ready. There's Mario Andretti. He sits to the inside of the second row and acknowledges that his engines is fired is ready. Danny Sullivan poised in the center of the front row. Al Unser Jr. had a touch of the flu yesterday, feels better this morning. And the pole sitter, Rick Mears, he holds all of the qualifying records here at the 500-mile race. Will, at the end of the day, he hold the race record. Emerson Fittipaldi, the 2-time world driving champion. Visor down, sealed off from the noise in the world. And young Michael Andretti looks ahead to where his father sits. Roberto Guerrero, back in a race car after that injury last fall. And on board over Danny Sullivan's shoulder, there's the view we'll be seen throughout this race. The yellow lights flicker on the pace car just ahead, waiting as the engines are warmed and come up to temperature. The signal will be given and the pace car will roll away. The 11 rows of 3 are set to go. Michael Andretti, as you look over his right-hand shoulder, rows up ahead. And the crew says, go Michael and good luck, as the pace car rolls out and the field begins to roll away. The second row, the third row with Derek Daly and Scotty Brayton. There goes Michael Andretti. The field now rolling 3 laps to the green flag, and you sit in the middle of the front row with Danny Sullivan. The pace car just up ahead. 3 safety cars ahead of that. They'll drop off after the 2 parade laps. So let's take a look at the starting field for the 72nd running of the 500. The pole sitter, Rick Mears, then Danny Sullivan. Al Unser celebrates his birthday today. In the second row, Mario Andretti looks for his second win. Al Unser Jr. and Ari Lyondike. The third row, Scott Brayton, Emerson Fittipaldi, Derek Daly. In the fourth row, Michael Andretti, Randy Lewis, Roberto Guerrero. Kevin Cogan starts on the inside of the 5th row. Former winner Tom Sneva and Phil Kruger hopes for a win. In the 6th row, it's Dick Simon, Teo Fabi, and Scotland's Jimmy Crawford. Bobby Rahal, the 86 champion, on the inside of the 7th row. Raul Boisel, and the fastest rookie ever at the 500, Dominic Dobson. The 8th row, starting his 31st race, a 4-time winner, A.J. Foyt. And a rookie, grandson of a 2-time winner, Billy Vukovic, then Tony Bentonhausen. The 9th row, Carol Palmrod, Steve Chassie, and John Andretti. The 10th row is Rocky Moran, a rookie, Stan Fox, 3-time winner Johnny Rutherford. The 11th row, Ludwig Haimrath Jr., Rich Vogler, and Howdy Holmes. The starting field for the Indianapolis 500 as you look backwards from Michael Andretti's car, the camera mounted on the gearbox and underneath the rear wing, looking back to the cars coming up alongside. Randy Lewis and the rest. And there over the right-hand shoulder of Mario Andretti. And on board with Danny Sullivan as you watch him manipulate the steering wheel. Magnificent onboard cameras here to cover the 500. Let's now go to the pits, Jack Arute.
And Roger Penske, you're the only man that has cars on the front row for the first time in history. Is there any strategy? Did you work something out between the three drivers for the start?
Well, Jack, the first thing we did, we talked about getting a nice, clean start. It's a great opportunity to be up in front. I think that it's up to our fellows to have a clean start. And if Rick's in the corner first, I'm sure that the other fellows will tuck in behind. But again, it's got to be clean, and we'll see what happens. But I'm just looking for a safe race.
Well, you've got to be concerned about Mario Andretti as well.
Andretti's going to be real tough today, and he's a great charger. But I think he, even on the start, knows that the consequences that could happen in trying to get in the lead on the first lap are much greater than trying to win the race at the end.
Believe me, there's butterflies, Paul, down here.
Well, Roger Penske contemplates this 500-mile race and the very real possibility of a finish first, second, and third for the Penske team. But there are, of course, 30 others who will contest that possibility. The drivers now begin the second of their parade laps, waving to the crowd, saluting those fans who are here today. Perfectly aligned, the 11 rows of three. Let's take a look. 33 cars will start. They're looking for a little over $5 million in posted purses. The distance, 500 miles, 200 laps, and they'll be shooting for Bobby Rahall's 1986 race record. The makeup of the field, there are the engines and the chassis. A marvelous variety, more than we've seen in years. Several of the chassis, too, last year's models. Will it be an 87 or an 88 chassis that wins the 500? Former champions of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, of course, led by Foyt and Unser. Now, let's go down to the pits, Brian Hammonds.
Paul, there was a report that A.J. Foyt was leaking fuel on the parade lap, but that has not been confirmed. Jim Gilmore, the car owner, says no, everything is okay. The helmet wasn't secure at first, but now A.J., everything is fine. He's ready to go racing in Indianapolis for the 31st time. Paul, back to you upstairs.
Well, the indication from race control is that there was some fuel leakage, but it should clear up and does not represent a problem. They don't anticipate an action against A.J. Foyt. Probably in the hot sun, overflow of fuel. Mario Andretti, he looks ahead to the front row. That's Rick Mears just ahead of Mario. Danny Sullivan, defending champion Al Unser. And there's Danny. What a magnificent shot, especially when he comes past the main grandstands. Looking back from Michael's car, Randy Lewis drops back just a bit. Roberto Guerrero just off the left edge of the screen. Drivers now will surge forward and backward, easing their own nerves. Now Michael begins to weave the car, scrub the tires clean, bring them up to temperature. Off of the fourth turn at the conclusion of the second of two parade laps. The pace lap is about to begin. So let's take a moment. Consider the start coming. First, Sam Posey.
Well, Paul, I think one of the things that should be remembered is that the grid is set according to qualifying. It was done 2 weeks and 1 week ago. The last time these cars have been out on the track was this Thursday. Let's look at the times that were set then, because that may have more of a bearing on what happens in the next few minutes than the actual grid alignment. Mario Andretti was fastest at 215. Danny Sullivan second at 214. Rick Mears, who's our pole sitter right now, was only the third fastest at 213. So we may have a volatile situation here at the start, but I tend to agree with Roger Penske's assessment that everybody is looking to make a sensible start. The first rows are all filled with experienced drivers. It's only in the back that you have rookies.
Bobby, if you were in the front row, what would be your strategy?
Well, obviously, like Rick and Roger have said, get a good, clean start. You know, main thing is don't have any accidents, because the race would be too short if you did. But right now, what you see is the cars were strung way out, halfway or a fourth of the way around the racetrack. Now they're all gathering back up. These engines don't run well at low RPMs. They need a little bit of RPM. The tires need a little bit of working to get them warmed up. Now watch them line back up. Now that's a neat lineup. The guys that are going back and forth are just trying to get the extra debris off of their tires, Paul.
Well, the pace car is driven by the first man through the sound barrier, General Chuck Yeager. The pole sitter is Rick Mears as they come through the north chute and head for the fourth turn. Back with Mario Andretti. You can see that front row well aligned. The pace begins to pick up now as Rick Mears controls the front row coming to the line. The pace car already off the track and into the pit area. Dwayne Sweetie, the starter, has the green flag. They're aligned coming off the fourth turn. We look for the green flag now, as there it is. And the 1988 Indianapolis 500, the 72nd running is underway. Danny Sullivan moves to the outside and then dives into the lead in the first turn. Danny Sullivan leads coming across the short chute, followed by Rick Mears, Al Unser, and now Al is being challenged by his son for third place. Mario Andretti drops to fourth. Danny Sullivan leads down the backstretch. Then Mears. Now watch this fight here. Yellow flag is out as a car against the wall. Roberto Guerrero, and it looks to be Scotty Brayton. A third car is there as well. On the first lap, exactly what is the most fearsome moment of the race, what we have feared, what everyone fears. The yellow flag is out. Less than a lap is complete, and the race is running under yellow.
Technically, this was not, of course, a crash on the start itself. It's out on the turns. The sound that we hear has nothing to do with the crash. It's the bombs that they send off after the start of the race.
Bobby, we're looking at the rescue crews. They are there. They're very fast to respond. And there is Roberto Guerrero out of the car. So we've seen both Brayton and Guerrero climb out of that car.
Well, the accident didn't look very serious. We haven't seen a replay yet, so we can't tell exactly what happened. But it doesn't seem like it's a very serious accident, but it's just so easy. The first turn, the first lap is always a dangerous time of the race, and all it takes is one guy not to give just a little bit to the others until they get strung out. You touch just a little bit. We had one last year with Jose Garza. It's a shame we had one today because it's too long a time for Roberto to be out for next year.
It's too bad about Guerrero. You know, he has finished the last 4 consecutive Indianapolis 500s.
All right, we watch here. Here is one angle. You can see up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, coming off of the second turn. One car apparently losing it. Brayton and Guerrero go to the wall right in front of the corporate suites and slide along that wall. Dangerous situation here for Guerrero because he's pointed nose in, the softest part of the car. And look at that wheel bounce.
That can hurt you if a wheel comes up and hits you. And interestingly, as we have a look now from the race cam,
there's Scott Michael Andretti's car. That's Scotty Brayton behind.
This may be the best coverage.
He's already started to lose it. Now he loses it sideways. Guerrero goes high. But that was the wrong direction as Scotty takes Guerrero to the wall.
Brayton lost it right on the painted lines, didn't he? Exactly what happened to Danny Sullivan 3 years ago. It's very hard with these cars, especially when the tires are still cold, to go over the paint without losing control.
There you see both cars locked up.
Not Guerrero's fault at all. He was taken out by Brayton, clear as a bell, wouldn't you say?
So perhaps, fortunately, they were not moving at full speed, and that may have kept this from being worse than it actually is. The tire bounces to a stop, and Roberto Guerrero and Scotty Brayton out of the race before one lap is complete. There's his crew. Disappointment is obvious, as the wreckers now at the scene of the accident. We'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500-mile race after this commercial and a word from our local stations.
Musicians like to think the best light beer is the one we drink, and every rapping cat I know drinks Miller Lite. Ain't that so? Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Lights got body. Lights got soul. Don't stop me now. I'm on a roll. Get it right. There's only one light beer from a Miller Lite.
Ah, the joys of getting ready for summer vacation. So much to fit in, so many details to remember. That's why it's nice to know Holiday Inn hotels are always there, with everything you want in a vacation hotel. Now with summer great rates, enjoy it all for only $29, $39, or $49. But get going, rooms are limited. Call now for summer great rates at a great vacation hotel.
Friday. An inside look at David Bowie on stage from Sydney, Australia with his 87 World Tour. David Bowie's Glass Spider Concert, Friday.
When I played baseball, I could hit the ball halfway to China. So I figured I could do the same thing with a golf ball. No way. But after digging up some turf, there's nothing we like better than cold Miller Lite. It's less filling, and it's got that big taste us hackers appreciate. Where'd that go?
No matter where you play, there's only one light beer, Miller Lite.
Next time I'm going to use a driver.
Mary Corsi's car doesn't look quite like the cars she's on her way to see. They're a little noisier and a good bit faster. Mary Corsi is going to the Indianapolis 500, courtesy of Nationwide Auto Parts. Nationwide Auto Parts, Atlanta's #1 discount auto parts retailer, has been proud to be part of the Let's Go to the Races Indy 500 promotion with WSB. Congratulations to winner Mary Corsi, and thanks to everyone who entered and shopped at Nationwide Auto Parts.
Discovering Alabama, 2 travels Monday at 5.
ABC Sports exclusive live coverage of the Indianapolis 500 continues.
Well, we're back at the Indianapolis 500. 3 laps are complete, but they're being run under yellow as a result of an accident that destroyed this car and damaged 2 others. This is Roberto Guerrero's car, and right now his wife Katie is with Jack Aruth.
Well, Paul, you heard early in our pre-race show that Roberto and Katie Guerrero had traveled a long way to get to Indianapolis, but it's turned out to be a short afternoon with that accident. And I'm with Vince Granatelli right now as we look at Katie Guerrero. And Vince, you've talked to Roberto on the radio, his condition and also what happened.
Well, all he said was that Brayton spun in front of him. I'd have nothing to substantiate anything right now. Happened in turn 2. We're here in the front straightaway. We can't see anything. I guess the main thing is at this point that he's okay, and it's obviously very disappointing for everybody here. And
it's awfully emotional. I mean, not only for Katie as she continues to be consoled below us, but also for the entire team. It was written all across your faces that this month of May in less than a lap has totally gone up in smoke.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Obviously, it's not a happy moment for us right now. We had some really high hopes here, and at this point, we're going to have to wait till next year. I guess that's the worst part.
Katie, I know it's a difficult time right now, but he's okay.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the main thing. That's the important thing, and we'll just have to give it a go again next year. It'll be a long year in waiting, but we'll get him next year.
First time that you've ever experienced this at Indianapolis. He's always finished. Can you describe the emotions right now?
It's just devastating, especially so early on. You know, it's just the last thing that you run through your mind, the worst scenario, going out like that. But we've had 4 good years before, and we'll have many good years ahead of us, I'm sure.
If there's a family, gentlemen, that believes in positive thinking, it's Roberto and Katie Guerrero, and they're going to have to believe awfully hard today. Back to you.
What a terrible disappointment, though. Twice he finished second, a third and a fourth. This is the first time he did not finish. Scott Brayton's car is on the hook there as well. And we mentioned a third car. It's the number 16 car of Tony Bettenhausen, also involved in this accident on the start. Now we're looking from Michael Andretti's car. You see Scott Brayton simply lost it, crossing the line, took Guerrero and Bettenhausen to the wall with him on the second turn of the first lap of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. So let's take a look now, Sam Posey, at this accident.
Paul, I have, I think, a different interpretation of the accident, because it looks to me as if Tony Bettenhausen, if we play this just a little bit more, I believe he is right here starting to lose it. In other words, he was not part of the accident which involved, you see there, the circle that I put around the car of Bettenhausen. In other words, he was not involved with the main accident per se. Whether he saw that ahead of him and that sparked a reaction, I don't know. But it's interesting that he, like Brayton, was driving over those painted lines at the time that he lost control. He's a real veteran of this race, though I think having his 8th or 9th start, Tony Bettenhausen, so it's a surprising thing that it happened.
Well, Bobby Unser, we've seen it, not 1 but 2 separate accidents. The first with Brayton and Guerrero, and then Tony Bettenhausen. Your analysis?
Well, the most likely scenario is there's been some fluids dropped on the pavement, on the racetrack. You can see the other cars, aside from the wreck, you can see the other cars going to the inside of the white line completely, so they're trying to get away from the fluids.
All right, so 3 cars out of the race, the first 3 positions already determined. At the Indianapolis 500, we continue under yellow with 4 laps complete. We'll be back.
Why does Indy 500 winner Rick Mears race on Goodyear Eagles exclusively? Because of the Goodyear Eagle contact patch and how it responds to the track. And why does Oldsmobile choose Goodyear Eagle street radials for the Indianapolis 500 pace car? A major reason is the Goodyear Eagle contact patch, where the car ultimately responds to the road. Goodyear Eagles, because there really is a difference.
I'm pretty good at baseball, but at SLR cameras, I was really green. Then I got Canon EOS, the only autofocus SLR with the green zone. The green zone makes EOS mistake-proof. Plus, EOS lenses have computers and motors built in, so anyone can shoot like a pro. Even him. Hey, you see? Canon EOS, more than autofocus, easier than ever.
Buy EOS today with no money down, low monthly payments at participating Canon dealers.
This year, thousands of people who thought they bought a house paint that would last, and last, and last, will discover what they really got for their money. The wrong paint. Make sure you get the right paint. Durable Glidden Spread House Paint, a paint that really lasts. On sale now for a low price that won't. Glidden, your paint should be this good.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500. Lap number 5, and the green flag comes out once again. The yellow waved at the middle of the first lap, but now we are back racing as Rick Mears challenges his teammate Danny Sullivan going into the first turn. But Sullivan shoots ahead, coming off of turn 1. It is now Sullivan chased by Mears, and then a nice fight developing between the Unser family for third position. Look at Sullivan pull away.
Well, everybody always wondered, did Penske have a game plan? If he has a game plan, it's just the opposite of what everybody thought. Danny Sullivan is racing Rick Mears just as hard as he can, Paul.
I'm not so sure. Would part of the game plan, Bobby Unser, be for Sullivan to be the rabbit and try to pull the field away?
Well, I really think what happens is they just have zero game plan, and those guys are racing their own race. That's generally the way Roger does it.
Danny Sullivan accelerates now. Rick Mears is in pursuit. Down the main stretch at the Indianapolis 500, and you ride in the lead at the Indy 500 on board with Danny Sullivan as he comes through the first turn.
What did Sullivan just do? Did he pull one of his tear-offs off his visor to get better vision? Did he wave suddenly to the crowd with a clenched fist like, I'm leading the race?
He's given a signal to the pit, Sam, that he understood what they just said. He's just saying, hey, I heard you with his hand.
Does that mean that the radios perhaps are not working right?
That could be. Radio's not very reliable here, as well as we all know.
Here is the battle for third place. The defending champion, Al Unser, his son, Unser Jr., right behind.
Well, Al and his dad are really going at it. They have a race just like they were going for the lead. But I think that they're both kind of showing us that they've got 500 miles almost to go yet.
Well, we've talked about teams and whether or not teams would get together, but what about families? Have these two talked?
No, they definitely don't get together. There is no game plan with them at all or between them. They actually run their own race. And in fact, at times, as we watch their racing, we wonder if they don't run a little bit harder.
You're watching the fight for third place. Danny Sullivan leads it, chased by Rick Mears. This is Al Unser, the family Unser, senior and junior, as they fight for third.
Now, if you're wondering why Junior doesn't pull up a little bit closer to his dad, one of the reasons is the turbulence that these cars give off makes it very hard to run close up behind another driver. And it isn't until you are determined to make the pass that you close in and really start to struggle in that turbulence.
Also, Sam, to add to that, if the car stays up close to the other one, say, for example, 3-5 laps, the engine starts running hot on the car behind because the air is no longer smooth coming back into the radiators.
And it's a hot day. I mean, so obviously that is a factor. However, it would seem as if the leaders, at least, are well spaced out, Paul. Right now, nothing volatile here. Everyone content with where they are in the early going.
Well, of course, after the yellow flag, they come back to the green flag single file. That gives them an opportunity to string out just a bit, and it gives a definite advantage to the leader, Danny Sullivan. He battled with Rick Mears for just a moment. Now Rick seems to have dropped back. He's about a second and a half behind the leader, Danny Sullivan. Then comes Al Unser as we take a look at a lap here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The guess was they would run at over 205 miles an hour. Let's see if that actually is true, as Danny Sullivan already is on the backstretch of this 2.5-mile oval, 50 feet wide at this point.
Sullivan, of course, is celebrating the fact that he has an open track ahead of him, and you see this fabulous view of it and also of the crowd, because he knows that within 3 to 4 laps, we may even see other cars on that main straight looking ahead of him, that he's going to start lapping the slower cars. And then this glorious run, leading the Indy 500 out all by himself, will be over and he'll be into traffic.
42.7 seconds.
210
Sullivan.
210-mile-an-hour laps. That is a little bit faster than we figured this early in the race, Paul.
Gilly Nimmy keeps time in the pit for Danny Sullivan. As we take a look at Danny Sullivan on the backstretch.
The speeds that we're looking at, top speed probably about 220. That's a little bit off what they qualified at 228 to 230 top speed, because they reset the wings and the chassis for more downforce in the race.
So Danny Sullivan begins to overhaul the back of the field, and Ludwig Haimrath Jr. just ahead. The question to Danny Sullivan is, are you more serious as a racer now than when you began to drive the Indianapolis cars?
Well, I don't know if I'd say I'm more serious. I think it's probably just changed. Obviously, at that stage, when you're hungry and you're trying to get to that level where you're trying to gain everybody's respect and win some races and get established. And after you've won some races and then won Indianapolis, your hunger is a different kind. You realize what that success means, what it's all about, how great it feels, and you want more of it. But I don't know if I'd say that I'm really trying to establish or become more serious at that level.
Well, as you can see, Danny Sullivan now has his hands full, because already in just 13 laps, he has come upon the back of the 500 field and begins to work his way through traffic now.
Well, he certainly has. The race, for one thing, is a little bit faster than we expected, Paul, and there's been a little bit of mix-up with Mario not being as aggressive at the start as we thought he might be.
Let's go to the pits now, Jackaroo.
Paul, a couple of laps ago, you were speculating as to whether there was a problem with Danny Sullivan's radios. We've checked with Derek Walker behind me. He says no. The reason for that clenched fist, it seemed from inside of Sullivan's car, Indianapolis 500 emotion. Back to you.
Well, the emotion of the Indianapolis 500 gets everybody, and apparently including the one very cool Danny Sullivan.
You know, I thought that was it. I know Danny pretty well, and I think he's saying, I'm leading this thing again. And incidentally, it's a guy to whom winning this race would mean a great deal. Danny is not a guy that's going to be around this sport forever. You see him here from our camera inside the cockpit. Look at his eyes as he checks the rearview mirror, then looks back out on the road ahead of him, which is coming at it at over 200 miles an hour. But he is going to retire, and it's not going to be all that far away. And I think a second Indianapolis victory would send him maybe on his way. And I asked him, about retirement. He said, well, one plan I've got. I'm going to take all my trophies to a sculptor in Paris called Cesare and have them compacted into one rectilinear form. So he's already thinking ahead at this point.
So Danny Sullivan moving up through the field now. Because he's engaging slower traffic, his lap speed is dropping down. His last lap came at about 190 miles an hour, so it's fallen off considerably. Danny Sullivan still poking his nose in between other cars, and then jumps forward, comes out and around.
Paul, one of the main reasons he's slowing down right now is that he's into the traffic. He's lapping cars, which we don't expect him to do. The front cars go so fast early on. The rear cars have traffic all the time. Danny's been cleaned right to them.
And of course, when he threads his way through those slower cars, many of whom he doesn't know, he has to be very, very careful. Danny Sullivan leads the Indianapolis 500, followed by Rick Mears, and then Al Unser and his son, then Mario Andretti and Ari Lyondike. As we watch Danny Sullivan work his way around the 2.5 miles of Indianapolis. Danny Sullivan has a 2.8-second lead over the second-place car of Rick Mears. We'll be back with more right after this.
On the
the road again.
Valvoline High Performance Motor Oil with special formulas to help keep cars like yours on the road and on the road again.
And I can't wait to get on the road again.
When you're on the road again, stop by your participating retailer and join Team Valvoline. You can save up to $3 when you buy these quality Valvoline motor oils. Plus, enter to win one of 10 Pontiac Grand Prix. Details available at store displays.
The Indianapolis 500 is being brought to you by Goodyear Eagle Tires. Goodyear, because there really is a difference. Miller Lite. From great taste, there's only one light beer. And by Dianetics, the national self-help bestseller by L. Ron Hubbard.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500. The fight is for second place. Rick Mears, the first yellow car, then Al Unser, and then his son, as little Al tries to get Dad as they come onto the main stretch now. Slower traffic just ahead, and three drivers who are brilliant at holding on to that traffic just ahead. Little Al drops back just a bit. Big Al closes in on Rick Mears. A tremendous fight for second.
Boy, that is a fight. And here's Mario coming up behind. We're having a better race early in the race than I've seen in a long time, Paul.
So we're watching second, third, fourth, and fifth. Mario Andretti just off the edge. That white car off the edge of your screen as the front of the field begins to close down. In second place, and here comes Al trying to come past Rick Mears, and little Al tries it as well. He's forced down on the inside. Rick Mears holds on to the high side. Look at that fight. Al Unser has second place now. Little Al has third. Rick Mears drops back to fourth, followed by Mario Andretti.
You can watch little Al. He's to the left trying to get some clean air. All he thinks he needs is a little bit of traction. He's going to go right by his father. Now, I have to think if there's something wrong with Rick Mears, so probably, look at Mario go by him. Probably going to make an adjustment to his car when he comes to the pit, Paul.
So Mario Andretti comes past Rick Mears as well, and now Ari Leyendijk is lined up behind Rick Mears. So a new second place, while Danny Sullivan is now a full 6 seconds out in front of the second place car.
All right, so I think you have to say what is wrong with Rick Mears. Is it something mechanical and we're going to see the end of him soon? Or is it something in the handling? They just didn't guess right for today. And I think if it's that, and you see Roger Penske, he is in communication with Rick. Then when the first pit stops come up and they're not far away, then we'll see the first of the changes to Rick Mears' car. And if there's anybody out here today that's good at knowing what's wrong and what to do about it, it's Rick Mears.
All right, what could possibly be wrong with Rick's car? Let's go to the Penske pits and Jack.
Well, there's a lot of activity here in the Roger Penske-led pit for Rick Mears. What they are going to do is they are going to adjust the handling on the car, and they may very well bring him in the next 5 laps. There are what is called a wicker bill that goes on the wings. Well, they'll make some adjustments to that, possibly replace one to try and get better handling. Things are going to get hectic here in just a moment as you change 4 tires, add 40 gallons of fuel, and try to do it in 18 seconds, as well as readjust the handling on the car. Let's go back to you.
We watch Mario Andretti as he chases down Rick Mears. Now, the wicker bill, Bobby. You actually helped develop it. Let's explain it.
Yes, that's a little tab. It goes on the back of the wings, either the rear or the front wing. And what it does is it generates about a third more energy by having them on, but it does hurt straightaway speed. So what they do is to trade off. Sometimes they make it as small as they can go to have a little bit more straightaway speed.
So Rick Mears, for a moment there, bobbled a car coming through the first turn. Mario caught up behind traffic now as he continues his pursuit.
And you know, all month it was Penske this, Penske that. People thinking that the Penske team would just pull out all 3 cars almost abreast of each other and pull away from the field. My point has always been, this is the Indy 500, where the unexpected has to be counted on. And as you can see now, the Penske team is already in bad trouble with their lead driver, Rick Mears.
Carry it further, the Indianapolis 500, where the unexpected is commonplace. Now, let's go down to the pits. Brian Hammonds is back at the hospital. Brian?
Paul, the news is good back here at the infield hospital. All 3 drivers, Scott Brayton, Tony Bettenhausen, and Roberto Guerrero, all have been checked out here at the hospital. All 3 are okay and will be released from the infield hospital here shortly. Paul, back to you.
Well, there couldn't be better news. There you see it, the Hanna Emergency Medical Center. Dr. Henry Bach and his staff keeping track of these drivers. It is mandatory that whenever there is an accident, they go to the hospital despite how good they say they feel.
A footnote.
As we watch Mario Andretti as he makes the challenge now, but Rick slaps the door shut.
A footnote, of course, to Guerrero's crash is that it happened within about 150 feet of that crash last September was put in the hospital unconscious for 17 days. So there's a part of this racetrack that Roberto Guerrero is not having much luck with.
So Mario Andretti now begins to move in a battle for 6th place. He comes around Rick Mears and picks up the 6th position. Fights all at the front of the field right now as Mario Andretti begins to make his move. You're on board now, looking over Mario Andretti's right-hand shoulder through the second turn. Slower traffic just ahead. He should be able to handle that rather quickly, and right behind, Rick Mears continues to try and keep up. So at the Indianapolis 500, it is Danny Sullivan that leads. And Mario Andretti has begun his move. But Danny leads by 11 seconds. We'll be back.
Me mind on fire, me soul on fire, feeling hot, hot, hot. Yes, sir! Hot, hot, hot.
The temperature's rising, and nothing beats the heat better than an ice-cold, great-tasting Miller High Life, Miller Lite, or Miller Genuine Draft. So make sure you stock up now, because it's getting awfully warm out there.
Hot, hot, hot.
And look for Miller's Triple Take Offer. We've got a deal on a cooler that's...
All right, where's Joey? He should be back by now.
Here he is.
Let me explain something, kid. The winner here can take home $500,000.
I know.
You win with one battery. That's not it.
Since 1971, more Indy winners have started with the same Sears diehard you can buy for your car than with any other battery in the world.
To some, it's routine maintenance. To others, it's an act of love. If you truly appreciate fine machinery, you protect it with Purolator filters.
Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard. A fresh look at today's problems. Buy your copy wherever paperbacks are sold.
Sir, would you choose hamburger A, a Wendy's hamburger that's made fresh, or B, a pre-made hamburger that's been sitting around?
I'll take A.
Really?
No, B. I said B.
No, you didn't, sir. You said...
Most people prefer fresh hamburgers like Wendy's, the best burgers in the business.
Saturday on ABC Sports. Roll into action with the Showboat PBA Doubles Classic. Bowling's best team up for the finale of the Pro Bowlers Spring Tour. Then on ABC's Wide World of Sports, it's non-stop excitement. Olympic medalists Brian Boitano, Debbie Thomas, Katarina Witt, Brian Orser, and Bestyamanova and Bukin cut loose. The pressure's off and they're on for a spectacular night of Olympic champions. Plus the mini marathon from New York City. All Saturday on ABC Sports.
27 laps are complete at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Danny Sullivan leads it by 15 seconds over the second-place car. Currently, Mario Andretti. As Danny Sullivan streaks down the main stretch in the pits, Rick Mears heads for the Penske team and some Penske service. Now, will they be going for a change in the aerodynamics on the car? There's Rick Mears. The crew goes to work, led by Peter Parrott. No movement at the back of the car yet that I see, Bobby Unser. Maybe they're not going to. They're going to change the front wing.
What they're doing, Paul, is changing the stagger on the rear tires. That will have a lot to do with the way it handles, and they made an adjustment to the front wing.
So an adjustment to change the aerodynamics on Rick's car. Now, this car, number 6, Mario Andretti, they have displayed the black flag to him, and you can see the reason. He's spewing some vapor at the back of the car.
That's oil, Paul. Anytime it comes out blue, that's definitely oil. We just can't tell right now whether it's the transmission or the engine.
Bobby, Posey, what a devastating blow.
Oh, absolutely. But I just want to quickly make the point that Mario Andretti is running a Chevrolet engine, as are all the leaders in this race right now. Chevrolet engines have only once completed a 500-mile race. That one a less demanding race on the engine than this one. So there's a big question mark. All the Penske cars run Chevrolets, Mario, Little Al, and if it's a problem that might strike the rest of them, this race could be turned upside down in a hurry.
Okay, Sam, but just one quick note on that. The smoke is coming out awfully low. That's normally where the transmission, so it may be the transmission instead of the engine. Usually it comes out of the turbocharger, the engine, but not always. Let's see.
So Mario Andretti stays out. The smoke gets worse. Al Unser Jr. But look at this. As he comes along, Little Al, he accelerates strongly. So either Mario is not aware. Here comes Danny Sullivan, the leader of the race, as he rolls into the pits. Second place. It's take over the lead, and that's Mario. Let's go to Jack.
Well, Danny Sullivan comes to service with the Penske team, and they go to work, adding 42 gallons of methanol fuel. Sullivan looks over to Derek Walker, his crew chief, for any hand signals as to how the work is going. They've checked everything over, and it's a very quick stop. He's off and away. Back up to you.
So Danny Sullivan rolls out, but the question is, will Rick Mears beat him into the lead? Because second place Mario Andretti came in. The officials checking that car now. They've apparently decided it's okay. Whatever the problem was, it's all right. They can go with it. So Mario Andretti rolls out of the pits, but remember, his time at Indianapolis has been one of incredible bad luck for 19 years. Sam Posey reports.
This is a tale of frustration and dashed hopes that begins, strangely enough, with victory in the world's biggest race. It was 1969, and 29-year-old Mario Andretti, in only his 6th Indy 500, won in a way that suggested he would be making a visit to winner's circle again and again. But he never has. Listen to some of the reasons he's broken down. Burned piston. Crash, out of fuel, crash, broken header, lost wheel, accident. And these weren't the failures of a backmarker out of contention. Mario has always run at the front with a good shot to win. Against this litany of failure, however, came stunning success in many other forms of racing, including the World Driving Championship in 1978. But at Indy, well, this was typical. The start of the 1982 race. Kevin Cogan spinning, Mario plowing into it. A race Mario could have won? His teammate Gordon Johncock did, and Mario had been faster than Gordy all month. Or this, Mario leading, Sullivan attempting to pass, spins. But instead of wrecking his car, he recovers to win. Sometimes Indy has dealt Mario more than just defeat. It has threatened his life. Stunned, he was able to walk away. It is in the Andretti character to find strength in adversity, to look at each setback as improving his odds for the next race. And fate certainly is kind to him elsewhere. Here he wins his 3rd race at Long Beach. It's just that at Indy, well, this was last year when he was a lap ahead of the pack. Victory in sight, 23 laps to go, and the engine quit. Will he ever win again? He's 48. His time may be running out, but his determination never will.
Mario Andretti back on the track. Al Unser, who was the leader for the moment, and a car with a problem on the pits as the yellow flag comes out.
Looks like Tom Sneva. Tom Sneva, the former Indianapolis champion.
And what a terrible situation this is. Sneva started 14th. He moved up to first place, was coming for the pits, and smacked into the wall. Tom Sneva climbs out of his car and walks away.
He's actually in the pit lane, Paul.
He certainly is. Bobby Unser.
Well, that's most likely, you know, it's very rough coming into the pits here, and he most likely came in just a little bit fast, and we haven't seen the replay yet, but the cars have a tendency. We've seen Foyt spin coming into the pits, so it isn't that it's hard to do.
You know, part of the problem is that the pit road is very rough, and also they're so accustomed to running fast. Now watch. Perhaps we can see here what happened to Tom Sneva. He actually lost it coming off of the fourth turn, tapped the outside wall, and spun down into the pit area.
Look how lucky he was not to hit the end of the pit wall on the right there.
He was very lucky on that, Sam. He almost hit that, but he clipped the outside wall, came in, hit the inside wall, almost hit the pit wall there. So
Mario Andretti in the pits. They continue to work on his machine, so obviously that situation a little more serious than originally reported, but we can get an update from Brian Handley.
Paul Bobby Unser had it right on. It is the problem in the gearbox. Mario is sitting idly in the car, the crew trying to get this problem solved, but meanwhile the engine is dead. Mario is just waiting helplessly in his pit, so it's a serious problem. Paul?
And now they are saying you cannot come into the pits. Bob, most of the cars have made their stop, so it's not a problem.
Okay, but that's a day in the drivers' meetings. All the drivers fear, Paul, is they're going to shut the pits down. There may be a car that really needs to come in there, but right now it's against the rules. No matter how bad you need to come in, you can't do it.
First time that we have seen that, as the field now under yellow goes around the field. Now, this is not the only situation that has affected the pits. A few moments ago, Teo Fabi.
Fabi in the Porsche engine car, of course.
Oh, look at that. A wheel. Dangerous situation here. That wheel carries a great deal of inertia. Fortunately, it stopped right there. But what I don't understand is the new rules require that all these wheels are locked on the cars. Now, that was coming right off the pit stop itself. Perhaps the lock just didn't engage.
Well, we haven't seen that yet. Most likely it wasn't just that the wheel nut was left loose. It's probably going to be that something broke right on the outside part and the whole hub came off.
So the Porsche-powered machine of Teo Fabi, it is a march. They push it back to the pits, and perhaps they can get it back into the competition. We are under yellow once again at the Indianapolis 500.
Listen to the heartbeat of America. It's the rhythm of the moon. It's the pulse of the sea. Starlight neon light.
You don't have to spend $1 million to look like you did. Just catch the brand new beat, the all-new Chevy Cavalier.
The heartbeat of America. That's today's Chevrolet.
Quaker State. The big Q stands for quality. The engine in the new Quaker State Porsche Indy car develops 750 horsepower, so it takes an oil this good to protect it. At 11,000 RPM, engine temperatures soar to 800 degrees. Quaker State's advanced QSX formula is proven to run clean for unbeatable protection. And the Quaker State that protects this engine on the track is the same Quaker State you buy right off the shelf. Quaker State. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
There's no office politics here. Now when something opens up, I know I'll get a fair shot.
Union, yes.
I'm taking time off for my baby. And it's good to know my job will be safe.
Say union, yes.
Imagine the questions our kids will have when they start to work. The world is changing, and our unions give us a voice in how things change.
America works best when we say union, yes.
Who makes the best personal computers for business? When you rank different models, a startling pattern emerges. The most powerful PC in the world, the most powerful portable in the world, and the most powerful mid-range PCs in the world all have one thing in common. They come from the company whose annual sales reached $1 billion faster than any other in history. Compaq. It simply works better.
Saturday, Olympic greats including Brian Boitano, Debbie Thomas, Katarina Witt, Brian Orser, and Elizabeth Manley dazzle on their sold-out tour. Be in the audience for standing ovations at a night of Olympic champions, plus the mini marathon from New York City. All on ABC's Wide World of Sports, Saturday.
We're back under the yellow flag at the Indianapolis 500. 37 laps are complete. Danny Sullivan, through a series of pit stops, is once again our leader. And Ari Lyondike being reported now in second place. We mentioned he was moving up through the field. Great deal of confusion out there for the teams as the several incidents have slowed this race down, brought the average speed down to 144 miles an hour and under the yellow flag at the moment. That is a result of Tom Sneva's incident coming off of the fourth turn and hitting the outside wall than the inside pit wall. Here's the order at the moment. Danny Sullivan leads under the yellow, followed by Lyondike, and then the Unser family, junior and senior. Jim Crawford, that Buick-powered machine, moving up into the top of the order. At the Indianapolis 500 under beautiful blue skies today. Temperature expected to go to 85 degrees. Tomorrow night, it's the season premiere of ABC's Monday Night Baseball. 4 of baseball's top teams square off when the Los Angeles Dodgers battle the first-place New York Mets, or the New York Yankees take on the front-running Oakland A's. Check your local listing for the game in your area. Action begins live at 8 Eastern tomorrow night and only on ABC Sports. So as we take a look at the first 37 laps of the Indianapolis 500, leadership has changed twice here, though Tom Sneva came very close, about 500 yards away from being scored as the third leader, and then hit the wall. 3 lead changes as that battle is seesawed in front. And so far we've had 2 yellows. We're still under yellow, completing our 10th lap of yellow flag. Average speed way down right now owing to those yellow flags. Out of the race, that first lap accident, Guerrero, Brayton, Bentonhausen. Stan Fox is out of the race, and of course you saw the accident of Tom Sneva. No cause given for Stan Fox's retirement at the 500.
Interesting point. You see 4 out of the 5 guys that are out of the race are out because of crashes, and yet no one has been hurt. Good point about the strength of the car.
Let's go to the pits, Jack.
Paul, you're looking at a transmission very similar to the one that put out Mario Andretti out of this race. Well, this transmission has put out the gentleman that we were traveling with all month, Derek Daly. Derek, a tough way to end a month, is it not? Mechanical problems?
It's such a shame because our plan was perfect. Emerson was actually holding me up for a while, but I was content to sit there because I was still as quick as Mario and Lyondike. And then out of the blue, we had a transmission break, and that's life in the fast lane.
You talk about the scope of the Indianapolis 500. We understand you had a family reunion back in Dublin watching this show live today.
I had 18 people in the front room at my home, and I'm fine. The next good day is on the way.
Let's talk about track conditions very quickly. They seem to be unbelievably bad.
They are more slippery now than we've had all month here. Obviously, not just because of the heat, because of the humidity. Several times I was on the brakes just to balance the car because the understeer was so bad going in, but it's the same for everybody. Everybody's going to have to cope.
And yet it doesn't seem as if it's affecting Danny Sullivan as badly as some of the others.
I think Danny's running in clean air, and when Sneva ran behind me by himself, he was very fast. When he got up behind me, he wasn't anywhere near as fast because of the dirty air. So Danny's got an advantage running at the front.
Well, Paul, it looks like we're going to get back to some action. Let's go back up to you.
And let's ride with Danny Sullivan as you look over his right-hand shoulder, coming to the 4th and final turn, leading onto that log straightaway. Again, the green flag from Dwayne Sweeney. And again, we are racing at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rick Mears, right behind him, is being scored at the moment as 1 lap behind the leader. So Danny Sullivan well out in front, Bobby Unser.
Well, they're having really a go at it. Rick, if he is in fact a lap behind, which he apparently is, Paul, is trying to get by Danny so he can make up that lap, and then on another yellow he could. And there's our second place, Harry Lyondike. Now, he's really been going good today. Nobody's seen him much, but he's really been hauling.
Harry Lyondike from the Netherlands never won a race in the Indy cars, never at Indianapolis, but this could be his day. He certainly is due.
The reason Rick Mears is a lap back, he made a second pit stop, presumably to try to correct the handling. And it's interesting now with, well, only one of the Penske cars out front, that the strategy of sheer numbers, which is the Penske organization philosophy, the idea of basing their approach on scale, is paying off at this point because they need all the cars that they have got. And it's interesting. A lot of people say, well, Roger can do this because he has so much money and he has such a big organization. But it's really the other way around. He spends this much and he approaches it in this way because he knows that the nature of racing at Indianapolis is exactly like what we've been seeing, which is unexpected things. You need a lot of guys out there.
So Ari Lyondike running in second place right now, and look at how good that machine handles as he battles with Bobby Rahal.
Yes, and Bobby Rahal. Normally we look at Bobby Rahal as leading these races, but now you see Ari Lyondike just really working on him hard, and there he goes by. Rahal has not been quite as good so far this year.
You're on board with Bobby Rahal. looking ahead. His strap is what you see flapping around at the edge of that cockpit.
That's the bottom of the helmet, the little strap that goes up and holds his helmet. It's not a factor. It's a very light piece of material, Paul.
Yeah, the point is his helmet is held on. This isn't danger for him.
Well, here is a fight for third place right now. The family Unser continues their battle. Al Unser Jr. and his dad. It is Al Unser that is in front at the moment. Battle for third place.
Everybody's finding it difficult to get by Bobby Rahal, so it must be a little bit. There's a shot of Little Al and Big Al on the back of Rahal. That's a beautiful shot, Paul.
As Little Al and Big Al continue to battle, and just in front of them, two slower cars that they will have to engage in just a moment. What a great shot from Bobby Rahal's cars. Little Al now breaks off from his dad and breaks off the fight.
The track has been slippery. If you'll notice, a lot of the cars are running completely down to the grass, as you see Little Al did there. And what happens is, we've already lost 2 transmissions, and Lord only knows how much other oil. So at the moment, the racetrack is generally slippery.
And there goes Al around Bobby Rahal. In a few moments, we'll be talking about Bobby Rahal's engine, because it could be a factor toward the end of the race. It's a Judd engine, and they say that he'll go farther with the same load of fuel. Look at Al come to the inside. Ari Lyondike, Al Unser Jr. all fighting, and Big Al gets around his son as they head toward the first turn in an absolute traffic jam.
Boy, that was a good pass. He had a real good toe. He whipped the car completely to his left. He had a good enough toe where he had to go brawl up right there, Paul.
I have been watching races in Indianapolis since 1963 when I first came here as a kid and sat in the stands just behind where we are right now. I've never seen action as good as this on the racetrack.
Boy, I'll agree with that, and I go back a few years further than that, Sam.
And you look it, too.
At the Indianapolis 500-mile race, it is still Danny Sullivan that leads it. Ari Lyondike with a magnificent run of the day, and Mario Andretti, we keep following him. His car is still in the pits, but you ride now with the leader at the 500.
Well, and interesting.
So Danny Sullivan out in front, and he leads by a full 23 seconds, and then that wonderful battle between second, third, and fourth. We'll be back.
Too many people think a spark plug's a spark plug. Well, all spark plugs aren't alike. These AC copper core plugs match my car's specs like rounds in a chamber, firing up to 30 times a second for up to 30,000 miles of high revving firepower.
Precision AC Delco parts. They don't just fit, they match.
Keep your car running the way it was made to run.
Now get up to $780 back on AC filters and plugs. See your retailer for details.
Introducing Kodacolor Gold 100.
I see your true colors shining through. See your true colors shining through.
Kodacolor Gold 100 gives you the most accurate colors, the truest colors of any print film.
Don't be afraid to let them show.
A new Kodacolor Gold.
Your true colors.
Where's Charlie?
So how's your new lawnmower?
Great. I've wanted a John Deere all my life. Out there first thing this morning. Done in no time.
Where is he? I've had my John Deere rider for years. Never had a bit of trouble.
Mine started this morning like the first day I got it, and it's 7 years old.
So what's keeping Charlie?
He doesn't have a John Deere, does he?
Nothing runs like a deer.
Somehow there's got to be a cure for athlete's foot.
Hey, step up to the mic.
Mike?
Micatin. This cures athlete's foot. It's got something the others don't. Myconazole. There's nothing more powerful.
Yes? You got something that cures athlete's foot?
Sure, step up to the mic.
Huh?
Micatin. It cures athlete's foot.
Step up to the cure. Step up to the mic. Micatin, also in deodorant spray.
The Indianapolis 500 is being brought to you by the Heartbeat of America, Today Chevrolet. By Quaker State Motor Oil. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will. By Miller Lite. For great taste, there's only one light beer. And by AC Delco. Automotive parts that don't just fit, they match.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500-mile race, the 72nd running, 48 laps have completed. We're past the first 100 miles now. Danny Sullivan continues his dominance of this race. Ari Lyondike with a remarkable drive is 26, almost 27 seconds back. Al Unser Jr. and Sr. continue their battle, and Emerson Fittipaldi has moved up through the field.
Well, as we look at the car of Danny Sullivan, the whole issue of superstitions at Indianapolis comes up. Penske has never entered a car with green on it, dislikes green, and through the years has forbidden his friends and relatives wearing green even to enter the pits. But the sponsor of this car wanted a little green and some green pinstriping on that car so it would look more like the product. And Roger, who likes a certain color of green more than anything else, that is the color of money, decided to go with it. So the car with the unlucky Penske green is currently leading the race.
And turning laps at 200 miles an hour. And speaking of green and luck, the Porsche is a green-trimmed car, and it has now been pushed back into Gasoline Alley and retired from the race. Let's go to Brian Hammonds now.
Well, as Mario Andretti sits idly in his cockpit as the crew continues to work on the gearbox, car owner Paul Newman is with me, and Mario's luck continues bad here at Indianapolis, it seems.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Seems like Mario's luck is continuing bad at Indianapolis.
Well, we thought we could outrun it this year, and things were looking very promising, and we're sealing the gearbox with.
You know how frustrating it is for Mario. It's got to be equally as frustrating for you.
Well, it's worse for him.
Mario Andretti, every lap the leaders take is one lap farther behind. He is falling.
Paul Newman, one of the owners of Mario Andretti's car, as he watches on, a very skillful race driver in his own right. But Sam Posey, Mario is staying in the car. He wants back into the fight.
He will not give up until it's absolutely all over. That's the Andretti way, and I don't blame him.
Well, they're averaging about 149 miles an hour, 4 miles an hour behind the average last year, and well back from the 192 mile an hour average set back in 1984 by Mario Andretti.
Well, as we watch Danny Sullivan, there's Danny right there with the in-car cam. As we watch him from the higher sharps go around the track, it's interesting to note that he's really sticking, meaning his car is really getting a hold of the track. You can see all the rubber and the oil laid down as we get into the turns right there. Danny is not having to run to the left of the line. Danny is really sticking, and he's done that from lap 1.
Yeah, but Bobby, you were talking earlier that the track is a little slick. He's averaged on that last lap 193 miles an hour. Now, we all know that he's capable of running almost 20 miles an hour faster than that on a lap. Does that speak to the condition of the track surface?
It does to some degree. Some of it is traffic that he's passing. The rest of it is just plain and slippery. You can, honest to goodness, if you look at your screen good, you can see how slippery it is in the turns right now.
Well, the fastest car on the past several laps has been the 7 car of Ari Lyondike. He's been running at 198 miles an hour, but here's the battle for third place. It continues to be a family affair between Al Unser, that's the bright yellow car, and his son, little Al.
Well, they've been at it since the start also, Paul. They've really been having a battle. They've been seesawing back and forth, and if anybody thinks the big Al's too old, they better take a look at him today.
And, Bobby, that's got to be fun for the two of them.
Oh, it really is, because there is no game plan like we talked about earlier. They're honest to goodness racing each other very hard.
So Al Unser runs in third place and currently leads his son running in fourth.
What I admire about what Big Al is able to do at this point is the hardest thing, if you haven't been racing in the other races this year, Phoenix and Long Beach, is to have a good feel for how your car is going to handle in turbulence. Last year, you remember, he came to the team right at the last minute and dropped way back in the early laps. In fact, as we see Lyondike peel off of the pits, Al Unser had been lapped by this point in the race last year.
And Mario Andretti rolls back into the action as Ari Lyondike comes into the pits.
Lyondike, of course, the Dutchman, 34 years old. An interesting thing about Ari, for everybody else, the Indy 500 is such a big deal. For the Americans who follow this, as I think the three of us have, for our whole life. But in Holland, well, it wasn't that much of a big deal.
On the track itself, the battle continues. Now it is for second place as little Al tries inside of his father once again, goes way below the line and has to be very careful as he comes back up above it onto the backstretch. The fight is for second. Lyondike is in the pits. He was second.
Boy, that's a tough race right there, Paul. Little Al's running clear down to the grass trying to pass Daddy, and ironically, his dad is leaving him no room to get by.
All right, but there are two kinds of trust operating between these two men out there right now. One is the trust that exists between two great racing drivers, as we see Lyondike coming back out of the pit. The other kind of trust, and this is the best racing we've seen, Little Al, is the trust between father and son. You almost couldn't have a more ideal situation for a battle.
I guess Uncle Bobby'd have to say that was a little too close.
Well, I'll tell you, they came as close to the inside wall on this track as I've ever seen them run.
Bobby, just as a friend of the family, I think that was a little too close.
So little Al Unser Jr. moves into second place behind the leader, Danny Sullivan, and this fight has carried second place a bit forward. Danny Sullivan now only has a 15-second advantage over Al Unser Jr. Third place is now Al Unser Sr.
But 15 seconds is a cushion, though, that is almost a third of the track. So if you picture it, and by the way, the lead drivers always carry in their mind a good picture of where the opposition is around the track. And for Danny right now, he knows that the battle for second, and he will be being kept up to date. You see his cockpit there is fully a third of the track behind him. So he's really running on his own.
On board with Danny Sullivan now, the leader of the Indianapolis 500. He's dominated the early going, and now he's picked the pace up back to 202 miles an hour. We'll be back with more.
Every Formula One Ferrari, every Ferrari 328, and every Ferrari Testarossa that comes to America comes on Goodyear Eagles, and only on Goodyear Eagles. Why? Because Mr. Ferrari wants it that way. Goodyear Eagles, Ferrari's choice as America's best tires.
I'm here having a couple of Miller Lights with the world's funniest tennis coach, Jan Tiriak. This guy's a million laughs. Hey, remember the one you told me about the chicken and the tennis ball? That just cracked me up. Here, have another Miller Lite. Yeah, light tastes great and it's less filling. And you don't want to get filled up when you're having as good a time as we are. Right, Jan?
For serious beer drinkers, there's only one light beer. Miller Lite.
Oh, stop it, man. You're killing me.
This is a brand new $18,000 car. Put in a leading motor oil. This is an identical new car. Put in Mobil 1. Start them up and drive. Under extreme conditions, temperatures inside your engine can reach 570 degrees. Of course, Mobil 1 costs more, but then, under extreme conditions, look at what can happen to conventional motor oil. Mobil 1. Isn't your car worth the extra protection?
Some garage door manufacturers offer a 1-year warranty. Some will give you one for 10 years. Some will partially cover their garage doors for a little longer. But only one company will warranty its garage door to last as long as you own your home. And that could be a very long time. The Rainer Decade Garage Door. The only door warranted to last as long as you own your home.
Tomorrow on ABC Sports, the boys of summer return to primetime. Baseball's top teams square off as the Los Angeles Dodgers take on the New York Mets, or the Yankees go west to meet Oakland on the season premiere of ABC's Monday Night Baseball.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500. Paul Page with Sam Posey and Bobby Unser as Danny Sullivan, the leader under the yellow flag, is making a 4-tire change and pit stop. Does it in a tick over 13 seconds. Now, the reason for the yellow flag, just before we rejoined you, was caused by A.J. Foyt. We watch him as he ricocheted off the wall, coming off of the second turn, slid to a stop, but A.J. Foyt moving in the cockpit threw, with some frustration, his steering wheel off and is apparently okay. We watch Raul Boisel, Michael Andretti come in for routine stops under the yellow.
Well, you know, seeing AJ out like that, Paul, I hope he's all right. It's been 11 years since he has won the race. And in the last few years, he really hasn't been competitive here. But I don't think it matters that much because he is part of the legend of this place. Basically, the way the bricks are part of the legend of the place. And I talked to somebody last night out in the parking lot. I said, well, who do you like in this race? And he said, I like A.J. Foyt, and I said, why? He isn't really going to be that competitive. He said, well, I named my son after him. And I think that sort of says it all.
Well, for about a moment, this car, the #1 machine of Al Unser, was the leader when Danny Sullivan pulled down into the pits. But now, with pit stops being made under the yellow, the order is scrambled. Let's go back and see if we can look at this accident, Bobby. Foyt ricochets off the wall. Hard to tell what got him up there, though, Bob.
Yes, I can't tell.
Well, that the tire seems to have been off in advance of his impact, you think? I don't know.
Paul, he hit the fence losing the tire, and we saw the replay just a stitch too late to make a decision on it, but his left front tire came out. He's also got the rear wing bent up.
But look in the foreground, either Rick Mears or Al Unser narrowly avoiding upper right of the screen there. That was a close call.
Darted his way right through. A.J. Foyt did climb out of the cockpit.
Yes, we saw him climbing out, so it doesn't look like he's hurt. There's our in-car cam of Bobby Rahal. Been a little bit off today. An interesting thing to note, Paul, for everybody, may change things a little bit, as Rick Mears came in under the green. All of the other cars that are running really fast right now came in under the yellow.
So let's go down in the pits. Brian Hammonds is with A.J.'s car owner, Jim Gilmore.
And Jim just told me that there may have been a little warning given by A.J. over the radio as to what may come.
Well, A.J. was very concerned about the slippery track. We didn't change the tires last time. Our pit stop, I think, was it was excellent, really. But I'm not at all surprised. The way they're coming in the pits, as you know, they're sliding in the pits, and the track is so hot, it's just almost like ice out there. So regardless if your car can do the speed or not, one little thing can cost us. And all the cars have been going out, I think, really is something that we almost could predict before the day started.
You heard from A.J. over the radio. Is he okay?
I haven't heard a thing other than I think he got out of his car, so that's a sign he's okay.
Jim Gilmore and the A.J. Foyt team disappointed. They're out of this race.
Well, Bobby Unser, exactly what you suggested. This track is getting very slippery. Now, part of that is due to the heat of the day. We talked about temperatures and how they would affect the cars and the drivers. We didn't talk about the track. 85 degrees. It should get warmer through the afternoon. That literally boils the asphalt surface of this speedway.
Yes, it does, Paul. And what it's really caused from is you lay the rubber down. Here's Foyt again, a replay of Foyt. He's coming back across the track. So with all the smoke, we really can't see what happened. But what happens is the rubber gets on the track, the heat is there, and then you put a little bit of oil on it. Boy, it's like Jim said, it's like ice.
Well, what did happen was A.J. Foyt ended his 31st run of the Indianapolis 500 very early. Let's go to the pits, Jackaroo.
We're here in the Roger Penske-led pits. Now, remember, he started 3 cars on the front row. Let's see if we can get a word with Roger real quick. Roger, they saying that you still have some problems with Rick Mears?
Well, the thing, he said he's getting a little bit of oversteer as the fuel load goes down, so we've been trying to adjust the car, and of course, right then we got a yellow. He was going to run with Danny there pretty easily at the beginning of that second run, but it's a long day. We're just trying to get the thing dialed in. We just got to keep running.
Got to look at Danny Sullivan, though, and that's got to make you feel good.
Well, the field makes me feel great, but we got to get all 3 cars up there because anything can happen at the end of this race.
There's a guy that knows what he's talking about. And let me remind you about one thing, gentlemen, when you talk about fuel consumption in these cars. Remember that they carry 40 gallons of methanol fuel, which averages about 6 to 7 gallons. So you're talking about 300 pounds difference in a 1,500-pound race car during the course of one stop to the next. Back to you.
We look down on the 2.5 miles of Indianapolis from the Goodyear Blimp Enterprise from Pompano Beach, Florida. The pilot is Captain Joe Chamberlain from Norwood, Massachusetts. And our cameraman is Bill Sullivan. Well, we'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500, which is currently under yellow, after this commercial and a word from our local station.
Where can you find America's best-selling camcorder outfit with a free $149 telephoto lens? Perfect. The case, camcorder, and accessories are all yours for just $26 a month. Where? Only at Sears.
People are always saying to me, Jacko, relax. But tell me this, if yours really was the longest lasting battery you could buy and nobody knew it, would you be calm? I think not.
Get it, guys up!
Well, we're back at the Indianapolis 500. We'll do the station break here in just a moment because the pace car has indicated that they are coming back to a green flag, and we don't want to miss the battle for the lead at the Indianapolis 500-mile race. 64 laps now complete. 2 leaders, 2 changes. There are the statistics for this race thus far. Some interesting names out of the 500. A.J. Foyt, Roberto Guerrero, very early in the going. Mario Andretti still fighting to stay in the 500, but fighting a very unwieldy thoroughbred.
Well, and if Roger seemed calm in that interview with Jack a few moments ago, just remember that at this point in the race last year, the car that was going to win the race, Unser Sr., was a lap behind. So Mears is still in real good shape.
Pace car rolls into the pit area, and Ludwig Haimrath cracks the wall coming off of the 4th turn. Everybody follows up behind him. Will everyone miss him? That's the question. He continues to spin. Danny Sullivan right there and part of it. Ludwig Haimrath Jr., as they come back to the green flag, in trouble off of the 4th turn. What other problems will this accident have caused?
Oh, it's in that same slippery place. We've had some problems there before. Very slippery, but obviously Danny got to it. Looks like it's okay. Might have lost some ground, but he at least missed the wreck.
Well, if Danny Sullivan's heart wasn't pounding before, I promise it's pounding now. The lead of the 500 almost taken away from him as they were coming back to the green flag. Ludwig Haimrath Jr. out of that car. He's all right. But Bobby, that's the second time we've seen an accident, a very similar accident right there. Here is Ludwig Haimrath, but let's look at the accident. He slips coming off of the 4th turn.
Well, I think it's just plain slippery up there, and he lost the car. We see no other car involved or any other reason for it, so I'm pretty sure that's what happened, Paul.
Watch for Danny. If this shot runs on, we'll see him come in from the right-hand side right now. Down in the foreground, Sullivan just squeaking by.
And it looked like he had the brakes locked as hard as they could without slipping because the car was twitching around a little bit.
Boy, he lost a lot of ground from it, but at least he made it. Just see, Ludwig came in there awfully fast, awfully hard. Didn't hit the wall all that hard, though, because his car's not bent that much.
Sullivan had the presence of mind to put his hand up.
And here's what Danny Sullivan saw.
Yeah, he put his hand up to warn the cars behind him. So Sullivan is driving one terrific race. There it is.
His hand up. He says the accident's occurring. He saw the smoke of the accident. What he doesn't know is that car is sliding. His hand back to the wheel. Looks to the right to make sure that he has room to make the move that he makes. That is the ultimate professional racing driver. Danny Sullivan signals those behind him, protects them, brings his hands back in, checks the right, and goes around the accident.
Well, you know, Bob Greasy, the great quarterback, is with us here today watching. Of course, he works for our ABC commentary group, and that's the sort of play you might expect to see in a football game. A halfback threading his way through the pack.
Well, Sam, let's take a look at this as we're under yellow once again from another angle. They work with that car at the head of the pits. Still trying to get Haimrath's car off of the track. Now watch here. Back in, comes loose right there.
Oh, was he touched from behind?
I wonder if
he might have been tapped from behind.
Bobby, what do you think?
Well, it certainly looks like he had a little bit of help. It's a little hard to see the depth perception from
now,
here.
Bobby.
I'd say he had a little bit of help in that spin.
That's all it takes, of course. Look at Ludwig, Canadian, a young Canadian with a big future, I think. His dad was a driver. Put his hand right up to try to signal the others.
Here's Michael Andretti's onboard camera. The same situation. You can see again the smoke of the accident ahead. He was a little closer than Danny Sullivan.
Remember, they're not up to speed yet, Paul, so they do have, when they slow down, they're not going to slide the cars or spin them. The only guy that's in trouble is Ludwig in this particular case. The rest of us can really jockey a lot.
Yes, but it's still true, isn't it, Bobby, that the cars are set up because they only turn left, basically. They don't handle that well when they're being braked hard. They don't handle very well when they're turning right. So even something that's happening at relatively low speed is still tough for the drivers.
Normal speed, the same accident once again.
He was hit hard.
I'm sure there's a tap there. No question in my mind.
Was that by Leyendyke, that nearly all-black car? Now, Leyendyke, of course, has been in and out of the headwaters of this race, running second, third, second. And if he sustained that hard a hit into Haimrath, we may see some damage to Leyendyke's car.
All right. The crew apparently recognized it, and there they are, working on his machine, bent front wings. Now, they've got a yellow flag. They've got time to repair. And Lyondike says, let's go.
Yeah, a little bad decision on his part. He's going to run a little while without the right front wing on the car, which will make it handle very badly, but just to keep his lap count going.
So now that we know a bit more, let's take a look. Lyondike was accelerating. He smacked the rear end of Haimrath, who wasn't accelerating quite as fast, put Haimrath into the wall, and Haimrath out of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Now, in just a moment, we'll take that station break that we had promised our local stations as the crowd still on its feet at the Indianapolis 500 with 67 laps complete and an average speed of 147.4 miles an hour. Giant crowd at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with Danny Sullivan, despite that apprehensive moment, still in the lead. Now we'll take a station break.
Tuesday, cool quaff.
Why did you do this? It's me. It's outstanding. It's now.
It's stiff. Who's the boss? A Hindu could sleep on that.
And make a new plan, Stan.
Perfect Strangers is now cooking up the laughs 2 nights a week.
Give me a line of credit.
Then, Maddie's torn between 2 lovers.
You're just jealous.
Jealous.
Oh, of what? Of him, of me, of us.
Moonlighting.
Why do clouds turn so gray? Why does the sun go away? That's why you turn to gleam. Oh, why does the rain fall from above? Where are the blue skies that I love? That's why you turn to gleam. Oh, weather is a guessing game. One day sun, next day rain. That's why you turn to gleam.
Wendy's, where you get the best burgers in the business, introduces the new Super Bar, featuring salad by Selena, fettuccine by Frank, tortillas by Teresa, and everything a la Al. Where for one low price, you can create a lunch or dinner with unlimited seconds, so you can have just about anything you're in the mood for, even if you're in the mood for everything. Like Al. Wendy's new Super Bar. Create your own meal.
Men pleasers on the next Oprah Winfrey Show.
ABC Sports' exclusive live coverage of the Indianapolis 500 continues.
We're back at the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Paul Page, Jack Arute, Brian Hammond, Sam Posey, and Bobby Unser with you. 68 laps complete, 145.9 miles an hour. The average speed, the Goodyear airship floats lazily over this giant oval at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's go down to the pits now. Brian Hammond.
Paul, we are with Ludwig Haimrath Jr., who just spun and hit the wall in turn 4. What happened, Ludwig?
I really don't have much of an idea. All I know is we were coming onto the front straight, waiting for a restart. It didn't look like we were going to get one because the pace car was still on the track and all the track lights were still yellow. And I got nailed from behind. The car, we were just starting to make the car work. It was a little bit scary at first. It was real loose, and we were just trying to stay out of trouble for that until we got the car working. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for us. I'd like to thank Mackenzie, my sponsors, for being here and supporting me. I'm sorry it didn't work out better for them, but we'll be back and we'll get it right.
So you were tapped from behind?
Absolutely. I was just minding my own business, and I got really drilled from behind. So I don't know who it was yet, but when I find out, I think I'll wring his neck.
Ludwig Haimrath Jr. now has to make a trip to the hospital, but as you can see, he is okay. Paul, no, let's go down to the pits of Jack Arute.
Well, Brian, one family that was a little concerned about maybe possibly having to go to the hospital this weekend was Shelley Unser with her husband, Al Jr. We understand that he had a real tough day yesterday, and you almost thought about maybe checking into an emergency room with food poisoning?
Well, they don't know if it was just the flu or food poisoning, but he got real sick before the parade and wasn't able to get in the car, and we brought him back here, and Dr. Bach took care of him, took a look at him, and then by last night he was able to finally get some soup down him and felt real good today, so.
As any driver will tell you, what's really important is to keep the fluids full here as you get ready to go 500 miles. Take a look at just how hot it is here trackside. It's almost 110 degrees in the sun. Well, a driver will lose an awful lot of fluid. And Shelley, on that last pit stop, we watched him, and he refused to drink.
He's a tough guy. And besides that, Uncle Bobby cheered him up. Uncle Bobby said, I've won 3 500 sicker than a dog. So he figured if Uncle Bobby could do it, he could do it.
I think that just about says it all from down here, gentlemen.
Bobby, anything that you can do, little Al, your nephew, can do better.
Well, actually, though, that's a point that sometimes when you are sick, it takes the tension away from the days leading up to the start. You in your own mind, you say, I can't win this thing. You relax. You go out there and you do a terrific job, just as he's doing.
All right, they continue to struggle with Arie Luyendijk's car. If they work on it a few seconds, then they send him out so he doesn't lose his place in the field. Now, they've run out of black wing, so they're putting a red wing on the front of his car, but he's dropped all the way back to 16th position, and that's a wing off of his teammate and car owner's Dick Simon's car, one of their spare wings.
He now has a red wing black wing.
On the backstretch, the field, led by Danny Sullivan. Let's take one more look, a different angle yet, of this accident that caused this last yellow. And Haimrath, tapped from behind, spins to the outside, slides across the track. But fortunately, you can see how fast the safety crews rolled. The car is still coming up, but the safety crews were already rolling as soon as the yellow flag popped on. By the way, Jim Garner, who's been a pace car driver here and a good friend of racing, has not been well lately and watches from his home in California. We do wish him well as we get ready to come back to the green flag. It will be led by Danny Sullivan. There's Dwayne Sweetie. The green flag is out.
I'm surprised they
place Al Unser Jr.
I'm surprised they dropped the green flag. Danny anticipated that start. He really jumped it by such a big margin, but it shows you how totally pumped up he is in every way. This recalls the race in 1986. I'm sorry, in 85 when he won the race. He had this kind of super aggressive, pumped up thing. And look at how close he's coming to the wall.
He is not going to be denied this 500 if he has anything to say about it. His favorite view, a clear course ahead.
Well, he's certainly been the best handling car today, Paul, above all of them. He's really been sticking to the track. And probably the second best car. Maybe it's been Little Al at this particular time.
In second place right now is Little Al Unser Jr., but he is about 7 seconds back from the leader of the race. And the man who started 18th in a Buick-powered machine, Jim Crawford, has now moved up into third.
Well, that's a lot further than many would have thought. That's a stock block engine, so the people that don't know, it's the V6 stock block-based engine, and Crawford is doing a magnificent job. Be up to third place, I'm sure, is a lot better than people expected.
Looking back through the field now, as we catch the interval back to the second place car, you see Mario Andretti, who has that gearbox apparently fixed and is back running, so that stay in the pits was worth it for Mario Andretti in that bright white car, number 6.
It's impossible, Paul, for Mario to gain back the distance that he lost in the pits, so everybody will know. But it's good to stay in the race, because sometimes if you have a lot of cars dropping out, it'll still mean good for the points basket.
Also emotionally for a driver, Bobby. I mean, we know it so well. If you can race, you want to race. You can't stand there by the pit knowing you could get in the car and be out there.
The largest race in the world. Everybody wants to finish.
So Danny Sullivan, last lap, turned 209 miles an hour. Al Unser Jr. runs in second place, 12.5 seconds back.
Look at that immense lead. Each time Danny has had a clear track, he's been able to pull away with exactly the same kind of superiority that Mario Andretti had last year.
Al Unser Jr. has now passed through your screen. Car number 3.
The car moving slowly in the foreground, incidentally, there, I believe, was Johnny Rutherford in another of the Buick engine cars. The car now coming into the pits, Paul.
So at the top of the field, Danny Sullivan, Al Unser Jr. There's little Al darting out in second place. Jim Crawford runs in third. In fourth place is Al Unser, the defending 500 champion.
Little Al, you can notice, is running completely under the white line. Track is still slippery. When it gets down there, they get closer to the grass and try to stay out of the oil, and that's what he's doing.
Well, Little Al spent his first 3 years as a sprint car racer, and in sprint car racing, you run on the dirt, and you get used to all sorts of different surfaces, which people coming through on road as road racers do not. And I think that Little Al is probably more comfortable with these changing and slippery conditions than a majority of the drivers out there.
The Gallus car, it's really been fast since Long Beach.
So Al Unser Jr., car number 3, runs 18 seconds back from the leader. He is in second place at the Indianapolis 500. Is this the day for his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win? Unser Jr., car number 3. The question to him is, where, in fact, does your racing style come from?
Oh, I don't know. I think most of it just came from Dad. You know, being around Dad, being raised with Dad, and just being around racing, and the fact that I love the sport. I'll do anything to drive race cars and to try to run up front in the IndyCar circuit, and so I go hunting for just about anything that I could see or listen to or whatever to pick up any kind of points that would make the car work better, make it go faster, and make myself go faster. So
little Al Unser Jr., 26 years old, his 5th start here at the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
He's certainly looking good. He's really hauling on down the road. There's Shelley, helping keep track of the scoring. She gets very excited, but she's really a dedicated little girl. Really helps little Al a lot.
Shelley watches as her husband maneuvers his way around the Indianapolis 500. With all of the early action, the pace seems to have settled for just a moment. You're on board with Bobby Rahal right now. He runs in 9th place, and I'm sure everyone in Columbus, Ohio, his home, wondering why he's back so far. Well, the indication from the pits is that this car has a slipping clutch that they are trying to keep alive and keep Rahal in the Indianapolis 500. 77 laps are complete. Danny Sullivan flashes across the line and completes 78, 22 seconds ahead of 2nd place, Al Unser Jr. We'll be back.
The joys of getting ready for summer vacation. So much to fit in, so many details to remember. That's why it's nice to know Holiday Inn hotels are always there, with everything you want in a vacation hotel. Now with summer great rates, enjoy it all for only $29, $39, or $49. But get going, rooms are limited. Call now for summer great rates at a great vacation hotel.
Chevy S10 invites you to own the street with the biggest engine ever offered in a compact pickup. The most V6 power and torque available in a compact truck. And a price to make your heart beat faster than ever.
The heartbeat of America. That's today's Chevy truck.
Turbochargers run hot, and when the heat is on, make sure Turbo Formula is in. Valvoline Turbo Formula High Performance Motor Oil.
There are 3 good reasons to try A&W root beer. 1, it's rich and delicious. 2, it's a great change of pace. 3, you don't buy it, I may have to go back to my old job. Pig catching.
What harm can a little water do? That's why there's Rust-Oleum. We put our own exclusive ingredients in to keep moisture out. So if it's going to get wet, get Rust-Oleum.
The Indianapolis 500 is being brought to you by Miller Lite. For great taste, there's only one light beer. By Sears, where there's more for your life. By Wendy's Old Fashioned Hamburgers, the best burgers in the business. And by Holiday Inn, great vacations at a great vacation hotel.
We're back live at the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow flag comes out. Let's go to the pits and Jackaroo.
Paul Page, for 31 years, this man has wrestled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's won 4 times, but you lost today, A.J. Foyt.
Well, it just started off bad. We had a bad vibration the word go, and we changed tires and killed the engine. Went to start the engine, the starter blew up in the pits, and then we was just pacing ourselves, and I seen a group of cars there, and I was kind of moving up steady, and I went to go under one of the cars, and the air just caught me and jerked me around. It was just one of them things.
Well, your next-door neighbor here in Gasoline Alley just spun out on the racetrack, Steve Chassis, so he's not having a very good day either.
Well, I think a lot of them's having problems today. The track seems to be a little greasy from the heat, but that's racing, you know. You got to take the good with the bad, and I just flat screwed up. That's it.
How many more years, AJ?
I don't know. After a day like today, it gets pretty disgusting.
Well, Danny Sullivan has just completed his work on pit road, and now let's go back up topside to Paul Page.
Well, with that yellow flag, the leaders all decided to come into the pits. Danny Sullivan was in, and now Al Unser Jr. also making a routine stop under the yellow flag. And we watched to see if Jim Crawford, who was running in third place, will stay out on the racetrack. And Jim Crawford does, screams down the straightaway. We watch Al Unser, who has dropped back at least one position as a result of this stop under the yellow flag. And look at this. Al Unser Jr. rolls down to the end of the pits. His car stalled for a moment. He's trying to get it going. It chugs ahead. Bobby Unser, what could be wrong?
Oh, fuel pickup. He's probably close on fuel and it stalled. The only other thing that can happen, Paul, would be like the vapor lock, meaning it's hot as it is. Remember what we talked about in the yellow flag. Sometimes you get too much heat in the engine.
Bobby Rahal a little hesitant to pass. You're not supposed to pass on that lane. He wanted to make sure that everybody saw that that car was in trouble.
Yes, but seconds before he passed Rich Vogler leaving the pits, Bobby Rahal did pass in the pits there, leaving. Vogler was running slow.
That won't be a rules infraction, Sam, because Bill Al is having problems getting up to speed.
No, this was Rich Vogler.
This is the car
before that.
This is the car here of Steve Chassis. And they're bringing over a stretcher. Chassis is still in the car, so apparently there is some injury involved in this accident to the 35-car Steve Chassis. Let's take a look at what happened. Up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, Bobby Unser. Steve Chassis lost it coming into the corner.
No, he didn't lose it. I'm sorry, Bobby didn't mean to butt in. He touched wheels with another car. That's what triggered that.
Well, that was coming back for a restart, and there was another touch in there, Sam, just like you said, and spun Steve out immediately.
A wild guess is that might be why Rich Vogler was leaving the pits slowly moments ago when I mentioned that Bobby Rahal got bottled up behind him. It was an orange car like Vogler's that Chassis touched.
Under today's rules, it's just not a rules infraction to pass leaving the pits if a car is disabled that they're passing.
Yeah, Vogler wasn't disabled, though, I don't think.
So we look across the second turn now. The rescue crews, the finest in the world, in fact, are there at the car. They have a truly coordinated effort to handle a situation like this. As Al Unser Jr. comes back into the pits, he was just in a moment ago, so perhaps something wrong here. We'll go away. We'll be back with this story as we continue with the Indianapolis 500.
When I played baseball, I could hit the ball halfway to China. So I figured I could do the same thing with a golf ball. No way. But after digging up some turf, there's nothing we like better than cold Miller Lite. It's less filling, and it's got that big taste us hackers appreciate. Where'd that go?
No matter where you play, there's only one light beer, Miller Lite.
Next time I'm going to use a driver.
Why does Indy 500 winner Rick Mears race on Goodyear Eagles exclusively? Because of the Goodyear Eagle contact patch and how it responds to the track. And why does Oldsmobile choose Goodyear Eagle street radials for the Indianapolis 500 pace car? A major reason is the Goodyear Eagle contact patch, where the car ultimately responds to the road. Goodyear Eagles, because there really is a difference.
Now, a revolution in blade shaving from Remington, the new Remington Electro Blade, with vibrating blades for a close, smooth, comfortable shave. Safe, immersible, and cordless. The new Remington Electro Blade vibrating blade system.
For a caulking material to stick tight, it has to stay flexible. And Dow Corning silicone sealant has twice the flex of conventional caulks. Dow Corning silicone. It stays put because it stays flexible.
Sir, would you choose hamburger A Wendy's hamburger that's made fresh, or B, one made earlier so it's dry?
B, because it's dry, like Mom used to make. I remember as a boy, she'd make dry roast beef, dry gravy, the driest turkey you ever tasted, and stuffing, dry as a bone. And on birthdays, it would take 8 or 9 glasses of milk just to wash down the cake, you know?
But most people don't like dry food.
Yeah? Maybe that's why Dad left.
Most people like the taste of hot and juicy hamburgers, like Wendy's, the best burgers in the business.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500 under the yellow flag, and this is Al Unser Jr. He's beginning to unhook in the cockpit. They're working on that car. Let's go to Jack Arute.
And what they're working on is the CV joint. Rick Gallis here has now been called over to make some changes, but what has happened is the CV joint. As you can see in the picture, that is what is like kind of the drive shaft on a rear-engine car. That is what provides the drive from the engine to the wheels. Well, that CV joint is what, according to Rick Gallis, has snapped in Al Unser Jr.'s car. Now, we can get a word here with Rick right now. Rick, disappointing a CV joint putting Al Jr. out of the race.
Yeah, real disappointing.
You were really pumped up here. I mean, you guys, with the tension was just, you could feel it as you walked by this pitch. You really felt like you could win this one.
Well, we did. You know, Sullivan's doing a good job out there. He's real quick, but we were running 204s at the end there, and the guy's doing a good job in the pits. Now he's using his head, but it's just one of those days.
When you come close and you fail, what's the feeling?
Well, you just got to go work harder to come back. You know, like we did at Long Beach. We had a problem at Phoenix, came back and won Long Beach, and actually had a chance to win this race, but Sullivan's awful tough, and we just have to look forward to Milwaukee now.
Well, let me update you, too, on the other Unser teammates, or actually the Gallis people. Al Jr., little Al, who's now walking out of his car, he said to his wife, Shelley, last night, you know who I think is going to win the Indianapolis 500? Mario Andretti. So he thinks that Danny Sullivan will win. His driver thought Andretti, and Andretti's already out, as is Al Jr. Let's go back to you.
And there you see it. Terribly disappointed little Al.
I was a little slowed down the straightaways to the Penske's, and so Dad...
Al Unser Jr., a constant velocity joint is what us old-timers know as the old universal joint, a little more modern.
That's right.
Allows for the flex and the half shaft coming out of the gearbox and extending out to the rear wheel. But Danny Sullivan still is the dominant force in the Indianapolis 500-mile race, still averaging quite slowly due to a series of yellow lights. 143.5 miles an hour is the average of the race under the yellow flag. And in second place is Jim Crawford, that Buick-powered machine that everybody says has plenty of power. Let's go down to the pits now. Once again, let's go to the garage area. Brian Hammers.
We are with little Al, and what happened, little Al? Al Unser Jr. obviously being consulted by his pit crew, and obviously is not wanting to talk at this point. Tough day for little Al. He was running strong. A broken CV joint puts an end to Al Unser Jr.'s day.
Little Al.
We're not even on 22 laps. We're not even halfway through the race yet, and we're dropping out.
Tough day, little Al.
We need the points.
It seems like this conversation is that trying to convince him to go back to the race car. It's still in the pits. It's still drivable.
Well, sometimes the drivers feel it's worth doing. Sometimes they don't, Paul.
Well, he's turning back.
Get right back in.
He's heading back toward Gasoline Alley. Perhaps he's going back to that car.
That was Alan Merton, the designer of that team, talking to him. So Alan carries a lot of weight.
Well, Brian Hammonds is right there. Perhaps he'll find out in just a moment. But the car is still in the pits. Let's go back to Brian Hammonds. Brian, are you there?
He's walking his way back toward his car, and you're going to get back in the car.
Yeah, we're going to get back in it, you know. And they're saying they can fix it, and they said everybody's dropping out like flies, so we'll get back in it and see what happens.
You don't look like you agree with that strategy.
Well, I want to win the race, but we'll get back in it and run for third, I guess.
What does this do to your emotions? You thought you were out of the race, and now you're getting back in the car.
Nothing. We are out of the race, and so, but we'll get back in it for some points. But, you know, that's the way we do it, so we'll do it.
Little Al's a gamer. Now let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Brian, let's update you as to why a team would decide to do that. Now, Rick Gallis, he checked out how many cars have already dropped out of this event. You know, there's points, and there's a national championship up for grabs beyond winning the Indianapolis 500. They're running very well in that points chase. So he said, if we can fix it, not lose too many laps, we could still finish in the top 10 here, and that would be as strong as a top 10 finish with only one lap down in most 200-mile events. So as Shelley Unser comes behind me, as they're getting ready to strap Little Al back in the car, and now instead of the Indy 500 checkered flag, they may be looking for national championship points. Back to you.
Well, Jack Carruthers, as the entire field circles at 80 miles an hour behind the pace car, and they work on Little Al's car, he is dropping with each lap further and further down through the field. He is now down to 15th position as cars have been passing him. And Bobby, you had a note. Something being done with Al Unser's car, the senior.
We have a note that he's changing the nose on my brother's car, Paul, and I don't exactly know why at the moment, but that could mean problems for Al also.
So under yellow, we anticipate a green flag momentarily. 88 laps are complete, and Danny Sullivan is still the force. Coming up next, it's live final round coverage of the Memorial Golf Tournament presented by Dean Witter. Hale Irwin was the leader. Coming into today, top golfers competing for over $1 million in prize money on the course that Jack Nicklaus built. It's coming up next, right here on ABC. Indianapolis 500-mile race. We take a look after 88 laps. 2 leaders, still all we have had in the race. Danny Sullivan being predominant among those 2. 3 lead changes and cautions. Oh, far too many by my book. 4 for 33 laps already. As we come back to the green flag, the pace car off. Again, the green flag from Dwayne Sweeting. And we are racing. It will be the number 9 car of Danny Sullivan, who is 3rd back in that serial that we keep our focus upon. And Jim Crawford in 2nd place, and Al Unser in 3rd place right now. Rick Mears moves up in 5th place, but he is a lap off of the leader.
Well, he is, Paul, but if you watch Danny, he's still sticking as good as he did. Look to the racetrack as he did the first lap of the race. Danny has definitely been the controlling factor here all day.
Well, the leaders have run away from the rest of the field. Only 3 are actually running on the leader lap. And Rick Mears leads a contingent from 4th place that runs 1 lap down.
It's interesting how backwards things are developing from what people expected. They certainly were thought that in the race the first time with changing track condition that Rick Mears, who's the master of that sort of thing, would be way out front. Instead, it's Danny Sullivan, not known to be a great expert on the oval.
Danny Sullivan comes around Ari Leyendyk, who was up in the leader serial for a while, but has now dropped back to 13th position and 4 laps behind the leader with all the repairs they've had to do on his car when he touched Ludwig Haimrath a bit earlier.
Another one, there's Danny right behind Michael Andretti. Michael's had somewhat of a slow day also. Been trying to play catch up all day. Normally, Michael is just terribly fast at Indianapolis.
So approaching now the halfway point in the Indianapolis 500. 90 laps complete as we look down from the blimp as Danny Sullivan, with incredible precision, moves that car around this speedway at 200 miles an hour. His last lap, most of the cars averaging between 197 and 200, and the blimp, of course, is the Enterprise from Pompano Beach, Florida. Cameraman on board is Bill Sullivan. This is the 40th year that a Goodyear blimp has appeared at the Indy 500.
Sullivan surprisingly slow there. What is going on here?
Danny Sullivan, as his teammate Rick Mears comes past and comes back onto the leader lap. Now, is that a problem with Sullivan, or is that strategy? Is it tactics?
Rick has been trying to do this, what I'm going to have to call all day for a long time, Paul. He's been trying to get him back. Now he needs a yellow flag. If he does, he's going to come right back around being the same lap with Danny Sullivan. Then we're going to have another race right on the same team.
So Rick Mears comes back onto the leader lap. There are now 4 cars on the leader, and Rogers pretty pleased with that situation.
Now you can see Rogers not playing a team deal against each other. He's Rick's man. He's for Rick winning. Even though he owns Danny's car, Roger wants Rick to win the race.
Well, the fact that Rick was able to do that, Bobby Unser, does that mean that Rick has been saving his car all along as Danny Sullivan comes around Michael Andretti? Does that mean that he's just been playing it very cagey?
I don't believe so, Paul. I think it's just a mere matter that Danny got caught trying to be. He's really led and control all this race.
Yellow flag. Can rolling on the couch.
Yeah, a little beer can probably, soda pop can, something like that. That should bring the yellow out. But at any rate, Danny was just probably a little bit careful, and Rick just snuck up on him.
So at the Indianapolis 500, because of can rolling across the 500 track, the yellow is out once again, and we'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500 after this commercial and a word from our local stations.
Okay, Dave, we blocked it off solid.
Okay, come on, back it out of there. Come on.
We're taking 5.
This year on the NASCAR circuit, Davey Allison, 1987 Rookie of the Year, is racing on new world-class Haviland Superior Grade, the performance-proven motor oil you can buy off the shelf.
All set, Davey?
All set. New advanced formula Haviland Superior Grade delivers superior heat stress protection and keeps your engine cleaner.
Great time.
New Haviland Superior Grade, cool under fire.
Sure, I'm street tough, but underneath, I'm a sensitive guy. That's why I wear Hanes. Even us tough guys like a little extra comfort.
You tell him, Bruce, it's not just underwear. It's Hanes.
Do you want to take a few seconds to make your car look better? Okay, when you finish washing it, do the tires with Armor All Protectant. You can do a tire in about 15 seconds. Go on, try it. Oh, now, if the tires look new, is that okay?
Tuesday, Liza Minnelli stars in a unique hour of entertainment. 3 different stories, 3 fabulous leading men. Louis Gossett Jr., John Rubenstein, and Ryan O'Neal.
Sam found out.
A triple play.
If you do a lot, your car has to do a lot too. Take the imported Pontiac Le Mans. It's got a lot of style, room, and standard equipment. Lots of zip and agility, and a powertrain warranty a lot longer than any on Toyota, Hyundai, and even Honda. And now with $600 cash back for qualified first-time new car buyers, Le Mans can be yours for just $57.99. It's a lot of car for not a lot of money.
To stay competitive, a company needs flexible communication systems. But whose technology should you invest in?
John, we've grown from 2 offices to 8, and Southern Bell's people helped get us where we are today. The Essex service they developed responds to the changing needs of all our locations, and the system is based in their central office, so Southern Bell can do what they do best, take care of our communications needs.
And you can do what you do best.
Yes, give our customers first-class treatment.
Flexible service helps make you a company with a future.
Don't miss a special engagement of MASH, Tuesday at 8:30 on Channel 2.
From the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500 continues.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500 where moments ago Danny Sullivan made this pit stop. You can see an adjustment to the right front wing on the car. And Danny Sullivan sits in the pits working on the edge of that right wing.
Well, what's happening is the wing adjustment screw is broken. Something is broken in there. Looks like it may be the same thing on Al's car. They're taping the adjustment of the wings down so the wing doesn't move. So they won't have any adjustment. This could impair their speed a little bit.
Remember, these are brand new PC-17 cars. There's a small device that allows you to adjust the attack angle of the wing, but it sounds like they're concerned that the wings are slipping out of position.
That's exactly what's happened, and it looks like it's happened to both cars. Now, that also means that it may be happening to Rick's car, too.
So we are under yellow while the officials check the entire race course. When you have a small piece of debris like a beer can, it can become incredibly dangerous, and they've taken the opportunity with the yellow light out to check the entire surface and make sure. Here is Jim Crawford. He is the new leader of the race. A wonderful story. He started way back in 18th place from Scotland at 40 years old, and he is driving with one of those Buick engines.
It's the engine, Paul, that Buick has to be so proud of today, but really a lot of people didn't think that that car would still be in the race, but not only is it in, it's going very fast and has been most of the day.
And he will acknowledge the green flag. A year ago, his feet were badly injured in a practice accident here. Today, he is leading the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Chasing him is in second place Rick Mears, who got an incredibly great break with the way that yellow came out just after Rick Mears jumped past Danny Sullivan to get back onto the leader lap.
Crawford's story, you alluded to his injury, is an extraordinary one. He wound up with a big hole, really, the size of a silver dollar in his right foot as a result of a qualifying crash here last year. He did not make the race. He suffered in immense pain for 6-7 months, all through the winter. In fact, he lives here in Indianapolis on the outskirts. He was taken to the hospital every day for 2 hours of therapy. The ride in was so painful, he'd sit in the back seat with his front legs draped over the front seat with his wife trying to encourage him. And can you imagine, with all that behind him now, what he must be feeling leading the Indianapolis 500. Of all of the people here, maybe it means more to Jim Crawford than almost anyone. You see him there.
Incredible elation for this smiling man, Jim Crawford. But, Bobby, look how low he's cutting under the yellow. But sooner or later, the official's going to say something about that.
No, they won't. They realize the track is slippery, but here we are. Jim Crawford's actually the leader of the race, but way back in the back stereo-wise, so he's got an awful lot of traffic to go through. That's the reason he's running down there.
All right, Jim Crawford leads. Rick Mears is in second place. Now let's get an update on the condition of driver Steve Chassie. Here's Brian Hammond.
Paul, we saw Steve Chassie being taken from his car on a backboard. Dr. Hank Bach is with us now. What is the condition of Steve Chassie?
Steve Chassie is awake and talking and appears not to have any, at least objective signs of injury. However, he had a brief unconscious episode on the racetrack after the incident, and because of that, we're sending him down to Methodist Hospital Emergency and Trauma Center for further evaluation.
The backboard was just precautionary?
Yes, that's routine when someone is injured on the track.
All right, the news seems to be good from here at the infield hospital, Paul.
Well, that is, in fact, good news for Steve Chassie. And just as Dr. Bach suggested, whenever they have any question at all, they don't take any chances. They take their time. They strap the driver down to a backboard, make sure he's in good shape. Bobby Rahal, right now, is behind Jim Crawford. Now, Rahal is running in 8th place. He's well off the pace, a lap behind the leader. But if he could catch up with Crawford, then he could get back on that leader lap.
He just got passed by Crawford. Crawford is lapping Bobby Rahal again. I don't know exactly how many times, but Crawford is on the move. He's just got to get through all that traffic right now, and it's holding him up a lot, Paul.
So Jim Crawford works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the best moment of his racing career as he leads the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Paul, it's also rumored that these V6 Buicks that Jim Crawford is driving today have more horsepower by probably 30 or 40 more than even the Chevrolets do.
So Jim Crawford works his way through the North Chute, leading the Indianapolis 500. The power is Buick, and the car is incredibly fast. He is now on the main stretch, and as he flashes across the line this time, 100 laps will be complete, the halfway point of the Indianapolis 500.
Bobby mentions the power of the Buick. I think a dimension of that power is that it's a torquey engine. It accelerates very well. And in this particular race where there have been so many yellows, the traffic has been bunched up, and most importantly, the turn speeds are down because of the slick conditions. The ability of that Buick engine to accelerate better than the others is proving to be an important point. The Chevrolet engines find their power at the top end of their RPM band. They're very good at top speed. Crawford has the acceleration, and I think it's making a difference.
It's all brute horsepower, right, Sam?
I think, in fact, what's being further suggested, though, is the fact that the torque of that engine may help on a slippery track.
It certainly does, Paul. Just exactly what Sam said. It gets off the turn if it has to a little slower, and down the straightaways it goes. There's...
Well, here is the #1 car of Al Unser, currently running in 3rd place. Rick Mears currently runs in 2nd. Danny Sullivan cracks the wall. Danny Sullivan, he had a glorious run going. He has no control over that car. Ricochets off the wall again, and the yellow flag comes out.
Paul, he loses the steering, he loses his brakes, he loses the whole thing when that happens. He's just merely riding along in the car. There's Danny from the in-car cam trying to get out. He doesn't know if there's a fire, doesn't know anything, so he's hurrying as much as he can. A lot of straps, a lot of hoses to unhook to get out. By now, he knows he's in good shape.
And listen to the crowd as they acknowledge the triumph of man over disaster. Danny Sullivan climbs from his car, but his Indianapolis 500, which had so much promise, is over, and he's terribly frustrated.
That man has certainly dominated half of this race.
It looked as if he was, and we'll have another look, but as if he was caught out by the turbulence of the car that was immediately ahead of him as he was exiting turn 1.
Sam, I just want to make a note real quick on Roger Penske. Roger doesn't like to see Danny out, but his train of thinking has never quit. He's going to have Rick Mears win the race. He is Rick Mears' man, like we said earlier.
So just past the halfway point, actually at 102 laps, Danny Sullivan cracks the wall, climbs out of his car. He lapped at 176 miles an hour just before that. His girlfriend, Julie, disappointed, worrying. Average speed of the race at 146 miles an hour. Let's go back and take a look now. Danny Sullivan, the third car in this string, just simply comes off high. This has been an accident, Bobby, that we've seen in practice. Twice with Pancho Carter, once with Johnny Rutherford. They're just suddenly high and up into the wall.
In this particular case, Paul, I have to give you what I think the answer is, and that's that right front wing. Remember when he came in for the last pit stop, the wing adjuster is broken. He's got it taped up, and here comes Rick and Al into the pits.
All right, the Penske team has their work at hand because Rick is now leading the race under the yellow, and Al is in second place.
All right, there's Rick in the pits now. It's going to be interesting to see. He apparently has no front-end wing problems. No wing problems on the front of his. Al is already out.
But they have chosen to change 4 tires on this car as Rick Mears rolls back into the action. But while he was in the pits, Jim Crawford got past, and Jim should have reassumed the lead in doing so. Al Unser made a routine stop as well, but there's the third Penske car. That magnificent front row and the possible finish first, second, and third has come to an end. From the race camp, there it is. Whoa, what a slam.
Well, that was a hard hit, Paul.
A piece of the bodywork comes up, and there is the second hit because, as we noted, once the car hit the wall, the steering and the braking was gone.
Drivers react to things so fast. I bet you Danny went through a whole cycle of emotional letdown even before that car came to a stop. You saw how quickly he flipped the wheel out of the way so that he could get out of the car.
Here we look at it again. The car slaps the wall. It is now totally out of control. Danny can do nothing. He's simply a passenger, and the wall is coming up again so very quickly.
You can even see the liquid coming out of the bottom of it there. He just wore out the whole right side of the thing, Paul.
Fortunately, he climbed out of the car rather quickly, so I suspect he's not injured. Here is another angle. Whoa. Already has hit the first time, slaps the wall the second time. So Danny Sullivan, who dominated the early going in the Indianapolis 500, is out of the race as a result of an accident in the south end of the track. We'll be back.
Americans buy lots of imported cars. Isn't it nice to know that Napa has the parts right here when you need them? Don't miss the boat on parts for imports. Come to Napa. Your neighborhood Napa Auto Parts store has more than 125,000 parts for the typical American car. Whatever that is.
Whatever you want to lock in, lock out, lock up, or lock down, remember, Master locks are tough under tough conditions, tough under pressure, tough under fire.
And now, Dexter by Master Lock. Door hardware that's as tough as it is beautiful.
When you buy a new lawnmower, you want to believe that each one will be the last you'll ever have to buy. But in time, it becomes painfully clear that not all lawnmowers are engineered to last. Knowing this, why would you settle for anything less than a Honda? Year after year, the right tool for mowing the lawn.
The Porsche engine in the Quaker State Indy car performs at a punishing 11,000 RPM. And the clean-running Quaker State with QSX that protects it is the same oil you buy right off the shelf. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
Where can you find America's best-selling camcorder outfit with a free $149 telephoto lens? Perfect. The case, camcorder, and accessories are all yours for just $26 a month. Where? Only at Sears.
I'm Al Michaels at Shea Stadium in New York. Tomorrow night, the season premiere of ABC's Monday Night Baseball. Most of you will see the game from here between the Dodgers and the Mets. Some of you will see the Yankees taking on the Oakland A's. Great to have Tim McCarver back with us again in '88. We'll see Ron Darling on the mound for the Mets tomorrow night, Tim, and he's been brilliant this season.
He really has, Al. As a matter of fact, Ron Darling's been the
best pitcher on the deepest pitching staff in the National League. The Mets don't give up too many runs, and Strawberry and Hernandez supply the punch.
And again with us is Jim Palmer, once more in 88. Jim, the Dodgers went out and made a lot of off-season acquisitions, and here they are in first place in the NL West.
That they are, Al. 73 and 89 the last 2 years. They get Kirk Gibson and Mike Davis. They help their bullpen with Orozco and Howell, and they are the team to beat in the National League West.
Tomorrow night, 8 Eastern, Dodgers, Mets, or Yankees, A's on the season premiere of ABC's Monday Night Baseball. Now let's go back to Paul Page in Indianapolis.
Well, the onboard camera is still working, though Danny Sullivan's car is not, and it is on the hook on a wrecker down in the south end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Danny Sullivan dominated the early going, but at 102 laps brought out our 10th caution period of the Indianapolis 500. And the Penske team is back in front. We watched Jim Crawford, who was the leader just before going into the pits. The Penske team got past. Jim Crawford will slide into third place. Let's go to the pits now at Jackaroo.
See this little pin here? It says I with a heart, Danny Sullivan. Julie Nini certainly does that. And Julie, Danny's out of the race. What are your feelings?
Real disappointment. I guess it's like they say, you never win the race till it's over. And we really thought he had a good chance here. He was running really well. And I think they made a couple of bum calls on the yellows and kind of gave some other people that were really a lap down, gave them a lap by putting the pace car in front of him.
How difficult is it for someone like you to sit here and see this race unfold from the perspective of a pit watcher versus maybe being inside the car or sitting up in the grandstands?
Oh, it's totally different being in the pits. You really know what's going on every minute, whereas up in the stands, you really don't know what's going on. As for being in the pits during this, it's been very exciting up until this moment.
I guess without a real super play on words, right now, though, life is the pits for Julie Nini. Back to you.
Dwayne Sweetie waves the green flag. The two yellow Penske cars come to the inside, and Al Unser leads. Rick Mears into the first turn as we're back to green flag racing once again. Penske first and second.
If Al Unser completes this lap in the lead, he will set a new all-time Indianapolis record for laps led. The current holder as of this second is still Ralph De Palma, who raced in the first Indianapolis back in 1911. But if Big Al hangs on and stays ahead of Rick, he will take by one lap the lead in that age-old contest.
Let's keep in mind as we watch these two cars, Sam, Al has a wing problem on the front, and we'll have to see if it's going to affect him now as the race progresses.
All right, let's consider the situation with Jim Crawford, who now has fallen back in the field just a little bit with those pit stops. But Jim Crawford, the first race that he's run this year, led for a bit, and we may see it again, the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Last year, he finished 16th. He started 18th today and has come up to challenge the best in the business. Al Unser, the leader of the Indianapolis 500 at a 108 laps complete of the 200 schedule.
And he did do the record. He has now completed 614 laps during his career in the lead in the Indianapolis 500. That is more than 3 full races in the lead. Extraordinary achievement.
Truly remarkable achievement for Al Unser, this man, the defending Indianapolis 500 champion.
You can still see the tape on the left front wing, Paul, but it doesn't seem to be hurting his speed right now. Al's hooked up, going very fast.
Bobby, yellow flag. You saw the pace car come out. No indication yet as to why that yellow may have come out. We have an indication from race control that car number 5, that is Rick Mears, hit a rabbit out on the racetrack. So they brought out the yellow, and the question is Rick Mears' car damaged? So once again, we are under yellow at the Indianapolis 500. We'll be back.
Hey guys, you work hard. Take a break.
You gotta stop, taste the high life, take a hard-earned break. Every now and again, you gotta stop and taste the high life. Kick back and drink it in. You find the time for everything else, so find the time to be good to yourself. You gotta stop and taste the high life, my friend. You gotta stop and taste the high life. It's just too
High Life, brewed to be smooth, never bitter. Takes time to make, time to enjoy.
Stop and taste the High Life, my friend.
Miller High Life.
This is how a Ferrari Testarossa looks on the road. And this is how a Ferrari Testarossa looks to the road, where it ultimately responds through the contact patch of its Goodyear Eagle tires. The exclusive tires chosen by Ferrari for every Testarossa sold in America. Goodyear Eagles, because there really is a difference.
Is the place.
Ace 7-Star, our best latex flat house paint. On sale now for just $10.99 a gallon. Hey, quality makes a difference. And at Ace, they've got you covered. Hey, let me tell you, Ace is a painting place for me.
I wasn't sure where to get my muffler fixed.
At Midas, we stock more mufflers than anyone.
Everyone promised low prices.
Midas prices take the sting out of muffler repair costs.
The difference was Midas.
Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
Saturday on ABC Sports. Roll into action with the Showboat PBA Doubles Classic. Bowling's best team up for the finale of the Pro Bowlers Spring Tour. Then on ABC's Wide World of Sports, it's non-stop excitement. Olympic medalists Brian Boitano, Debbie Thomas, Katarina Witt, Brian Orser, and Bestyamanova and Bukin cut loose. The pressure's off and they're on for a spectacular night of Olympic champions. Plus the mini marathon from New York City. All Saturday on ABC Sports.
We're back at the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500, 111 laps complete. We are under yellow. Al Unser, the defending champion, leads it, followed by his teammate Rick Mears and the Buick-powered machine of Jim Crawford. 2 Chevys and a Buick. Raul Boisel sits in 4th place, and Michael Andretti currently runs in 5th place. Stanley Sullivan has led, as has Rick Mears, Al Unser Sr., and Jim Crawford. 111 laps complete, 5 different leaders. We just gave them to you. The average speed way down at 140 miles an hour, and 11 cars are out of the Indianapolis 500 thus far. Those out of the race, most of them owing to accidents. Guerrero, Brayton, Bentonhausen, engine problems for Fox and Daly. Teo Fabi with an oil leak, and then several accidents. Now, as we watch the field on the backstretch, behind the pace car, and under the yellow flag. Now let's take a look here and see if we can analyze this last yellow flag. Watch the lead car. That's Al Unser. Rick Mears right behind. And look down to the lower left-hand corner of the screen. You see a rabbit in his last seconds. Now, he was hit by Al and then by Rick at over 190 miles an hour. As a result of that, the yellow flag came out, and we are back running under the green flag. Al Unser, Rick Mears, 1st and 2nd, 3rd place, the 15 car of Jim Crawford.
Penske started with 3 cars on the front row. He now has 2 cars left, and they're running in 1st and 2nd.
The Chevrolet engines, a question mark of last year. Mario Andretti failed in the final laps of the race. And look at this. Rick Mears goes past and picks up the lead of the Indianapolis 500. A man who was a one-time 1 lap down, but who knows how to save a race car, and a team who knows how to tune it in the running. Peter Parrott and Roger Penske have to really be happy about that. Chris Mears, Rick's wife, just keeps scoring the car, but now she can write it in the top of the column as number 1. And there she sees it.
Rick is certainly hooked up right now. It's going to be interesting to see if the rabbit did any damage to either car. It would appear by looking at him like it really didn't fall, but Rick certainly drove by Al like he was parked.
Certainly doesn't appear so.
I think the rabbit was run over by the wheel, and since the tire wasn't punctured, my assessment is probably the car is all right. The interesting thing here is we talked earlier about the fact that Rick was apparently almost out of the race there for a while in the early going. All sorts of troubles. He made an extra pit stop under the green, if you gentlemen remember. He should be doing very badly, but such a quick way this race changes around, suddenly he is way out front.
Well, this team has dominated the entire month of May. The Penske team, qualified cars, first, second, and third on the front row, as Rick Mears and Al Unser work their way around the track.
Two identical cars, Paul, set up a little bit differently, but two identical cars, two good drivers.
And we should remind you as we watch Rick Mears that Al Unser Jr. has climbed back into his car and is running in the race, though he is 20 laps behind this car of Rick Mears and running in 21st position, but still, he did climb back in, the crew repaired it, and he has kept going. Rick Mears on the main straightaway. Al Unser right behind. Rick Mears looking at 207.3 miles an hour for Rick Mears. He has really picked up the pace. They've been averaging down around 200 miles an hour, and now, boy, Bobby, that pace is really coming up.
Keep in mind, though, Rick was complaining earlier about the light fuel load versus the heavy fuel load. Like when the fuel gets down, Paul, it isn't handling so good. So it's going to be super interesting. Let's watch and see if he does slow down when his fuel load gets a little lighter.
You know, one of the interesting design aspects of these new Penske cars is they've designed the fuel load positioning in such a way that it won't ruin the tires when it's running heavy and keep the front tires able to race when the car is light and finally capable of running fast.
Well, Rick is about 2.5 seconds ahead of Al, and the idea of that fuel load going down like that is so the car, like you said, will stay the same. But it still comes down to the track being loose to a degree and to the chassis setup being right or wrong, Paul.
Well, also, the point is that this team, the designer, Nigel Bennett, is very sensitive to how the tires work because he used to be himself a tire engineer for Firestone.
So Rick Mears turning laps at 205 miles an hour and leading the Indianapolis 500. The question to him, we have a problem. We have a problem on the course as the 17 car of Johnny Rutherford slaps into the wall, and another great champion's day is over. The three-time winner, hoping for his fourth, the teammate of Jim Crawford. Johnny's obviously all right. He's waiting for all of the cars to come past and slow down before he considers climbing out of that cockpit. There's his rescuing crew.
He had a crash here in practice 2 weeks ago now. And interestingly, because they had to work hard to get Rutherford's car back in shape, it curtailed his teammate Crawford's further testing and development.
The Indianapolis 500 punctuated now by its 12th yellow light, and that's keeping the average speed of the race down at 140 miles an hour, though when they're running, Rick Mears has been running very fast indeed. Johnny Rutherford stands up and climbs out of his badly damaged Buick-powered machine and walks away. A wave to the fans. That's a champion. So Johnny Rutherford, let's take a look. Third car. And Rutherford, vastly similar to the Sullivan accident, vastly similar to the accident that he had before in practice. The car just comes off the corner high. Now, Bobby Unser, let's examine this. We keep saying that the track is slippery, but we've seen this same accident on a very, very smooth and good track in practice.
Well, it looked to me like something broke in his right front on the wheel. The wheel was crooked when he came out of the turn.
And here's the first and second place cars taking advantage of the yellow. The Penske team with their usual coordination comes into the pits. Al Unser and Rick Mears. The pits there are side by side. Now you get a good idea of both teams in action. Both cars up on the jacks.
We're only on the 118th lap, and already we have had 2 more yellow flags than we had in the entire race last year.
Let's go to the pits, Jackaroo.
Well, it was incredible to watch these two teams go to work, both of them under the aegis of Roger Penske. What Roger did just moments before both Al Unser Sr. and Rick Mears pitted is he called down to Al Unser Sr.'s crew and said, move those tires so Rick has a clear run in. So he's still calling the shots for both your first and second place man. Back to you.
So while they clean up the debris from Johnny Rutherford's accident, the new leader of the race after pit stops by the Penske team is Jim Crawford. 118 laps are complete. We'll be back.
On the road again.
Valvoline High Performance Motor Oil with special formulas to help keep cars like yours on the road and on the road again.
And I can't wait to get on the road again.
When you're on the road again, stop by your participating retailer and join Team Valvoline. You can save up to $3 when you buy these quality Valvoline motor oils. Plus, enter to win one of 10 Pontiac Grand Prix. Details available at store displays.
great teams aren't born. They're built, player by player. Introducing new Citrus Cooler Gatorade. It speeds in fluids and minerals. Supplies energy to working muscles. With a cool citrus taste all its own. If you're going to be part of this lineup, lemon lime, orange, fruit punch, lemonade, citrus cooler, you'd better bring something to the party. New Citrus Cooler Gatorade.
Now, a revolution in blade shaving from Remington, the new Remington Electro Blade with vibrating blades for a close, smooth, comfortable shave. Safe, immersible, and cordless. The new Remington Electro Blade vibrating blade system.
The Noid wants to make your pizza ice cold. But Domino's pizza is hot and fresh. Because they deliver in less than 30 minutes. Sorry, Lloyd. Domino's Pizza delivers hot and fresh.
Listen to the heartbeat. Listen to the heartbeat of America. Oh, yeah.
Moving into more car doesn't have to be expensive or boring. Today's Chevrolet Celebrity. It's for people who've grown up without growing old.
The heartbeat of America. Yesterday, Chevrolet.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500 under yellow as a result of Johnny Rutherford's accident. There is his shattered machine. Belongs to car owner Kenny Bernstein, the world reigning champion in funny car in NHRA. His other car, Jim Crawford, still out running in third place and doing rather well today. Now let's consider this accident, Sam Posey.
All right, here's Rutherford's car right here. And you see that he has from here to here before he hits the wall. That is probably at least 250 to 300 feet. Now, watch him as he approaches. Here he is here. He's coming in. He hits the wall good and hard there. And the question is, why? We've now seen this kind of accident 3 times, well, twice in this race, but a number of times during practice and qualification. The minute any of these cars this year gets a little wide of the line, the drivers are unable to complete the turn. And incidentally, let me just show you for a second what it looks like. If this is a diagram of the turn, one of these long 900-foot Indianapolis radius turns. If this is a look at the just a diagram of one of these 900-foot radius turns here at Indianapolis, the driver comes in like this, bears down toward the inside of the turn. He's trying to make it as long a curve, keep up as much speed as he possibly can, and it's right in here that he has the trouble. He goes out like that instead of being able to do that.
So some sort of pushing condition, driving them up into the wall. Green flag once again. The leader, Rick Mears, followed by Al Unser, and they are well down in this pack owing to the pit stop made during this yellow flag out for Johnny Rutherford. Rick Mears, that number 5 machine, bright yellow, tries to work his way through traffic, and Al Unser is caught back behind Raul Boisel. You're looking for Michael Andretti's car. The camera positioned just over the gearbox, and just back you can see the yellow car of Rick Mears. And very shortly, you'll probably see it a whole lot closer.
You know, Michael Andretti all month long has been operating in the shadow of the Penske team and his father, a front runner throughout most of last season. This year, he hasn't had that all-out speed. He has the Cosworth engine instead of the Chevrolet, which has been so fast. And I talked to him the other day, and he said, you know, I really don't mind this. I haven't been in the glare of publicity. He is coming up steadily throughout this race, and we may not have heard the last for Michael Andretti. He's 6th right now.
Michael Andretti running in 8th, but here comes Al Unser to challenge Rick Mears for the lead. And Big Al looks like he has the lead back. The battle just back there as they come off of the first turn. Now, both of them battle. Slower cars in front of him. Rick takes the lead again. Rick goes down. He has to tiptoe on the inside of Billy Vukovich to 3rd. But it is still a fight for the lead. Big Al had it for a moment. Then Rick Mears took it back. Now he darts out into the inside. Big Al follows suit as he comes to the inside again. Both of them pushing the slower car to the higher side, but Al drops in behind.
Well, you might say to yourself, Paul, is it foolish for Roger Penske, who owns both these cars, employs both these men, to let them race, to let it be a heightened situation of danger out here? Why not give orders? One of you drop back, perhaps Al Sr. drop back. But no, Roger feels that he employs professionals, he employs the best, and he thinks the best thing to do is let them race.
Looking back from Michael Andretti's car, you have to remember, every time they've come past Roger Penske, they've been fairly normally lined up. All of that action took place out of his view. Maybe they knew it.
That's a good point.
So it is now Rick Mears, challenged for the moment by Big Al, and a tremendous fight at the front of the Indianapolis 500.
Yes, and a nice view from the ABC camera. Rick pulling away a little bit, but it looks like Al has kind of gotten out of the traffic, and it'll be interesting to see if he can pull up on Rick a little bit.
Look at Rick work his way in now as he closes down behind Michael. Comes right up behind him, darts to the inside,
and blows by. That's the difference between the Chevrolet power and the Cosworth power, at least partly. Michael's car probably not handling quite as well as Rick's either, but the Chevrolet has 30 to 40 horsepower more than the Cosworth, and on this fast track, it makes a big difference.
Perhaps more importantly, the Chevy Indy V8 was designed specifically for this track. It was designed to develop 12,500 horsepower down these 5/8 of a mile straightaway. Rick Mears
12,500 RPM, not horsepower.
Exactly,
RPM.
Just cut that last lap at 203 miles an hour. So Rick, when he wants to, can certainly pick up the pace.
There he is. He's behind the lap traffic, Paul. There he's coming up on traffic. He has no problem if he can just get a straightaway or two, because he's got pinched off there a little bit. When that car runs down to the left, that kind of ruins the air for him, so he has to back off just a little bit so his wings can get some speed there.
This is what the other competitors in the Indy 500 are terrified of. Rick Mears in the lead, feeling good and pulling away. The pole sitter who dominated the speed in qualifying, now well after the halfway point in the race, apparently with a healthy car, suddenly pulling away. This could be the beginning of the end for the competition.
So the question that we started at the beginning of the day, can the Penske team dominate? We look from Michael's car as Rick Mears sits ahead, followed by his teammate, Big Al, then Jim Crawford, Emerson Fittipaldi, and Bobby Rahal up into the top 5. We'll be back with more of the Indianapolis 500 after this commercial and a word from our local station.
All week long, you've been thinking about today. It's race day. Time to kick back and taste the high life. Now the sun's hot. The Miller High Life's cold. The cars are ready. And so are you. Stop and taste the high. Miller High Life.
Wednesday, there's a new kid on the block.
That's not Ben, I'm Ben. Not anymore, sport.
Rowing base. Then,
I wouldn't do this if I were you. The third number? 5 right.
It's a search for the locker of doom on Head of the Class and on Hooperman.
You are entitled to have sex with anybody you want.
Can she mean what she's saying?
You're a girl. What do you think?
Then,
I think I'm going to move in with you.
You gonna move in with me?
a new Slap Maxwell.
Hello, Hammer. Somebody wants to see you.
They say you've got what I want.
Yeah, cold, bold, and smooth.
King Cobra, huh?
Real malt liquor satisfaction. No harsh taste.
That's a powerful combination.
Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Do I have to drink this all by myself?
Umbrella.
There's excitement in the air at your Ford dealer during Free Air Month with free factory air conditioning on specially equipped Ford cars and trucks. Save almost $1,000 with free air plus cash back on a Ford Escort GT. Save almost $1,900 on a compact Ford Ranger. Over $2,600 on a full-size F-150. Free air and more on Ford Aerostar and Bronco 2 during Free Air Month now through May 31st. Hurry, see any one of your 185 Southland Ford dealers now for the best selection.
Don't miss a special engagement of MASH, Tuesday at 8:30 on Channel 2.
From the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500 continues.
We are back live at the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race as Chris Mears times her husband Rick circling this track at better than 200 miles an hour and leading the Indianapolis 500. I'm Paul Page with Sam Posey, Bobby Unser, Brian Hammonds, and Jack Arute. We've had a tremendous amount of attrition, though not as bad as in previous years. Still, there are plenty of cars out. There's the leaderboard of the top 5. Perhaps most notable is that Bobby Rahal is slowly working his way up toward the front of the race. He has a different engine. That could be a factor. We'll talk about that in just a moment. While there has been great fighting all the way around the track, you're only scored at the starting line, and 4 different drivers have led this 500-mile race. Danny Sullivan, Rick Mears, Al Unser, and Jim Crawford. Bobby Rahal, there he is, car number 4. He runs in 5th place right now. He's been down in the serial, and they did report that there was a slipping clutch, but still, he is working his way up. Accidents have been a factor here as well. They began on the first lap. We have had now 12 yellow lights during the running of the Indianapolis 500. Only 1 injury has required hospitalization. That is Steve Chassie, who passed out for just a moment after contact with the wall, and they decided as a precaution to take him to the hospital. Just ahead of Bobby Rahal, you can see the number 20 car. That's 2-time world driving champion Emerson Fittipaldi, currently running in 4th place. So at the Indianapolis 500, 141 miles an hour the average. Sam Posey.
Those poles that you see on the right flashing by are precisely 50 feet apart. So anybody who has a swimming pool or something that's 50 feet long and they have an idea what that means, look at them go by. At 200-plus miles an hour, they're gobbling up a football field every second at Indianapolis. Bobby Rahal, magnificent onboard pictures. Our crew's really done a wonderful job with the shots here today at the Indianapolis 500. And Bobby Rahal's engine is a Judd. They say that it gets better fuel economy. Is there a strategy here as he works his way up position by position to the front?
Well, there was when they started the race. We've had so many yellow flags or caution flags since the beginning of this race that it really hasn't let Bobby Rahal have any advantages from any increased mileage. The yellow flags have just kept coming. But we've got a long ways to go till the end of the race. They could start trying to work that strategy in a little bit. You can hear the engine as we go along. It hardly changes RPM. It tells you that he's turning about 11,500 RPM all the way around the track. Now, he's going to need a lot of fuel stops without yellow flags. Then we'll see if that fuel mileage really works.
Bobby Rahal, 1986 winner of the Indianapolis 500. But at the lead of this race, the Penske team, Rick Mears and Al Unser. What are their tactics, their strategy? Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Paul Page, right now you're looking at the brain trust that's been ensconced over here in Al Unser Sr.'s pit. You notice the different uniforms, 1 red, 1 gold, and 1 yellow? Well, that's about as close as you come to teamwork when you look at the Penske operation. Each team makes their own calls. I've chatted repeatedly throughout the day with Roger Penske. He said, no, we've left it up to each individual team. There will not be the type of team driving that we see, let us say, on Formula One races, like the one that we had on the air a couple of weeks ago from Monaco. Each team, Al Unser Sr. and Rick Mears, are going for the win all by themselves. Back up to you.
Well, Rick Mears just turned a lap at 203 miles an hour. He's averaging at 142.8 miles an hour, well behind the pace of the fastest lap of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. So Rick Mears leads it. Big Al is in 2nd place, and we'll be back with more in a moment.
Every Ferrari 328 and every Ferrari Testarossa that comes to America comes on Goodyear Eagles. And only on Goodyear Eagles. Why? Because Mr. Ferrari wants it that way. Goodyear Eagles, Ferrari's choice as America's best tires.
If we keep digging in this bloody desert, we'll be changing oil and air filters every month.
Calm down, Percy. Now you can receive a $3 rebate every time you buy a Purolator air and oil filter together. It's like getting free oil filters for life.
For life?
Absolutely. But registration is for a limited time.
How can you be free for life?
Free for afterlife.
Afterlife?
For the best filter offer in this life or the next, look for this Purolator display.
Jason.
Sid, how are you?
Good.
Gail, how are you?
I'm terrific. How about you?
Fine.
Looks like you're celebrating.
We accepted Gail's offer on the Market Street building this morning.
Oh, not Market Street and South 18th.
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? I mean, we made an offer on that space and we're still interested. You know that.
Tough luck. The building's sold.
What do you mean it's sold?
You had every opportunity to make us a counteroffer.
No, I didn't. I mean, you should have let me know what was going on. We would have upped our bid.
I did. I called your office yesterday.
What do you mean you called my office?
I called your office to let you know you had until 5 last night to counteroffer. I left you a message.
You left me a message?
The Indianapolis 500 is being brought to you by Sears, where there's more for your life, by AT&T, the right choice, and by Goodyear, because there really is a difference.
The view from high above the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Rick Mears works his way around, and you're watching from the Airship Enterprise, the Goodyear blimp. Based in Pompano Beach, Florida, Rick Mears leads the race. Al Unser is in second place. The third member of the team, Danny Sullivan, who dominated so much in the early going, smacked the wall. Fortunately, was not injured, but his car badly destroyed, out of the race, and now Danny stands with Brian Hammond.
Danny has been released from the infield hospital. First of all, Danny, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I've got quite a big bruise on the inside of my left knee, just where it hit the steering column in the car, but other than that, I'm fine.
We've got some graphic pictures from the in-car camera, the race cam. From your perspective, what happened?
Well, we had a problem with the wing adjuster for the front wings, and I'd been losing some ground because I had too much push. And then all of a sudden, I went into turn one. I had the push, not too big of a problem, and then the front just gave up. Whether the wing collapsed or turned the other way, I don't know. And it just took off and drove it right in the wall.
Pretty hard hit.
Hard enough.
Everybody's complaining about the track conditions. How were they for you?
Well, we ran a lot of laps at 210 with full tanks. I didn't think they were that bad. You know, they're going to get slippery because there's a lot of cars running around. It's a hot day, but I thought they were pretty good.
I don't know if it's consolation, but your two teammates are going at it head to tail right now. Who do you like in that battle?
Either one of them. I'll take either one, but I think, you know, Rick had some problems early on. I know he sorted them out, so he's got to be pretty strong. You know, Roger's pretty cagey when it comes to running that car.
All right, Danny Sullivan is okay. He goes from being a leader to this race to a cheerleader, as his two teammates are running first and second now. Paul?
And Mario Andretti, car number 6, rolls to the side of the track. Remember, this was a car with a gearbox problem. They got it back in the race. The yellow flag is out because Mario is sitting up in a dangerous position on the track. But apparently, Mario with newer and further problems.
Boy, just another tough day for Mario. Bobby Ray hauled into the pits.
And
looks like it's a normal stop.
Yeah, several of the crews were ready for stops at about this point in the race. In fact, Al Unser's crew laid the tires out ready for a stop, and then the yellow came out for them, and then they stepped back out of the way. So the yellow comes apparently at a very opportune time for a number of individuals.
A car with the number 4 on it, incidentally, has never won the Indy 500 except in a year ending in 0, like 70 or 60. Bobby Rahal accelerating very, very fast, though, back out onto the track. These cars do 0 to 100 in less than 5 seconds.
All right. Here comes the leader, Rick Mears, rolling down the pit road as he comes up behind Emerson Fittipaldi, and let's go to Jack Arute.
And the Penske Brigade is ready to first service Rick Mears. Many people say that he is the lead driver on the team. He comes to a stop, the jacks go up, and it looks as if, yes, they are going to change all 4 tires and take on fuel. Rick continuing to pump the accelerator to keep the revs up on his Chevrolet engine. They have completed their work. They drop the jack, and he puts it in gear. Has a little bit of a problem there, but he is off and away. Meanwhile, further on up pit road, his teammate, the guy that runs in second, Al Unser Sr., their crew is still waiting for Sr. Back to you.
So Rick Mears in and out of the pits and may have been able to maintain the lead during that stop. Here comes Al Unser. He is on the pit road and coming into some of that Penske Performance Service. And right behind him, Michael Andretti comes in as well. Michael running in 5th place. Al sits in the cockpit. These seconds tick by so very slowly for the race driver who has been running at 200 miles an hour.
And you're so disoriented, Paul, because your world has become that world of 200 miles an hour that we've been seeing from the in-car cameras. And it's more awkward, actually, to be stopped than to be at speed. The driver doesn't feel a sense of relief until he's back at speed.
You saw Michael Andretti come out of the pits ahead of Al Unser Sr., but now Al rolls back into the action. So Rick Mears leads it with these stops under the yellow because Mario Andretti has pulled off the course.
Mears just put a lap on Al right there. I think he just flashed around it.
There's Mario under tow, and they'll bring him back into the pits at the Indianapolis 500. Mario Andretti, car number 6, and you can hear the crowd acknowledging his efforts here today. Giant crowd. Now, you take a look at this track. They go around in 43 seconds. That's not so long, but they're traveling so fast it's sometimes very difficult to tell just how big this giant oval is. Jack Arute has this report.
Almost 250 acres are contained within Indy's 2.5-mile track, but to visualize its true size, consider another home of fantasy, Mickey's Kingdom in Disneyland. As any parent will tell you, it takes at least a full day to enjoy the Disney Empire. But imagine if you had to do it in 3 days. It would take 3 Disneylands to fill this Indy Speedway infield. Or how about one of the world's tallest structures? The Empire State Building in New York has been viewed by billions and has been scaled by the legendary King Kong in the movies. Now, what if Kong had prevailed and tipped the Empire State Building over? Well, it wouldn't have reached 1/3 of the way from one turn to the other. Or how about the Rose Bowl? With seats of over 100,000, it's one of football's largest facilities. But if you arranged a group of Rose Bowls like a carton of eggs and sat them in the middle of the infield at Indy, you'd end up with a full 15 inside the track. So the next time you want to describe something as gigantic, just tell them it's as big as the Indy infield.
Mario Andretti sits in the pits with a problem as big as the Indy infield. The second time that he has spent time in the pits, and as you can see, they're working at the back of his car, and that's not a good sign. Now, in slow motion, Bobby Unser, you worried about something breaking in the suspension. This is his accident again.
Yes, Paul.
And he was fighting it. It was just pushing into the wall.
Well, yes, it looked, I saw another shot where it looked like water had come out. Not the suspension breaking on Danny's car, but possibly something coming out from the front. Remember, he could have had that wing break.
I still think that there's a series there of unexplained accidents that they'll have to examine again. We're under yellow. We'll be back with more from Indianapolis in a moment.
Listen to the heartbeat of America.
Now there's a powerful new reason to follow your heart. The new 4.3-liter V6, available in S10 Blazer. 28% more power than before, and 50% more torque. The new 4.3-liter V6, the biggest engine ever offered in Blazer's class.
The heartbeat of America.
Chevy S10 Blazer.
That's today's Chevy truck.
Cars aren't cheap, never have been. That's why I never take shortcuts with cheap oil and air filters. Give me AC filters every time. AC filters match the original specs on my cars like a nut on a bolt.
Precision AC Delco parts. They don't just fit, they match.
Keep your car running the way it was made to run.
Now get up to $780 back on AC filters and plugs. See your retailer for details.
This is the leading edge of racing technology. The perfection of the new Pennzoil Z7 Special, powered by the Penske Chevrolet engine. And from day one, it has run on the world-class protection of Pennzoil motor oil. There is no other engine in the world like it, and no other oil in the world can protect it like Pennzoil. Pennzoil, world-class protection that exceeds U.S. warranty requirements of every car maker in the world. Now save $3 a case or 20 cents a quart. See mail and rebate coupon on the back of every bottle.
You know what smooth is?
You gotta stop and taste the High Life.
Smooth is the sensation of cracking open a cold Miller High Life. Smooth is the anticipation of that first mouthful hitting the back of your parched throat. Smooth is the feeling of a beer that goes down easy, never bitter.
Stop and taste the High Life.
Smooth is knowing how good that first Miller High Life tasted, and that it's time to enjoy another.
back at the Indianapolis 500. I'm Paul Page. We take a look at the leaderboard. Rick Mears now has a full lap on the entire field, reversing his position of being a lap down that he was in just a few minutes ago. Crawford, Big Al, Emerson Fittipaldi, and Bobby Rahal round out the top 5. But Al Unser has been having some problems with his car. They've been working on it, trying to get it in proper shape. 144 laps complete, 6 different leaders, and 10 lead changes. Let's go down to Jack Arute now.
Paul, in that last series of pit stops between your first and second place runners, Al Unser Sr. and Rick Mears, Mears leading, the difference was 8 seconds. Al Unser Sr. took 8 seconds more in the pits. Now, that's equal to about 850 yards on the racetrack. But let me show you what accounted for approximately 5 seconds of that stop. You see this wheel here? This is the wheel that we're very much used to in IndyCar racing. It's open and the lug goes right here on the wheel. The wheel nut goes right on the lug here. These are the new type of wheels that the Penske team and many others are using. It's a more aerodynamic wheel, very similar to what we saw on the Olympic cycling events. You know, that slick, solid wheel? But look, in order to get the wheel nut on, you've got to get into a blind spot here. That's exactly what happened on the right rear tire of Al Unser Sr.'s car. The crewman could not get the wheel nut securely positioned, and it took him all of 5.5 seconds to make the tire exchange. That's almost 550 yards out on the racetrack. Back up to you.
Yeah, but get that kind of performance out of your local garage. Well, Bobby Unser, we're under the yellow. An interesting race. Rick Mears comes from behind, starts the front row, drops back a full lap, now goes to a full lap ahead as we're ready to go green.
Well, he did, Paul. He was back a lap, and now he's up a lap. Rick is on a hot spell right now. He's really sticking good, too. He's going very fast. Here we come down to the green flag now.
The giant crowd cheers Rick Mears on as we're back to racing with 145 laps of the 200 complete.
You know, it's interesting when you said a giant crowd cheers Rick Mears on. You would think the Penske team, with all of their power, their money, their dynastic approach to this racing, 5 victories in the last 9 Indy races, might be hated by some the way the New York Yankees were hated. Remember back in the 50s and early 60s when they had that dynasty going? Instead, the Penske team is immensely popular with everybody I talk to. And I really wonder if that isn't partly because you see Roger himself out there winning and losing, the general standing there with his troops. He doesn't make his decisions from the suite and blame somebody else. You see him right there making the decisions that have propelled Rick Mears up into the lead from a point where he was back in 5th and 6th place. And also, I think Rick Mears, Danny Sullivan, Al Sr. are so popular as human beings that I think this whole thing works despite the fact they come in here with what is basically almost an unfair advantage.
And Al Unser has moved around Jim Crawford and picked up second place in just those few seconds from the green flag. But remember, this is a battle that is 1 lap behind the leader, Rick Mears, a full 2.5 miles back. I think another reason, Sam Posey, is the 30 or so members of the Penske team may be just about the nicest individuals you'd ever want to meet. They always have time for the fans. They have plenty of time to explain the cars. They're just a group of nice people.
Well, what looks like first and second on the racetrack. Again, Al's down a lap. He must pass Rick in order to be competitive.
Look at the temperature
so he come
here.
back this full lap.
In the
95 degrees. That's hot. That's down in the pits. Everybody's not seeing the same thing. The main problem today is the sun's been beating on that pavement, and it's really hot on the pavement. Makes the tires slippery.
Bobby, when you made your pre-race estimate of the slipperiness of the track, that was predicated on the idea it was going to be 85 degrees at this point. It's more than 10 degrees hotter, and I think that extra slipperiness has really been the story of this race.
Roger Penske working over the tactics of his crew as Rick Mears comes off the 4th turn. A full lap in front of the rest of the Indianapolis 500 field.
You know, so many people say Rick Mears is the best. He's the best oval driver in the world. Now, why? What does it really mean? If you think of prize fighting, it's as if you were in a prize fight and you were the guy with the better reach, the better reflexes, more experience than your opponent. When Rick is out there on this racetrack, he has a sense of the track all around him, what the other men are doing out there, how his car is performing, what his options are. His relationship with Roger Penske on the radio, of course, goes back for 10 years. So the two of them have worked through these situations before. And so really, Rick Mears is the man who's calmer, whose mind is more open to possibilities. And to add to that, he used to be a desert racer in the Baja competition. That's how he got started in all this. And he has what the desert people call desert eyes, that ability, and Paul, you and I were in the Baja last fall, to see things in that desert, or in this case, on the racetrack, that others don't see. Currents of air, a changing way the track is. Rick Mears right now very much in control of the situation.
And at 205 miles an hour, he has just completed 3/4 of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. 150 laps are now complete. Rick Mears, a very private man, away from the track, quiet, sleeps a lot. Let's take an opportunity with Jack Arute to look at Rick Mears.
If genetic engineers created the ultimate IndyCar driver, their blueprint would form a creation with perfect vision, superior strength, split-second reflexes, emotional control, computer-keen mechanical knowledge, and a killer instinct. The prototype may already exist in the form of 36-year-old Rick Mears.
He's a rebel and a runner. He's a signal turning green. He's a restless young romantic, wants to run the big machine.
Rick is very methodical in his approach. Technically, I would have to say, understanding the cars of today aerodynamically, mechanically, and understanding how to drive them, because of that knowledge, he probably is one of the best.
But Rick Mears is human, and besides the functions that make him skillful, human qualities follow him into the cockpit.
It's kind of like, I think, with actors, you know, in acting. They get to, when they get on the screen, they get to play a part that's not them. And I think that kind of runs over into the racing. In the racing, I kind of get to do something that's not me. The killer instinct or the selfishness, that's not me, you know, in real life. But in a race car, I kind of get to do that a little bit and get away with it.
Real life includes time away from the world of speed.
Great shot.
Private moments that are known only to those who share the man in total, like Rick's wife, Chris.
Rick's very quiet. He's very, very, very private. What you see in an interview with Rick Mears is exactly the way he is at home. He's exactly like that. Just quiet, low-key, and as normal can get.
This Mears normalcy is fashioned around a profession that few see, but provides the foundation for what is the New World man.
He's got to make his own mistakes and learn to love as he makes. He's old enough to know what's right, but young enough not to choose it. He's a new world
Well, interestingly, you know, you saw Rick Mears playing golf there with his wife, Chris, and you can often tell a lot about somebody by how he tries to teach someone else the game of golf. And when Rick is trying to teach Chris golf, he says, Chris, just hit it straight down the fairway. Don't worry about power. Don't worry about technique. Just hit it straight down the fairway. And that's basically the way he lives his life. Nothing flashy, no technique, just do it straight.
154 laps complete. Rick Mears at 202 miles an hour. Fire out in the infield. Car on fire out there. This is not on the racetrack, and there is plenty of fire equipment here in the grounds, and it seems to be far enough away from the racetrack that none of that smoke would blow across the track, well back behind the Tower Terrace grandstand, to not affect the running of the 500-mile race. The top positions on the track have remained static, but Jim Crawford is now moving up and getting in a position to challenge Al Unser for second place.
But I'll tell you, a plume of smoke is going to be entirely visible to the drivers, and they're going to wonder where on earth is it coming from. They're going to assume, naturally, you don't have much peripheral vision out there, that it's from somewhere around the track, and it's going to take a lap of some confusion to figure out it isn't from the track.
Sam, they won't see that smoke, not unless it comes across the track. They really are only interested in what's on the track at the moment, and so far we have no wind, and the smoke is going straight up. Now that's really nice.
You can see drifting slightly to the north and away from the track itself as we look down from the blimp once again. Rick Mears out in front of the 500-mile race. Look at this magnificent facility that is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, only used once a year for the running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rick Mears continues his lead, followed by Al Unser Sr. and Jim Crawford. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, where's Joey? He should be back by now.
Here he is.
Let me explain something, kid. The winner here can take home $500,000. I know. You win with one battery. That's not it.
Since 1971, more Indy winners have started with the same Sears diehard you can buy for your car than with any other battery in the world.
The joys of getting ready for summer vacation. So much to fit in, so many details to remember. That's why it's nice to know Holiday Inn hotels are always there, with everything you want in a vacation hotel. Now with summer great rates, enjoy it all for only $29, $39, or $49. But get going, rooms are limited. Call now for summer great rates at a great vacation hotel.
You gotta be tough to keep 45 bears in line. But even us tough guys like a little extra comfort underneath. And that's why I switched from ordinary underwear to Hanes. I like the soft touch of Hanes pure cotton t-shirts and the smooth fit of Hanes comfort weave waistbands. Now I'm as nice to be around as a teddy bear. Right, guys?
I said, right, guys?
Right, Coach.
It's not just underwear. It's Hanes. Imagine doing this to your car. It's unthinkable. Yet some car waxes and polishes contain abrasives that can scratch your car. Introducing new Armor All Car Wax with no harsh abrasives, with a polishing ingredient so fine it won't scratch your car. Armor All Car Wax. It shines and protects, but it won't scratch.
Tomorrow on ABC Sports, the boys of summer return to primetime. Baseball's top teams square off as the Los Angeles Dodgers take on the New York Mets, or the Yankees go west to meet Oakland on the season premiere of ABC's Monday Night Baseball.
We're back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The yellow just came out, and that brings the crowd to their feet, this massive crowd. Possibly the reason for the yellow is this car, the 23 machine. That's Terrell Haimrath, driving in his first oval race, certainly his first Indianapolis 500. He's in 16th position, but the car rolled down below the yellow line, and as a result, they put the yellow flag out. Now, one of the key factors of an Indianapolis 500-mile race is the pit stop competition. We have seen some tremendous stops here today. The Penske team has done a magnificent job. And we saw a moment ago Michael Andretti as he stopped simultaneously with Al Unser.
The pit
Two
stops
very good stops.
Well, exactly. They make you realize how much this is truly a team sport. It isn't just the driver. I mean, actively, the 6 men that come over the wall to work on the car are part of the race. And their performance has a lot to do with advancing their car in the race.
Remember, Sam, they're having one more man over the pits wall this year than we had last year, and that probably is some of the answer why the pit stops have been so much faster today.
In the top 6, we have 4 different racing engines. As we're slowed under the yellow and you look over Michael Andretti's right shoulder, running in 6th place on the track. Remember, Rick Mears is a full lap ahead of the 2nd place car of Al Unser. But pit stop competition goes far further here at the Speedway. During the past week, Jack Arute watched the pit stop competition.
These are the tools of nameless men. Men that are the unsung heroes of Indianapolis, the pit crews. And on Thursday, they took center stage before a record crowd for the Miller High Life pit stop competition. The finals pitted the crew of 85 Indy 500 champ Danny Sullivan against last year's winning crew, the Mario Andretti team. The objective is to have the quickest pit stop in an area bordered by 2 timing lights. And at the drop of the green flag, Andretti roared into the timing box first as Sullivan's car stalled. Andretti's team, led by Colin Duff, went about their work in methodical fashion, changing 4 tires and simulating a refueling. The Sullivan team managed to refire their car and headed to the box as the Andretti team fired away in 15.151 seconds. Because Sullivan did not break the timing light beam earlier, they were still in the hunt. With the pressure of having witnessed Andretti's flawless stop, the Roger Penske-led brigade showed that from adversity can come triumph as they completed their stop in 14.405 seconds. The Penske pride was riding high, and the emotional impact was evident. Although offsetting infractions required a repeat run, the results were unchanged, and the $25,000 winner's check went to the Sullivan team, their third win in the past 4 years.
And speaking of pit stops, Al Unser Sr. makes his pit stop in the race. Through their work on that machine, and again, working with the front wing of the car. They try and make sure that it doesn't move, taping it once again. Apparently, there is a problem with these cars where the wing moves a little bit, so they add just a little bit of tape to try and support. And during that stop, Jim Crawford got past Al Unser Sr.
So everybody appreciates the significance of what would happen if the wing suddenly changed its angle. If it happened in the turn, it would probably mean a crash immediately. So this is not a casual business.
In the first stop, Sam, we noticed that the left front one had problems. Now we notice that he's having problems with the right front. So it looks like he's broken both wing adjusters on Al's car.
So still under the yellow flag at the Indianapolis 500-mile race, and Rick Mears well out in front of the second-place car, which is now Emerson Fittipaldi, and Bobby Rahal has moved up to third. We'll be back.
You gotta stop and taste the high life. Stop and taste the high life. Spend some time just finding out what you're working for, what it's all about.
Miller High Life, brewed to be smooth, never bitter. Takes time to make, time to enjoy.
Stop and taste the high life.
Miller High Life.
Look who's back on the Disney Sunday movie.
I'm coming to get you.
The Bride of Boogity. Then, a network premiere.
I rat on these guys and blow me away.
One man's vengeance will bring New York City to its knees.
3 weeks ago, he hit the Battery Park. Now it's everywhere.
Timothy Hutton, Robert Urich, Turk 182. Right after the Disney Sunday movie, Sunday.
Mary Corsi's car doesn't look quite like the cars she's on her way to see. They're a little noisier and a good bit faster. Mary Corsi is going to the Indianapolis 500, courtesy of Nationwide Auto Parts. Nationwide Auto Parts, Atlanta's #1 discount auto parts retailer, has been proud to be part of the Let's Go to the Races Indy 500 promotion with WSB. Congratulations to winner Mary Corsi, and thanks to everyone who entered and shopped at Nationwide Auto Parts.
For $289, you can get lost in Jamaica. Fly non-stop round trip from Atlanta to Montego Bay. 3 nights in a hotel. The sun and the surf. For $289, why stay home?
Hail Jamaica, we give you more.
Discovering Alabama, 2 travels Monday at 5.
Sports exclusive live coverage of the Indianapolis 500 continues.
We're back racing under the green flag. The 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500. 164 laps are complete. 200 the scheduled distance. 500 miles. Accelerating down the backstretch, that is Rick Mears, the Chevrolet-powered machine. In second place now is Emerson Fittipaldi, another Chevy, and then a Buick of Jim Crawford.
You mentioned the Chevrolet engine in Rick Mears' car. Remember, there was a car at this same stage in the race last year, Mario Andretti's, with a Chevrolet engine in its engine bay. And that car broke down on lap 177. We are on lap 164 right now. It will be interesting to see what happens from here to the end as we look at the race cam from Michael Andretti's car, which you see bringing up the back of that group there. There's Rahal.
Bobby Rahal running fifth.
Now, the most interesting thing is that Rick Mears did not stop on the last yellow flag for fuel. Now, what this means is that Roger Penske knows that he has a lap on the field. So he's gambling for Rick staying ahead, running in clean air. He's gambling that he's going to have another yellow, or he'll be able to make his last stop. He only needs one more stop for the finish, still under the green and not lose the lead.
Looking back from Bobby Rahal's car, as we watch Al Unser just behind. Now let's reconsider. On lap 160, 6 laps ago, Al Unser stopped, Michael Andretti stopped, Emerson Fittipaldi stopped, and Bobby Rahal stopped. Now logic would tell you that at least 3 of those cars will have to stop again before the finish. Interestingly enough, as you suggested, Bobby Unser, Rick Mears did not stop.
No, he didn't. Oh, we just... Number 48 just blew an engine.
Rocky
Right in
Moran.
the front straightaway here. Really blew it, too. We could hear it clear up here in the booth.
Pulls off the grass, but did he oil down the main stretch? He got to the inside pretty quickly, but they're not going to take a chance. The yellow flag is back out again.
Rocky Moran.
Good move by Chief Steward Tom Binford and the officials. Don't take a chance of running them down that straightaway at speed with the potential of a lot of oil on there.
Don't take a chance. And also another good move by a driver in the race, because Rocky immediately pulled it off to the left, got it off the track as fast as he could. But he crossed the exit to pit lane, leaving oil there.
All right, so Rick Mears leads 167 laps, but we're coming to the close of the Indianapolis 500. One name we need to watch is Bobby Rahal. We'll be back.
Why does Indy 500 winner Rick Mears race on Goodyear Eagles exclusively? Because of the Goodyear Eagle contact patch and how it responds to the track. And why does Oldsmobile choose Goodyear Eagle street radials for the Indianapolis 500 pace car? A major reason is the Goodyear Eagle contact patch, where the car ultimately responds to the road. Goodyear Eagles, because there really is a difference.
Nice beard. An electric razor doesn't shave that close. It's not your razor, man. It's your face.
Without electric shave, your beard just lays there. Electric shave stands up your beard so it shaves down close, lubricates for comfort.
Good tip.
Electric shave for a closer, smoother shave.
Savages? Nah. Guys with irritated skin from shaving. Try new Aqua Velva Skin Conditioning Aftershave. Hey, it's creamy. Guys prefer its soothing formula.
And fragrance. There's something about new Aqua Velva Skin Conditioning Aftershave.
Sometimes the simplest ideas are the best ones. Introducing the Elite 50LX from Honda, the scooter that comes with a trunk. It'll hold dinner for 4 and a small orchestra. It's the perfect place for your helmet and jacket. In fact, there's so much room, you can take Frankenstein, King Kong, and Godzilla for a ride. The Honda Elite 50LX, the scooter that comes with a trunk.
By L. Ron Hubbard. Buy your copy at B. Dalton's, Walden Books, or wherever paperbacks are sold. A fresh look at today's problems.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Fame Museum brings you all the excitement and tradition of the greatest spectacle in racing. See winning race cars, race memorabilia, classic passenger cars, and tour auto racing's famous 2.5-mile oval, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Go Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Visit the Hall of Fame Museum, open 364 days a year.
This is Jack Whitaker at Muirfield Village Golf Club, where the final round of the Memorial Tournament is underway. And just a few minutes ago, the leaders teed off at number 1. Hale Irwin, who is leading by a single stroke after the 3rd round at 10 under. That was his tee shot. It will be in the fairway, but a little short of that bunker. Hale has won here twice and lost the first Memorial in a playoff. Now Curtis Strange, whose record-tying 64 yesterday got him to within 1 shot of the lead. And Curtis boomed his drive well past Hale Irwin's on the first hole. Hale went on to bogey it, as he did yesterday. Curtis Strange parred it, and so we've had a change already on the leaderboard. A 3-way tie. Curtis Strange, Hale Irwin, and David Frost. And we'll be back here at the Memorial for the final round right after the Indianapolis 500. Now we return you to the old Brickyard and Paul Page. Back at the 72nd Indianapolis 500. About 30 laps to go in this race. And as a result of the last series of pit stops, Rick Mears may have been joined on the leader lap by a number of other cars. And also important is that the officials have determined that going back to green on the 166th lap, car 20, that's Emerson Fittipaldi, passed another car, and so they are going to penalize him 1 lap. So a scrambling in the order here, and as they come past the line, we'll be able to determine what kind of vulnerability Rick Mears may have. There's Emerson Fittipaldi, and that's the one they say they're going to penalize.
Well, they've most certainly been going good, Paul. It's a shame to lose a lap, especially at this time of the race, because he doesn't really have a lot of chance to make it up. It was a very bad decision on Emil's part, it would appear.
He was up briefly to second place in this car, which he didn't really want to run in the race. It's a March car. He wanted to run a Lola car, which the team owned but could not, or felt they could not prepare quickly enough for the race. So Emerson started this somewhat at odds with his own crew, which is unusual for this very nice man.
So there's Emerson Fittipaldi. Let's go down to the pits and Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, it was a great move, a gambler's move on Roger Penske to keep Rick Mears out there. How quickly it turned out to be one that was going to pay dividends for them. They were calculating right behind me just how far they could run the string in that tank of fuel so that he would only have to make 1 final pit stop. They gambled, as Roger said he would, to see if maybe a caution would come out shortly and they could go the distance. They've been looking at Bobby Rahal's situation all day. They know that there's a problem there in as much as being able to go for fuel consumption. But they gambled, and it looks like they may come out a winner. Let's go back to you.
And the green flag flies. That's Rick Mears over to the far right of your screen as he comes down and inside Michael Andretti. Rick Mears leads the Indianapolis 500. In second place is Jim Crawford and Michael Andretti. Well, you're on board with Michael Andretti, who runs in third place right now. Now, the result of attrition during the pit stops, and Michael and his team have been able to move up, and they're now joined the fight at the front, but Rick Mears is leading the race.
So every time he passes somebody right now, Paul, he's putting a lap on him, because Rick was almost a full lap ahead. He made that lap yet. He's definitely the one leading the race.
Roger Penske has a saying, which he uses all the time. A foot has 12 inches. Don't go 11 inches and not go that last inch. That must be what he's thinking right now. They are starting to close in on victory at Indianapolis, and there's very little left here to go, and you know what's going through Roger's mind.
So Rick Mears leads it. Before that series of yellows and pit stops, Rick Mears was a full lap ahead of everyone, but with the stop, Jim Crawford has managed to move back up onto the leader lap, though he is 42 seconds behind Rick Mears. You ride with Michael Andretti. Started 10th, he's currently third.
And watch this ride, too. He was trying to slipstream the car in front of him, Bosell, and he built up speed. Now watch this. This is a classic move. He's made a good exit. He will start to close in as he comes down the straight because he doesn't have as much wind resistance as the car in front. But look, he just does not have enough speed. He waved by Rick Mears on the inside. That's presence of mind. It just doesn't have enough power, does he, Bobby?
The interesting thing you can see right there is how loose Raul Bosell is. His car just dancing around. The rear end's very light. In other words, got a lot of oversteer. Michael is very mad, as you can see, because Raul's holding him up. He's just not competitive right now, and he thinks that Michael thinks that Raul's holding him up right now.
And he is. He takes him all the way down onto the grass and still can't get by him. And Michael is not a happy man.
He has to hope the officials will wave a blue flag, a passing flag, at Bosell.
This time of the day, I don't think
so either.
Paying attention to that passing flag.
They're looking at they're holding the passing flag. If this goes on for more than a couple more laps, maybe.
And you got to remember that blue flag with the yellow diagonal is really only an advisory. It tells you a competitor is following closely. It's not an order to move over and give way. Yellow flag flies. No indication as to why. We don't have a report of an accident on the track itself.
Pace car out.
So that's the good news.
Interesting thing right here. Bosell and Michael Andretti both have Cosworth engines, so Michael doesn't really have an advantage for passing down the straightaways.
The indication is that one of the cars tapped the wall and kept going, the 29 car of Rich Vogler. We'll look for confirmation of that. As the yellow flies again, the field now begins to close. And Mario Andretti, finally, after a very long day and 2 incredibly long pit stops, is out of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Well, there are very few people who I think have had to put up with as much disappointment in sport as Mario Andretti. He has been competitive in this event ever since he came here as a rookie in 1965. And yet, after time, and you see his son still in contention, Michael here, time after time, he has come close and only once won it. You know, I think if he'd won it more toward the middle of his career, it wouldn't have been so brutal, but he won it so early, suggesting he was going to win many more, and ever since it's been disappointment after disappointment.
Here's a great story. Jim Crawford, the number 15 car. He's not driven a race this season. He was injured here a year ago, went through a long period of therapy. And he's now running in second place on the same lap with the leader. Let's go down into Crawford's pits. Brian Hammonds is there.
Well, Jim may have caught a break with this yellow flag. He needs to make one more fuel stop, and they don't think Rick Mears needs to. He went by once. Now they gave him the sign to come in, so he should be coming in for his final fuel stop plus 3 tires the next time around. Paul?
Jim Crawford, the crew there, Bobby.
Well, the reason...
And another car into the wall.
That's Vogler, isn't it?
Well, it certainly looks like
by process of elimination, I think that, yes, it is Vogler.
Rick
yeah.
Vogler.
Boy, has he had a physical day. Well, I made that prize fighter analogy.
2 times in a row. He obviously is having some bad problems there.
So it's yellow as Rich Vogler into the wall at the Indianapolis 500, and Rick Mears is still the leader, but now Jim Crawford has a chance to close up. We'll be back.
All week long, you've been thinking about today. It's race day. Time to kick back and taste the high life. Now the sun's hot. The Miller High Life's cold. The cars are ready. And so are you. Stop and taste the high. Miller High Life.
More race car drivers have won with Champion than with any other spark plug in the world. It's not surprising that they chose Champion. After all, nobody likes to lose.
When you're rocking down the highway, keep your engine rolling with a motor oil specially formulated for your car. Valvoline has high-performance formulas for turbo cars, 4-cylinder cars, hard-driven cars, all cars. Valvoline. Motor oil is not just motor oil.
This is Chevy's new Nova Twin Cam with a new 16-valve engine. What happens when you step on the gas? After import car owners add up all the standard features on a new Chevy Nova, then subtract the $1,000 cash they get when they buy one, they generally come to the following conclusion.
Next Sunday on ABC Sports, Kart's finest are back on the track. 1 week after Indy, they'll run the Milwaukee 200. It's a tradition. Live next Sunday.
We're back at the Indianapolis 500. This is Paul Page. You're looking at Roger Penske. He talks with Ken Anderson, one of his tacticians in the team, and wondering whether or not their car will win this Indianapolis 500. It is out in front at the moment. Now, we're under yellow once again as a result of an accident, this time involving Rich Vogler. And we'd mentioned, well, let's take a look at this accident first. There is Rich Vogler, and he is leading Jim Crawford here. Sam?
All right, but it's when we see the car from behind that we get a clue as to what might have happened to Rich Vogler, because we see a little smoke coming out of the back of the car. Right, focus on that. Now let the picture go. And You see that smoke in there? You can see how desperately he's turning the car at this point.
But Sam, you're looking at front wheels going two different directions. It looks like a tie rod may have broken in the front.
Yes, we are. Yep, we are.
Yeah, the smoke keep coming out of the back, Paul. He's obviously got some problems there. The engine looks like it just exploded, either the engine or the transmission.
No, Bobby, I think Paul's assessment was good. The front tires were not pointed in the same direction seconds prior to impact. I think the smoke we may have been seeing was coming from the tires underneath the car, possibly. He did not have proper alignment. Something broke in the front suspension. That, by the way, is the most terrifying thing that can happen to a racing driver when the steering or anything in the front end goes, because you are absolutely helpless.
Look at the left front wheel, which is turning the proper direction on Rich Vogler's car, that car in the upper right-hand corner. But the right front is just continuing on. So something has broken in the steering mechanism on the car. See, the right front tries to turn out while the left front turns in, and he has no control whatsoever. Rich Vogler goes into the wall. That's very
obvious.
But that other car was Jim Crawford, second place. How very close he came during that activity. Now, we'd mentioned that officially they had decided to penalize Emerson Fittipaldi, the number 20 car, 1 lap. Apparently now the officials of the race are reassessing that penalty. More evidence coming forward. They're talking it over again. They may give him the lap back.
It would be the first time a penalty like that had ever been assessed to Emerson, who tends not to be the kind of driver to push, to try to push an advantage unfairly.
Here's the Jim Crawford pits. Brian Hammonds is there.
Things are not going real well down here in the Jim Crawford pits. First of all, the scoring monitor is now gone out. Jim Crawford's radio to his crew is not working. If that's not hectic enough for poor Jim, his wife is very, very pregnant. She's due on Tuesday. She's watching this race up in the suites with her doctor. So, pretty interesting day for the Jim Crawford crew. Paul?
Well, it has the potential of being a great week for the Jim Crawford family.
Just to restate, though, that he is driving this with a right foot that is still in great pain. I talked to him just the other day. He was standing by the pit wall with his cane, and I said, how do you feel? He said, I got a lot of pain in my right foot. Believe me, I'm not complaining, because only 2 months ago I couldn't walk at all. So from 2 months, unable to walk, to in and out of the lead of the Indy 500, Jim Crawford has got to have at least a light heart right now.
Sam, it appears right now that they put Emerson Fittipaldi back up into second place, or reinstated that lap they took away from him. So that puts him on first, in second. Jim Crawford is third right now.
Well, here comes Rick Mears as the green flag flies again, and by reinstating that lap, that puts Emerson Fittipaldi in second place on the leader lap, and just 10 seconds back as they come to the green from Rick Mears. Jim Crawford moves down to third. There's that white and red machine. That is the 20 car of Emerson Fittipaldi. Back up into second place as they recalculate that lap and that penalty.
Emerson told me the other day, I love this race, Sam. He said, so much. I would like to come back here year after year after year and compete in it. He, of course, won the World Championship twice. He has won IndyCar races, but never Indy. This may be the best moment in his life, the last 8 to 10 years since he withdrew from Grand Prix racing.
Important to remember is while he has not won Indy, he won a 500-mile race at the Michigan 500. So he very definitely is capable of winning one of these races.
He has the savvy, and the Pat Patrick team, which has backed him up, of course, was the architect of that great victory by Gordon Johncock over Rick Mears back in 1982. So once again, it's the Pat Patrick team represented by Emerson Fittipaldi here versus the Roger Penske team represented by Rick Mears. An age-old rivalry between two car owners that really put a lot into the sport.
Yes, and remember, Sam, most people don't think Emo's an oval track driver. Some days he has good days, and this certainly looks like one of them.
I'll tell you what he is. He's very definitely a savvy driver. He knows how to win races. He knows how to save the car to the end of the race. And we have come up on 18 laps from the finish of the Indianapolis 500. And this is a crucial time now. They are all running just as fast as they can.
I'll tell you, Emerson is having the kind of day your brother Al had this time last year, Bobby. Well back in the early going, but kept coming at it, and now he's suddenly a front runner.
He's been in traffic all day. It's been hard for him to get out and get some of that nice clean air like some of the rest of them. Rick Mears, for one, has had all day, but it's showing up now at the end of the race for him.
All right, down in the Patrick pit, here's Jackaroo.
This is Pat Patrick, who's the car owner of Emerson Fittipaldi's car. Pat, great news that the USAC has decided to put you back in second position.
Well, we talked to Emerson, Jack, and he says he didn't pass the car on the yellow. He went by, and the guy went back behind him, so we feel we're very comfortable.
Now, the question, though, is, as I understand it, USAC has also informed you, though, that after the race, they will take a look at the scoring tapes. Is that correct?
Well, that's what they say, but doesn't mean much after the race, does it?
That's the story from the Pat Patrick pit. Gentlemen?
Emerson Fittipaldi, his driver, runs in second place right now, 10 seconds behind Rick Mears.
All right, engines, the engine story. Chevrolet engines are currently running first and second. And what does that mean? Will that have an instant effect, you suppose, on Chevrolet sales? I rather doubt it. I think that people out there realize these are highly specialized cars and don't have all that much connection with passenger cars. But what I think will happen is much further down the road, Chevrolet became involved with this for engineering reasons rather than PR goals. They knew there were things about fuel economy and lightness that could eventually trickle down to their production engines. And I think what is going on today will bear fruit 5, 6, 7 years from now.
Rick Mears, the leader of the race. Chevy powered, a Penske PC-17.
Yes, that's Rick. Getting along really nice. He should, without any problems, be able to cruise home to a nice victory today. Behind him, a heck of a battle going on. Emo's changing around. We've got Big Al, we've got Jim Crawford. There's an interval coming between Rick Mears
and Emerson Fittipaldi. We watch for Fittipaldi approaching the line now. There, 14 seconds back. Emerson Fittipaldi lies back from Rick Mears.
Huge lead. You know, Penske has won 5 of the last 9 Indy 500, but only twice has he done so with his own cars, and the last time was back in 1981. There's a lot of car-building pride on the line if Penske is able to win this race.
His cars, manufactured in Poole, England, have not done well in the past 4 years, and this year, well, Rick Mears probably would have been a hands-down winner at Phoenix had it not been for an early accident. And now here at the Indianapolis 500, Rick Mears may in fact be looking at his 3rd Indianapolis 500-mile race crown.
Well, it certainly is, and here comes Fittipaldi. He isn't gaining on Mears. He just would need some sort of problem from Rick Mears for him to pass him. But he's there, he's competitive. Pat Patrick is not going to give up. Emerson Fittipaldi is certainly not giving up. There's Chris Mears. She's worried, Paul.
Fittipaldi maintaining approximately the same interval that he has the past several laps behind Rick Mears. 14.8 seconds back now. And 19 seconds behind that is the 15 car of Jim Crawford. There is Greg Penske giving the board to their leader. That's Roger Penske Jr. actually handling the board, telling Rick he's 15 seconds out in front of the Indianapolis 500. And he's turning laps at nearly 201 miles an hour.
Well, what we're seeing right now, the difference between owning and building your own cars, as Penske does, and buying them, as Pat Patrick does, for Emerson Fittipaldi, is making itself clear. When you buy a car from a manufacturer, your car is only as good as what they can sell you, and that design tends to be frozen months before the season begins so that a production run of cars can be made. In the case of a car, when you build it yourself, you can keep making those changes right up to the last minute, which is precisely what the Penske team, under the direction of Nigel Bennett, their designer, has been doing all month. There's Chris Mears with his wife, starting, I would say, to tense up a little bit.
We have alluded to times and speeds and penalties throughout the running of this race. We all should be reminded that they are all unofficial until they have time overnight. As soon as they're done with the race, the scoring team, Diamond and Scoring Crew under the direction of Art Graham, go to work and audit the race. They actually run the race on paper with all the replications of timing slips that they have. You can see now they're showing Rick Mears, and he is beginning to pull away from second place with 11 laps to go at the Indianapolis 500 the next time he comes around.
Yes, Rick, because he's got 17 seconds on the nearest place behind him. The closest one, second place, and he's only got 15 laps left. And you can see by the worried look on Chris Mears' face that it's as hard towards the end of the race, or even harder, than it is early in the race. From worry and worry about your driver going to finish.
The driver sees, as we see the relationship back to Emerson Fittipaldi, beautiful shot as he comes down the pit straight. That shot from inside the track, of course, looking out. But when the driver sees those pit signals, he's also receiving the same information via his radio. And when you have the visual confirmation of what you're doing and you hear it at the same time, it's a fantastic sense of being in control. And right now, if there's a problem that Rick Mears has, it will be that his emotions will rise up too much inside of him. You have to keep these things under control.
You can watch Emo as he went around that last turn, how well he's sticking. Emo's been pretty good all day. It's like we said earlier, he's just been in too much traffic.
But he isn't going to catch him on speed. It would have to be something untoward now. Agreed, Bobby?
No,
in fact, if there was a yellow, for example, and they bunched up, I think Rick still has the speed over Emerson, don't you?
Oh, he certainly does.
Yeah.
Rick has had the speed over everybody with the exception of Danny. And of course, Rick had problems earlier on the race, as we've all watched, but he's in there now and he's handling good.
There's a fascinating perfection to the 500-mile distance, isn't there, Paul? I mean, we've seen so much go on through the race, and yet suddenly the dust is cleared, the stage is set, and the man that really has been fastest all month is pulling away in the Indy 500.
A very clear view of the Indianapolis 500 now. 3 men on the leader lap. Rick Mears has completed his 191st, just 9 to go. Emerson Fittipaldi, 17 seconds back, and Jim Crawford rides in 3rd place on the leader lap with Rick. Let's go to Jackaroo.
Chris, how are the butterflies?
Oh, they're going by the minute. We have 8 laps to go, and I just want to get this over with, and I want him to win the race.
Well, that's the story from down here. Believe me, the butterflies are bullets. Back to you.
Well, the question is, will Rick Mears become a 3-time champion and join that rather elite group? And if he does, what does that hold in store for Rick Mears? He is, after all, only 36 years old. He holds the potential of being the first 5-time winner of the Indy 500 or 6-time winner.
3 years ago, I made the prediction that when all the dust settled, Rick Mears would be the great champion of Indianapolis, that he would have more wins at the time he retired than anyone else. And of course, he's had it come very close a couple of times recently without managing to win the thing. But a 3rd win today would start to make that possibility look more like a reality. You know, Roger Penske, great thing. What is he feeling right now? He says, I always come to Indianapolis as if I have never won it. So you're not saying, here's a man who's won it a number of times and this is business as usual. He is going to be very, very excited if this car wins the race.
Remember, Sam, Emo still could win this race. Looks like Mears is going to win it, no doubt. He's definitely the fastest, but Emo is in 2nd place. He's charging hard. And when you look at Patrick and Penske in that scene we just saw, you know, there's 2 of the old biggie car owners.
Well, Bobby, I've got to point out to you, you just said it looks like he's going to win it, no doubt. More times than not, the man who leads at lap 180 does not win the Indianapolis 500. Statistics will bear that out. Rick Mears leads at the moment. Is it a 50th victory for the Penske crew? A 3rd Indianapolis win for Rick Mears and for his chief mechanic, Peter Parrott. Already they've begun to assemble the area that the winner will pull into. But who will it be? Emerson Fittipaldi is in pursuit. Let's go to his pits now and Brian Hammond.
So Fittipaldi, what's going through your mind right now? Your husband's in 2nd place.
I can't tell you how nervous I am right now, you know. I hope he finished really good.
Can he catch Rick Mears?
Yeah, I think so.
She's confident she can, Paul Page.
Well, now we're getting an entirely different piece of information coming from the officials of the race. They are telling us that they are going to assess the penalty that we have discussed against Emerson Fittipaldi after reviewing some information on that particular situation. Coming to the yellow, there's Pat Patrick, the car owner. I'm not sure that he knows yet, but this car will suddenly, with a flick of the switch on a computer, be transferred 1 lap back. That, bad for Emerson Fittipaldi, but will be good for Jim Crawford, who with that Buick-powered machine will move up into 2nd place with just 5 laps to go for Rick Mears.
We started the race with 3 Penskes on the front row of the grid. 1 was eliminated when Sullivan crashed. Al Unser Sr. has dropped back and is not in contention. 1 car is left, and you see it right there.
All right, let's go down to Pat Patrick's pits.
Well, we are with Pat Patrick, and he just found out that he has been, the penalty will stand, Mr. Patrick. What do you think?
Well, I don't believe it. It's a typical USAC sanctioning body. It's screwed up. We'll protest it. I'm not concerned about it.
You think you can overturn it? Beg your pardon? You think you can overturn it?
Oh, sure, because he didn't pass out.
The second place car, Jim Crawford, is in the pits now. Second place is a result of them moving Emerson Fittipaldi 1 lap down and back into 7th. So Jim Crawford is in the pits, and Al Unser Sr. comes by and picks up second place as they work on the left front of the car. Al Unser has moved into second place. It's now the Penske cars 1 and 2 at Indianapolis.
Penske has won this race in 1972, in 79, in 81, in 84, in 85, in 87.
And look, on board Michael Andretti's car, the upper cover of the right side pod is blowing and trying to rip off of the car. Michael Andretti runs in third place right now. Here comes Jim Crawford roaring out of the pits. Bobby, I told you, it's not over until the checkered flag flies. And this race, while being dominated by Rick Mears, is still very active.
Not only that, now that will cause a yellow flag.
Yup. And they'll bunch up, and it'll be a trophy dash between
yellow
the
flag.
Yep.
We saw it. We anticipated.
There's going to be
pace came off on the main straightaway. The yellow flag comes out, and it's going to be a sprint to the finish of the Indianapolis 500. We are on lap number 197, just 3 to go.
The Indianapolis 7.5 miles left to run.
And it looks like if they can control the field properly, we may come back for a single lap run to the green flag. We've seen a 2-lap run when Bobby Rahal passed with just 5 miles to go Kevin Cogan in 1986. Now, what will we see today?
They're going to be awfully hard. There's 2 laps left, Paul. It's going to be awfully hard to pick up that piece, organize the pace car, get rid of all the equipment on the racetrack, and go green. So I have to guess at the moment the race may finish under the yellow.
2 laps to go. Another part falls off the back of one of the trucks coming out to service. This problem on the main straightaway.
So right now, Rick Mears in that cockpit, he's hovering between the emotion of thinking that he may be able to win this without really having to push anymore. He'll win it under the yellow, and realizing that if they can get the track clean fast enough, he's going to have to drive it all out for his life for 1 lap.
Rick Mears, right behind the pace car, right behind Rick is Jim Crawford. But Rick Mears is well out in front. So yellow flag with just 5 miles now separating Rick Mears from his 3rd Indianapolis 500-mile race championship. Can they clear the track fast enough? And if they do, can anybody catch Rick Mears? Bobby, I suspect that you are right. It looks like Rick Mears can coast now to his 3rd Indianapolis 500-mile race win.
Remember, Paul, we still worry about the cars under the yellow. That's when they develop the most heat inside the engines. He still could have a problem. We don't want him to. We certainly don't. But nonetheless, it could happen. You can tell by the look on Penske's face, by Chris's face. They're worried about the same thing. If you could see inside of Rick, he's worried about the same thing.
Al Unser in 2nd place. No, Jim Crawford now, they report.
They can't make it to the green. Paul, we're 199 laps right now.
So effectively, the Indianapolis 500-mile race at 80 miles an hour for Rick Mears has come to an end.
Rick always says that he thinks of his driving as a way that he can pay the crew back for the job that they've done, and listen to that crowd. But did you also see the way he almost waved them away? He said, "Don't clap for me yet. Don't clap yet. It's not quite over." And he's right.
The 500 has never finished this way. It has finished under yellow with rain. The 199th lap being run out. Roger Penske holds his breath for 1 very long lap. Chris Mears stares down at the ground. Listen to the crowd.
We never like to see a race finish under the yellow, but you can't say this hasn't been one of the nicest races we've ever seen, Paul.
And you can't say that it wasn't decisively won by the man currently leading. You know what I mean? The yellow did not change the order of things.
So on to the main straightaway, the 4th and final turn. The final lap now being completed. The pace car will actually see the checkered flag first, And there is the checkered flag alongside the yellow. Rick Mears has won his third Indianapolis 500, and Chevrolet has won at Indy.
Rick is one happy person. Three-time winner. Another one of the big group of three-time winners. Look at Fred. Penske. Penske just continues to set records.
Rick Mears won the Indy 500, only the second time he ever raced here. What a prodigy of the Speedway.
Second place in an amazing run, Jim Crawford. Third place, Al Unser, the defending champion. Unofficially, Michael Andretti being shown in fourth place and Bobby Rahal in fifth, followed by Raul Boisel and Emerson Fittipaldi. But car number 5, Rick Mears, has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rick Mears wins it at an average speed of 144.8 miles an hour. We'll be back with more coverage of the Indianapolis 500 after this commercial and a word from our local station.
Where can you find America's best-selling camcorder outfit with a free $149 telephoto lens? Perfect. The case, camcorder, and accessories are all yours for just $26 a month. Where? Only at Sears.
The Porsche engine in the Quaker State Indy car performs at a punishing 11,000 RPM. And the clean-running Quaker State with QSXer Protector is the same oil you buy right off the shelf. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will.
The Rainer Indy race car goes over 200 miles per hour. A Rainer Decade garage door, a bit slower. The Rainer race car develops over 750 horsepower. A Rainer door opener, under 1. The Rainer race car is built to perform a few hours. Rainer Decade doors and openers are built to last much longer. Rainer Decade garage doors, warranted to last as long as you own your home.
Peter Jennings on The Summit.
When the President of the United States and the leader of the Soviet Union sit down, there's nothing trivial about it.
Peter Jennings from Moscow on World News Tonight.
Communications is changing the way businesses compete. Tomorrow's winners will control and integrate their systems.
Well, our company has so many locations in such different markets.
So you need efficient communications.
Right, John. That's why we're sold on Southern Bell. Their central office-based Essex service gives us more control in tying everything together. With Southern Bell's network, the ability to go from voice to data to video is built into our system. And so is the backup support we've got to have.
More control helps make you a company with a future.
If you're getting ready to buy your first new car, check out the imported Pontiac Le Mans. Its quality and dependability are backed by a powertrain warranty far longer than anything on Toyota, Hyundai, even Honda. And now, qualified first-time new car buyers get $600 cash back and another $500 on top of that for a total of $1,100 cash back. $1,100. Pontiac Le Mans.
Don't you just hate it? B.B. Emmerman's Weekly Beef, Monday at 5.
ABC Sports exclusive live coverage of the Indianapolis 500 continues.
I'm Jack Carruth in Victory Lane. Rick Mears getting the congratulations of his crew. Rick, how does it feel, number 3?
Hey, what, it feels great. You know, they've asked me, you know, which one was the best of the first two, and the second one was the best. And I've got to say today that the third one's even better. I can't explain it. The guys just did a tremendous job. We had a little trouble, you know, early on and got down lap, and that just shows how tough the guys were. They turned us around and got us going and got us back up that lap, and then even a lap above. So, you know, the Chevrolet just ran beautiful all day, and the guys did a tremendous job.
You know, they've said all month that you may very well be the perfect race car driver for Indianapolis. After this performance today, coming back from adversity, coming back up on top, what were your thoughts in the final couple of moments when you saw the yellow flag come out?
Well, you know, I knew that unless there was really something, we were so close to the end that, you know, even if they went green, you know, we could go pretty good and pretty easy and get it across. It was just a matter, when something like that happens, you hate to change your pace. You got to set rhythm going, and you even hate to start backing off when you've got a lead there at the end, because you hate to change anything that's the way you've been doing all day long. So it gets a little bit nerve-wracking. And then when you see that yellow like that, you think, oh no, you know, now here's another change. But you're just hoping that, you know, it doesn't change anything on the car. And it did, and everything worked great.
Hey, you've been so laid back, kick back California style all month here. Now, when are you going to finally let loose?
Well, I'd say probably tonight.
I imagine that in the Penske team, there will be one whale of a party tonight, gentlemen. Maybe right now. Let's go back up to you.
So Rick Raven Mears has won his third Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rick Mears wins the Indianapolis 500, and for those of you tuned in for the golf, well, it'll be coming up next. But for the moment, the celebration in Victory Lane as Rick Mears, at an average speed of 144 miles an hour, wins the Indy 500.
Chevy's winning commitment to quality extends all the way from the finish line to the assembly line, because at Chevrolet, quality is a way of life. And Rick Mears' victory at the 1988 Indy 500 proves it's a winning way of life.
The heartbeat of America, that's today's Chevrolet.
How hot can it get inside your car's engine? This hot, 570 degrees under extreme conditions. Take a leading motor oil. Take Mobil 1 and watch. Of course, Mobil 1 costs more, but under extreme conditions, when you see what can happen to conventional motor oil, it doesn't pay to play with fire. Mobil 1, isn't your car worth the extra protection?
Sir, would you prefer hamburger A, a fresh Wendy's hamburger, or B, one that's pre-made?
You got a license to sell burgers here, pal?
No.
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be.
Most people prefer fresh hamburgers like Wendy's, the best burgers in the business.
People are always saying to me, Jacko, relax. But tell me this, if yours really was the longest lasting battery you could buy and nobody knew it, would you be calm? I think not.
Get it, eyes up!
The Indianapolis 500 is being brought to you by Valvoline High Performance Motor Oil. Valvoline, because motor oil is not just motor oil. By Miller High Life, brewed to be smooth, never bitter. Takes time to make, time to enjoy. And by the heartbeat of America, today's Chevrolet.
Well, we're back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The race is run. The engines are quiet now. 200 laps completed by Rick Mears. 500 miles, averaged 144.8 miles an hour. It's unofficial. We look at the order of finish of the race. Let's go down to the pits again, Brian Hammers.
Paul Page, you just can't say enough about the drive of this man, Jim Crawford. This man's feet are literally, the crowd is going crazy. The man's feet is literally held together by pins and screws after a terrible accident here last May. This is his first race back, second place. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. I'm happy for the Buick people that have, well, A, we've done all those miles of testing, and B, they stuck with me while I was injured, so I feel very happy for them. They deserve it.
What about your feet? Did you feel any pain out there?
They probably hurt like hell, but I won't notice it for an hour or so now, I don't think.
Were you ever competitive with Rick Mears? Do you think you could have caught him?
No, he came past me early on in the race, and there was nothing I could do. I was using all the road and a bit, and that was all I could do. That was as fast as I could go, so, you know, my hat's off to him. He did a great job.
One bad thing about it, your car owner, Kenny Bernstein, can't be here to enjoy it. He's racing himself down in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, I hope he does better than me.
That's going to be awfully hard to do. Jim Crawford, a second-place finish in today's Indianapolis 500. Paul?
Well, Brian, this was the scene just moments ago as Rick Mears, for the third time, pulled into victory lane at the Indianapolis 500 to receive the Borg-Warner Trophy. The unofficial results to the moment. We'll be back with more right after this.
Every Formula One Ferrari, every Ferrari 328, and every Ferrari Testarossa that comes to America comes on Goodyear Eagles. And only on Goodyear Eagles. Why? Because Mr. Ferrari wants it that way. Goodyear Eagles, Ferrari's choice as America's best tires.
You know what smooth is? You gotta stop and taste the high life. Smooth is the sensation of cracking open a cold Miller High Life. Smooth is the anticipation of that first mouthful hitting the back of your parched throat. Smooth is the feeling of a beer that goes down easy, never bitter.
Stop and taste the high life.
Smooth is knowing how good that first Miller High Life tasted, and that it's time to enjoy another.
Chevy's winning commitment to quality extends all the way from the finish line to the assembly line, because at Chevrolet, quality is a way of life. And Rick Mears' victory at the 1988 Indy 500 proves it's a winning way of life.
The heartbeat of America. That's the day Chevrolet.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this 2.5-mile oval, the roar of engines now complete. Rick Mears has won his third Indianapolis 500-mile race. 1979, 84, and now he wins once again as Rick Mears proves that he is a dominant race driver in the Indy cars. A giant crowd, many of them will stay for another hour or two. Others already have headed for the exits. They can report that they watched Rick Mears win his third Indianapolis 500-mile race. You can see many staying in the grandstands. And we have an opportunity to look back over the month of May for the Penske team through the eyes of electronic artist Joni Carter. We'll take a look at that. And as we do, we'll also take a look at the unofficial results of the 72nd running of the 500.
Day one with the Chevrolet engine. It was going to be
It's one car and one team.
I'm sure there should be a Chevrolet, you know, at the checkered flag finish. Which Chevrolet?
Then you can say, well, got the fifth one.
Rick and all his guys and Big Al, just the whole team, because this is for sure a team effort from everybody.
A magnificent month at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway ends with Roger Penske and Rick Mears scoring yet another victory. Let's take a look at the unofficial results of the Indianapolis 500. Mears, Jim Crawford, his first race of the season. Now remember, none of these are official until 8:30 tomorrow morning when they are posted. You've already heard there is some controversy. Great finish for Phil Kruger. He has to be complimented. Kept with it all day. Arie Luyendyk and Dick Simon, oldest man in the race, rounds out the top 10. So the engines are quiet. The race is done. The Indianapolis 500 is over, and Rick Mears is the winner. The 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500 was brought to you by the heartbeat of America, today's Chevrolet. By Goodyear Eagle Tires, Goodyear, because there really is a difference. And by Miller High Life. Brewed to be smooth, never bitter. Takes time to make, time to enjoy. The executive producer of the Indianapolis 500 is Jeffrey Mason. Produced by Bob Goodrich and Ben Harvey. Directed by Don Ohlmeyer and Roger Goodman. Technical directors, John Fighter and Richard Drummond. Associate producers, Ned Simon and Emily Deutsch. Associate directors, Norm Samet, Jeff Cohan, Vince D'Addario, and Jaime Bravo. It's live final round coverage of the Memorial Golf Tournament presented by Dean Witter. Top golfers will compete for over $1 million in prize money on the course that Jack Nicklaus built. It's coming up next right here on ABC Sports. Tomorrow night, it's the season premiere of ABC's Monday Night Baseball. 4 of baseball's top teams square off when the Los Angeles Dodgers battle the first-place New York Mets, or the New York Yankees take on the front-running Oakland A's. Check local listings for the game in your area. Action begins live at 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night only on ABC Sports. Now, let's pay tribute to the ABC engineering staff who helped bring you the pictures and sound of the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Camera facilities provided by Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports. Well, interestingly enough, in the past few seconds, the United States Auto Club scoring computer has shown a different order of finish. It's just been changed. Rick Mears is still the winner, but this is now what they are showing. Unser in second, Michael Landretti, then Bobby Rahal, and then Jim Crawford. So a change, but they are not official until tomorrow. We'll update you during the golf from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
A promotional fee has been paid to ABC by United Airlines, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
Smuggling drugs. A missing brother.
I don't know where to look anymore.
Helping hands and breaking hearts.
What do you want me to tell Mom and Dad?
Tell them you didn't find me. Just another day at China Beach, Wednesday.
Mary Corsi's car doesn't look quite like the car she's on her way to see. They're a little noisier and a good bit faster. Mary Corsi is going to the Indianapolis 500, courtesy of Nationwide Auto Parts. Nationwide Auto Parts, Atlanta's #1 discount auto parts retailer, has been proud to be part of the Let's Go to the Races Indy 500 promotion with WSB. Congratulations to winner Mary Corsi, and thanks to everyone who entered and shopped at Nationwide Auto Parts.
The BMW 7 Series. It brings new blood to a class of automobile that can certainly benefit from it.
Don't miss a special engagement of MASH, Tuesday at 8:30 on Channel 2.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Nicklaus. Welcome to the Memorial.